Good morning, everyone. Ronnie from FilAm Creative
Hey,
here.
what's going on?
What is going on?
Oh, shoot, sorry.
We got Arnold here too on the Strength and Community Livecast. This is the community, Arnold.
That's right. Welcome to Strength and Community, a live stream charity event for COVID relief. And yeah, it's presented by FilAm Creative. And right here we have Ronnie, the executive
Hello.
director.
Hey guys. This
So
is a super special event for us, guys. Like, it's been a long road coming here. For those who don't know, Strength and Community is the charity live stream event, COVID-19 relief, and all of our proceeds are going to the Filipino Workers Center. Arnold, you've spent a lot of time there. I know I've seen
Yeah, a little
you.
bit, shooting podcasts and whatnot, but also working closely with them through Hi-Fi Kitchen. So they do have a COVID relief program. One of the ways that they're helping out people in the immediate area is by giving care packages, which are put together because of donors, like hopefully you guys today. Packages that include non-perishable food items and hygiene and sanitation products to keep people safe and healthy during this time. They also have another program where they have food donated by local restaurants. And so so they send hot meals delivered by volunteers and once again funded through donations. So that's what today is all about. We're gonna go how long, Ronnie?
Oh man, we are going all day and into the nights.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So originally this was supposed to be a 12-hour event. It was originally supposed to be like at the beginning of COVID is when we planned it to happen. And clearly a lot of things have happened. And since then we had to give space to other, other things that were going on. So the schedules had to be changed. And because of that, there were some schedules that couldn't be changed. So, things are different now than they were in the beginning, but we're still going to make this happen. We wanted to make sure that we still did this. We were afraid that maybe COVID would be gone, but no, clearly it's not. It's still here. It's still killing people. So we thought it was important to do this.
Yes, and I think, Arnold, it's really important to let everybody know that even though COVID relief, right, it needs to be a worldwide thing. We all need to band together and be there for each other. What the Filipino Workers Center is doing specifically with their care boxes, it's real, guys. Like, they are purchasing items in bulk from like Island Pacific, Seafood City. They're filling it with all of, especially in the Filipino community, your favorite things. There's that spaghetti,
Yeah.
there's those sardines, there's that rice, there's some stuff, there's vinegar. I think there's like vinegar in there.
There's Datu Puti. This is what I have on my shelf right here. Yeah, there's noodles, there's, mung beans. You can make that mungo.
And you could put just one or two shrimps in there if you are,
Yeah, I think some of the boxes
have
have dried. Did you say dried mango already?
No. I think dried mango is a bonus. It's like it's a surprise. They gotta stick with the staples and then hygiene as well. So if you you're not just thinking about what you're gonna eat, as most of us do, but you're thinking about how you're gonna take care of yourself in those times too, because especially now, right? Like, Arnold, like, you take for granted little things that you were able to do before the pandemic hit and things that you can do now. Like, I haven't hugged another human being.
Oh my God. If there's one thing I miss, it's hugging people. It's so crazy, man.
Yes, I miss that so much. I think especially FilAm Creative being a nonprofit, being Filipino hosted for the entertainment community, like, we're just a big group of huggers. Really. Exactly. We are a big group of huggers whenever we see each other. And it's been, I think it's been really, really affecting us as an organization, filled with actors, directors, writers, people who love to get into groups and love to create. I know Arnold's missing out on being in a lot of shorts because of this.
I've been trying to get into some shorts and, here I am just alone in my apartment. So
alone in his apartment, not in shorts.
As you can tell, the vibe is gonna, COVID-19 is a serious thing. People are dying. We know that. We understand that, right? But as Filipinos, we celebrate, right? We have fun.
Yeah.
We're not making light of the situation or what's going on, but we, it's arguably we in the spirit of the Filipinos, we try to stay positive as much as possible, right? Not to psych ourselves out or to be fake with ourselves or to lie to ourselves, but that's just the way we are. So this is going to be the whole vibe of this situation. We understand what's going on, but I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm going to try to crack jokes.
I think of it like Filipinos are warriors, right? And we go into battle, and we're in the trenches. We see, like, I'm already getting emotional. We see our kababayan, our brothers, our sisters, our siblings, like out there fighting the fight, and just hoping that they can come home and we can hug and we can laugh and we can hear Arnold's weird jokes.
Very weird. This is true. This is true. I think we're all connected to someone on the front lines, whether they are in healthcare or they are in the service industry, feeding people. So this all directly affects us, and we're already I don't know how many minutes in, 10 minutes in, and or less actually. But how are you going to donate? How are you going to donate to?
Let's talk about donations.
Yeah. So there is a link that is hopefully in the description below if you're watching this on Twitch, or there it is right there. There's a donation link below. I also added it to the chat. But probably the easiest, you can just click that link right there. But it's also in FilAm Creative's socials as well. If you go to Instagram, it's going to be in the bio. Click it there. It's going to take you directly to FilAm Creative's Eventbrite page. And how you donate is by purchasing a ticket, right, Ronnie? You have more details?
So there's a big green button that says tickets. You click that and it's going to pop up a blank little amount box, and you can put in whatever amount that you can donate in there. And then you click done, and every little bit helps. All of the proceeds still going to Filipino Worker Center. We have goals today. We have goals to raise some money for them, because shout out to Ian and Malu and Aki at the Filipino Worker Center. Ian has been instrumental in getting these COVID-19 relief program boxes out. He gave me some price points. I mean, that many mung beans is that many mung beans adds up.
It adds up, for sure.
And after a while, you got to think about the people stocking, the people delivering, the delivery drivers, everyone who puts themselves in harm's way, just to make sure like us as a community is taken care of. Yeah,
for sure. So that's how you donate. We'll be tracking the donations. As Ronnie mentioned, we also have a goal set, and I believe that goal is what, $2K?
$2K. $1,000 to help cover the purchasing of the items. And for more information, you can go onto all of our socials. So we have a breakdown of how the funds get dispersed. They go to purchasing the grocery and the hygiene items in bulk. You get a little bit of a discount, but it still adds up. And right now, Filipino Worker Center is running off of volunteers, but they need the boxes. They need the stuff to go in the boxes. They need and especially the hot meals. Arnold working at Slinging Food, a hi-fi kitchen. You know how much goes in behind the scenes there.
For sure.
And also one last thing, Filipino Workers Center, for those hot meals, they are prioritizing people 65 and older. Is that a call?
That was weird.
Guys, the stream is already as unpredictable as
exactly. So once again, clearly this is live and anything can happen. Just the whole planning of this event has just been a crazy roller coaster. Thank you for joining us, though. Hey, shout out to everybody in chat right now. What's up? Of course, FilAm Creatives here. I think I saw Justin Rickafor. What's up, homie? I saw you in there.
Hi, Justin.
Everybody else, feel free to interact with us in chat. Hey, Shay Palma. Speaking of,
Shay's here.
Is Shay here? Where's Shay?
Shay's in chat. Shay's not. Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Interact with us and chat, and I'll be back a little bit later. Arnold will be available all day for you to chat with him.
Oh my gosh, sorry, I apologize, but this is how it's going to be today.
Don't apologize. Well, y'all, if you're here, good morning. Stick around. We have a really great show, and I'm going to throw it over to Arnold and Shay, who's going to get the ball rolling. And I'll see you guys a little later.
Yeah. So yeah, this is, it's a live stream charity event, much like I don't know if you guys were there for the first Strengthen the Community, which was in 2013, I believe. We did that for Typhoon Haiyan. Very last minute, put that together, much like this one. And that one involved, a number of different organizations hosting it, coming together as one group, hence Strength in Community. We had guests and performers and speakers, and we're going to do the same thing for this event during this time for COVID-19 relief, 2020. Crazy times, people, right? Oh yeah, so let me see, how's it looking on? Hey, that's our director Rodney right there. If you're watching it, see, this is what's happening live. There's Rodney in my box. Hey, Rodney, get out of my box, bro. Jeez. Producer director Rodney. So yeah, for the first one, I actually hit up Rodney to direct the first one because we had worked together along with this person who is on the stream with so many boxes, Rodney.
Am I here now? Am I?
Shay Palma. Well, you can see a corner of your room.
Oh,
so that's cool.
Yeah. Yes, this is my living room and my dogs. You'll probably
I'm gonna wait.
Running around.
I'm gonna wait till So the.
So we're going to introduce.
Well,
JR, right?
So like I mentioned, we are going to have guests and performers that we're going to talk to. I have to introduce you first, Shay Palma.
Oh, you do.
So like I mentioned, Rodney was the director of a show called Super Random Report way back in 2012, 2013, hosted by myself and this person you see here. Well, not that. I think JR is in Shay's box. I'm no guess.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the live stream right now.
Oh, okay. I don't.
And I think Rodney's trying to get it fixed right now. So. Thank you guys for joining us, though. This is clearly, a very live, unpredictable event, but it's for a good cause. This is the reason why we're doing it. Once again, the link to donate is down below. If you're watching this on Twitch, it's an Eventbrite page, which might seem confusing, but this is how we're collecting donations by you purchasing an Eventbrite ticket. So if you click the link down below or click the link that is in chat, or if you go to FilAm Creative's social media pages, the easiest one is probably to go to their Instagram page, click on the link in their bio, click on the tickets button, purchase a ticket for any amount that you want, and that is how we'll be collecting your donations. Once again, the donations are going directly to Filipino Worker Center and their COVID relief program, which is giving care boxes and hot food to the immediate community. But if they get enough donations, I know they're thinking about expanding outside of the immediate historic Filipino town, Los Angeles area. So, with your help, they could do that. So, yeah, all right. So with that, we are gonna bring on our first guest. JR, you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Cool.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
We can hear you.
All right, cool.
So JR is an alum of FilAm Creative Voices, which was the podcast that FilAm Creative produced. He's a funny guy, one of my favorite comedians, not just Filipino American comedian, but just comedian in general. He's a musical comedian. He's won some shows. We'll have him talk about that, and he's all over YouTube and everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, JR de Guzman, welcome to Strength and Community.
All right. I'm gonna
Welcome,
clap for
welcome.
myself. Look at. Oh yeah.
Yeah. We should.
We could
Yeah, I wish
do
we had like a
Zoom
We
reaction.
should
soundboard.
have like sound.
Yeah.
Sound bites of like soundboards. You know. Standing ovation.
Yeah.
No, this is great, man. It's cool to see into everyone's homes right now too.
Yeah, it's weird.
Feels very.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool, right? Like we're all hanging out
intimate.
together. But
Yeah,
no,
man. Thanks for having me, man. I'm stoked to be a part of this.
for sure.
Yeah, thanks
So-
for being here.
How has this COVID situation affected you? This is gonna be the question that's gonna be asked throughout the
Yeah.
day.
Short. Yeah, well, I mean, for me, touring was like 50% of my job. It was like a big part of being a comic was doing live shows. I think like the first week of the lockdown, shutdown, everything, I got like basically all of my shows canceled. And then
That's crazy.
yeah, and then right now in the fall we would usually be doing like colleges, and right now we're doing it over Zoom. We're doing a bunch of Zoom shows. So it's not too bad. Like, it could be worse where we can't work at all, but it's definitely a different vibe doing the show, through the laptop and stuff. But
Yeah, I've done one, and I made sure everybody unmuted themselves so I could hear some sort of reaction.
totally. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so I mean, like you're still be able to do it, right? It hasn't really affected the performance too much. It's
Yeah, you can still do the like I did one on last Friday. I did a college. It was like an hour long thing. So
Mhm.
what we ended up doing was I would just like kind of it you can do yeah, I did like half of it was stand up. The other half I was just asking everybody how their like dating life was going, and like like are you
Oh,
single?
man.
And like I was trying to hook everybody up with each other too. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
that makes me feel good.
So, do you think you could stick around a little longer?
Yeah, dude, I got you, bro.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool, man. We'll talk after the show. So tell us a little bit about a little background for those people who don't know you. They should 100%. I think so. So yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm an Aries,
All
I
right.
love romantic films. No, like, well, I've been doing stand up. I started stand up like when I was in college. Well, first off, I was born in the Philippines. I
Okay.
guess I don't know how early we want to start,
No, that's
when I was
What was your
when I was
very
in the
first
womb.
memory?
My very first memory, man, I got out. This doctor he slapped me in the face so I could cry. Like, whoa. Yeah, I was born in the Philippines, and we moved to Eagle Rock like super early.
You rock.
I think I was like 1. Yeah, Eagle Rock, dude. Back when Eagle Rock wasn't like as hipster as it is now.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Really, yeah. It's crazy. My grandma bought a property back in the day in Silver Lake for like
Okay.
less than 100,000, and it was like just all Filipinos. Echo Park, Silver Lake.
Yeah.
There's still one bakery I think still on Sunset.
Wow.
I think it's called Gloria's. That was like one of the OG Filipino spots.
Wow.
But
Was it like
yeah,
Nanay Gloria's or something?
yeah, Nana Gloria's. I'm pretty sure. My actual Nana is named Gloria, so I wasn't
It's her.
sure.
Wow. Tell her I said
It's her.
congrats
Yeah,
on
thanks,
the
man.
longevity of her
Dude,
bakery.
I'll tell her, man. I was like, they love you, Nana.
Oh man.
And yeah, so then we moved to America.
Welcome.
Thank you. And
I'm gonna stop.
no, you're good. We're vibing, dude. We're vibing.
Mhm.
And then yeah, just I went to Catholic school, as a Filipino kid does. And then
That explains it. I'm just
yeah.
kidding. Yeah.
no, it's all messed up, man. A lot happened back then, And did any of you guys go to Catholic school? I'm sure we all went to Catholic church.
I did.
No,
Yeah, I
it
went
was
to
all public
CCD
for
on
me.
Sundays.
Yeah, that Sunday Catholic school. We would watch Prince of Egypt during Lent and stuff. But and then I started stand up in college, and been able to like find some. The rest of my family were all dentists, and I went the stand up comedy route, and it's been good. I was able to do some work. I did some stuff with Kevin Hart on Comedy Central.
Oh, nice.
Did the 15-minute special on Netflix, and might have some stuff in the works right now.
Oh shoot! Can't talk about that right now.
No.
Okay.
But there was like some tentative stuff that might be happening. I don't know if anything's like filming either, so I don't want to get.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm
yeah.
gonna get my hopes up.
Let's do it. So let's see how much time we got. Are you prepared to give us a little performance right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I could do some. I have well, I was gonna ask you guys, is this a clean show? Are we doing clean?
Rodney,
I'm
Well, it's
assuming
live. I mean,
and it's live.
yeah, clean.
you
I
know,
think
honestly,
13.
let's
Yeah,
go.
that makes sense.
This is already, you know what? 2020 is already, I'm going to go ahead and say it. 2020 is already fucked up as it is. So there you
Alright.
go.
It's enough out of you.
Ba-dum-bum.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go.
I have a
You
song.
got the go ahead.
I have a song called Asian Guys Can Smash. And I think that would really empower the Filipinos out
I
there.
think so, man.
But the worst I say is ass. So I think it'd be okay. But well, this song, first of all, to introduce it, it's about Asian representation because like Asians were the least represented culture on TV, you know, which is messed up because we're also the highest manufacturers of TVs. Those ungrateful motherfuckers out there. So, but
Oh God.
and you know, like as an Asian boy growing up in my Catholic school, I didn't have like a role model to make me feel sexy. I felt very insecure. I would look at the TV, it was just white dudes, Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, Matt Damon. All we had was Jackie Chan, you know, and every movie he would only fight, he would never love. He's just like, who killed my uncle? And you know, no woman was ever like, oh my God, that's so sexy, his uncle keeps dying. So I made this song to try to empower the any Filipino youth out there trying to feel sexy. So here you go.
All right, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jared de Guzman.
I always just have a guitar to my right, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
Super smooth. You guys hear that okay?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. And Asian guys can smash. It's for you, Arnold. We're not just good at math. If we were back in class, I'd re-educate your ass. The Asian guys can smash, not just bricks in karate class. I'm not a karate kid. Yeah, I'm a karate man. And you know what? There's another stereotype. They say Asian guys can't drive. And I hate that stereotype because you know, we're also the highest manufacturers of cars. So like it doesn't make any sense, these stereotypes. So I'm going to explain why they think that. Said Asian guys can drive. They always say we crash, but it's not from driving bad. It's from driving while we smash. You got to multitask out there. You know, it's a busy world. You know, Asians, we're very ambitious. We have strict parents, all this stuff. We got to get there fast. And this last stereotype, this is another stereotype I grew up with that I really hated, and I'm sure everyone recognizes this one. It's the most common one. So here we go. Our penises aren't small. It's just like our rice. When you warm it up, it doubles twice its size. Oh yeah, like a rice cooker, baby. Yeah, like you ever put a little bit of rice into a rice cooker, you know, and you're like, oh my God, that's not enough rice, you know? And then when it's finished cooking, you're like, damn, that fed my whole family. You know, rice takes a long time to cook, so just give it some time.
Oh shit.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Hopefully that raises some money and raises.
Oh man, yeah. Well, we are now at negative $300. Congratulations.
We've been fined, actually. We got fined by Gavin.
We got fined, yeah. No, man, thank you so much. That is hilarious.
Thank you guys. We got some dogs coming in too.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got some dogs.
Hi.
Hey Shay, you want to introduce your dogs?
The dogs were like, yo, let me check out that song.
That's Ghost. That's Rain. And that's Blink.
The Asian guys can smash.
That's such a good dog voice too. What breed are they?
They're Goldens.
Oh man, they're like beautiful. They're like actor dogs.
They are. They're hamming it up right now.
No.
They've probably done more work than I have. That's crazy. Anyways,
Yeah. Well,
Thank
thanks
you so
again,
much for
man.
that. Where can the audience find you, like online or on
Yeah,
YouTube?
so my website is jrdeguzman.com, and that has
Mhm.
links to everything from like the Netflix stuff to my social media, and yeah, and I'm doing I'll do like every Monday I'll do Instagram live. I'll do like a Monday matchmaking thing. So I have people jump onto my
Oh,
live.
Oh,
They
nice. There
request
you
to
go,
come in.
Arnold.
Yeah, dude, come
wow.
on. And then
That's great.
they tell me a little bit about themselves,
Okay.
and then that's sort of their calling card out to anyone who's
I'm
watching. And then I
listening. Okay.
try to yeah, we've actually got, so at the end, instead of the Bachelor where you get a rose, we're trying
Yeah.
to get people DMs. So people are trying to DM each other.
Wow. Okay. So that's the goal. That's the goal. And
Yes,
once that happens, it's all up to them, right? That's
exactly.
crazy. So how any success stories so far?
I haven't heard of anybody like full on, dating or whatever, but I've heard of some, like, people would reach out to each other, and
Mhm.
I heard of some good friendships happening. So that's good.
Oh yeah, we also noticed that you're doing some pretty funny stuff with your parents and with your dad on IG.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's
Yeah.
pretty crazy, man. It's like it's cool to see that kind of relationship that you have. Where
Yeah. He's
you're able to
a
do that.
natural talent, man. I don't know. He should have gone into entertainment.
Yeah, I was about to say he's the dentist, right? Or you're
Yeah. My mom is the dentist. My dad's the office manager. So
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah. But
Wow.
he's hilarious. They're both like really funny, just naturally. Like, I feel like I could just start filming them and we'll have some gold by the end of the day.
Dude. Yeah, keep doing it.
Yeah.
How was that though? Like when you were younger and you told your parents, "Hey, I want to be a stand-up comedian."
Yeah. What's funny is, like, I actually did a podcast with my dad the other day because I'm like, I mean, I have so much time on my hands. I'm like, why not
Yeah.
start a podcast? And I asked him about that. Like, hey, was it weird when I started stand up? And he was like, no, it's okay. He was
Just
so
straight up
carefree.
like,
Yeah, he was like, oh, it's okay, whatever. And but like, I think back then, I think they were always trying to convince me to go into dentistry, but now he's like,
right.
they just gave up. There's like, he's gonna do whatever he wants.
That's true. It's good to have that support, right? Yeah, my parents were the same way. I think, yeah, they try to drop hints here and there, like you should probably, your cousins are nurses.
Yeah, they're always like referring to a successful cousin.
Yeah, yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
man,
just
yeah,
like you, they knew that I was gonna do what I wanted anyways. So they're like, yeah, hey, that's
exactly.
on you. If you screw up, that's all on you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've ever asked you, like, how was it jumping into like entertainment and all that,
Bro, I mean,
family and everything?
oh yeah, that was that. I mean, it wasn't as crazy as, I don't know, like most people's stories. Like it's very similar to yours actually. Um, like going in, like from senior year, like filling out the applications and stuff. Like I was gonna go into physical therapy. Like I was about to fill in that box or whatever. And then last second, I was like, nope, broadcasting for me. And then I told my parents, and they're like, what? You told us you're going, it's almost like they were like kind of shocked, but they weren't like disappointed or anything. They were very supportive. So, I mean, I didn't see, I didn't get smacked for it or anything. So,
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah.
Well, it helps that you got some good hair and good looks, man.
Oh,
They're like,
God.
well, if you were hideous, they'd be like, I don't know, you should go back to physical therapy.
No, still hideous. That's why I don't really work much. Anyways,
I want to jump in a little bit.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us a little bit about your Netflix special
Sure.
and how things changed after that?
Yeah, I think what really helped was just bookings, like for the most part, and people, starting to like follow me on social media. I think it kind of just legitimized a lot of stuff where, like, I was already able to do an hour set and travel, but it allowed me to get into some like bigger clubs or and get like more college shows and stuff like that. So
Right.
that was good. And also just got more people sliding into the DMs, which is always helpful. Like, okay, let's see. No, it was good. It helped boost things. And I always feel like TV or anything, I guess not TV, but Netflix streaming, it's sort of, as a comic, just like your calling card to get more shows on the road. It's like to get more people to want to see you. So
Right.
yeah. But yeah.
So
So
tell us more about this project you're working on. I'm just kidding.
yeah, it's so funny. can't say anything.
Are you still you're still like booking these online shows and things like that?
Yeah, so I did I'm doing like it's called like NACA. It's like I think it stands for National Association of Campus Activities. So we would usually go do like a conference in each region, like Eastern and Western, Southern, and all that. And since we can't do that in person, we're doing it virtually now. So I actually recorded a video with my dad, and so I hope they don't think that I'm gonna be doing the colleges with my dad, but we made a video together to submit this year instead of in person.
Oh man.
But
Oh, that's great, man.
I think Rodney was saying I could do one more song.
Oh, would you be able to? Are
Yeah.
you up for that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now that I've been Asian Guys Can Smash, I have another one. But this one's like a little bit dirtier, so I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
snap. Let's
Rodney,
go.
have you guys lost donations? What has happened out there?
Yeah, we're
have people started like
negative
No, but we've had
350.
we've had DMs.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lots
there
of
you go.
DMs.
oh good. Okay, that's all I want. I just want you guys to get more DMs. See, really my
Christopher
comedy,
Aguilar wants another song. Shout out to
there we
Christopher.
go.
He'll be on again or later on.
yeah.
Go ahead and do your thing.
The whole purpose of my stand-up. Okay, okay, go for it. Yeah. I feel like Arnold could run like a whole cooking show for us right now. Like,
And what?
you could run like a whole cooking show.
Yeah.
This is dope. All right.
What's gonna happen?
This song, it's about kind of like, it's not political, but it's basically easing like political tensions. People get so divided on like who are you going to vote for, and this is a song to try to bring people together. And it's called "She's a Conservative in the Streets, but a Liberal in the Sheets." So, also, it's crazy that it's 10:30 in the morning and I'm playing these songs. So here you go.
You're gonna wake people up.
Yeah, they're like, wait, did he just say? She's a conservative in the streets, but a liberal in the sheets. In the bedroom, we can agree. I lean to the left, she leans to the right. Let's lean in together and make love all night. Girl, if you ran for president, then I would get behind you and push. I voted for Obama, but I still love me some Bush. It's too early for this.
What?
It's okay.
Was it? Oh yeah, what is Republican or Democrat? Girl, I'm okay with that. Tea Party, Libertarian, long as I can get it in. Girl, I don't care who you vote for, as long as I'm the one in your Oval Office.
Oh.
Oh man, you know what's funny when you start a song and then you realize halfway through you're like, this might be too much.
It's okay.
All right, so there's the last line right here.
Okay. Can't stop now.
Let's make America make love again. And then I usually have the crowd sing along, but no one's there, so. Let's make America make love again.
Woo!
There we go. There. Good morning, everybody. Go to church tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Go to church.
Hope everyone's awake now.
Oh, this is great.
If it wasn't because of the first song, it's because of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should mention that FilAm Creative is a nonprofit organization.
Yes.
And there's certain things that we can and can't say, but that was fine because you're our guests.
I had some clean songs too, but I just felt like these are
we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want
Boring.
those.
Oh,
You guys are amazing, man. Well, thanks for even just doing this. I mean,
yeah,
it's cool that in a time that it's a hard time for everybody, both with work, emotionally. And I think stuff like this is always uplifting and you're bringing like both entertainment, you're empowering people and also helping like frontline workers and stuff like that. So I'm just happy to be a part of it. And y'all are looking so good this morning. Everybody's
Try.
I like just woke up and then I saw Rodney's email. Rodney's like, hey, we're still good, right? I was like, oh yeah, hold on. Let me just splash my face with some water real quick.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So what's one through all of this quarantine, and what's one takeaway that you want to,
Great question.
I guess, give advice you want to give people as far as staying mentally healthy, physically healthy?
Yeah, I think stay connected and stay balanced, those two things, because you need, no matter, even when we're not in quarantine, it's like your community and your friends are the thing that keep you sane. You gotta put your thoughts somewhere, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
100.
And I think the stay balanced thing is I've seen a lot of friends go in either into like work burnout because they're like, oh man, there's no limits on the time I have to do every project I've always wanted to do. I have to write the script. I have to I don't do all these different acting Zoom things, which is all good. I think that's good. But I think it's okay to rest in this time too. I think some people go overboard either direction too. There's also the thing where like, all right, well then I'm gonna do nothing.
Yeah, that's where
Yeah.
I'm at, I think.
Don't fall into that trap.
I think that's okay too. I think it's just that balance. I had like the last, I think 3 days where I really was like kind of resting more, and I can feel it now. Where, okay, I should probably do something. I finished all of like How I Met Your Mother.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I just wanted to watch something where somebody finds love. You know.
Yeah. Aw.
I know, dude. I'm like,
It'll happen. It'll happen. Oh, sorry. Just kidding.
Arnold and I were just like a support group for each other, just singing.
I know. Seriously. Gonna happen, man.
Yeah. Why'd you say it's so scary? Yeah. But I think that's it.
Thank you once again for joining us.
Yeah,
so
thank
everybody
you.
out there, keep an eye out. Keep a lookout for J.R. de Guzman. He's all over the place, still doing shows. Thank you for blessing us with your talent. And I think we got to kick you off now, right?
Thank you.
All right. I will leave with my dignity intact. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Love you, man. All right.
Love you
See
too.
soon.
Bye.
Woo! It'll
His
probably be a while.
website,
So
what was his website? jrdeguzman.com.
I think so.
I just want to
I will try
remind
to.
everybody.
Let me see
Yes.
if I can find.
Yes.
You spell that, yes.
jrdeguzman.com. Basically just my name.com.
Magic.
jrdeguzman.com.
at
Everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. Bye.
All right. I will put it in chat for all of you out there.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Faye.
Howdy folks, I am Christopher Aguilar.
Hello everyone, my name is Michelle Macrahan. Strength in community means being able to reach out to your fellow loved ones, friends, and just community members in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mental health has definitely plummeted in recent months, not just due to all the sickness and chaos in the world right now, but also mental health in general is kind of at the forefront of our minds, especially people who stream. There have been a lot of suicides lately, and one way of coping with that is reaching out to loved ones and caring about others and being altruistic.
Strength in community is important now more than ever because we are in an isolated form of being, and we need to reach out to each other, be stronger together through all these avenues, these technological avenues, to be able to be stronger in unity, in community. That's why it's more important now more than ever to come together.
And as a DJ, I think music for me has been one of the most powerful healing tools. It's been a really hard time for, I think, a lot of us, and I really appreciate being invited to be a part of this experience, and I look forward to watching everyone else's stream, and I hope that everyone is staying safe and healthy, and that you all are staying safe.
Welcome back. Once again, welcome back to Strengthen Community, a live stream charity event. As you can tell, this is very live, and everything that will go wrong or that can go wrong will go wrong. No, I'm just playing.
Murphy's Law.
This is how loosey goosey it is, right? Thank you once again to Jared de Guzman. Hilarious. That was funny.
I love him. I've never met him.
No. Now you're a new fan, right?
Yeah.
And everyone should be a new fan of, or if you're not already, of this person that we have on right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this person is a filmmaker. She does a lot of things. She's a YouTuber. She's a TikToker. She's a boss lady for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Nikki Sutton.
Hi. Good morning. You're looking so glowing and fresh. Oh my gosh, Shay, look at you. The natural lighting is killing you. Woo! I love it.
I have a window right in front of me. Yeah.
That is so perfect. The lighting in my home is like so bad. So I'm like have studio lights instead, and I have to like do this every day. And I'm like, I feel like it's always nighttime in that way. You know,
It looks good. I like that vibe. It looks good.
It
Yeah.
always looks professional.
Yeah.
Well, that was a fun set. I was tuning into JR's set, and I was like, wow, this is some interesting music for the morning. I'm like, where's my boo?
He really was trying to wake us up. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
But yeah, always looking professional, because this is what you do, right, Nikki? This is what you do. Introduce yourself and tell people what you're about and what you do before we get into it.
Sure. Well, welcome to my set. This is the set of my tech channel, actually. It's called Tech Nikki Speaking. And for those of you who don't get the pun, my name is Nikki. And the phrase is technically speaking. And I talk about tech, filmmaking, gear, tools that you can use to upgrade your video production. And what I'm really focusing on right now, which is kind of like an opportunity or blessing in disguise, I'm definitely taking advantage of the quarantine situation. But I want to help people in quarantine connected with tools and be more knowledgeable about this tech that we all kind of need to be aware of. We have teachers who have never taught on Zoom before. We have people trying to create content who's never been on TikTok before, or even trying to start their own live streams, YouTube's, podcasts. And I just want to have a resource for people to tune in and learn how to do stuff. So
Absolutely. Yeah. That's
amazing.
definitely needed right now. Especially with the Zoom meetings everyone's going through. And like you said, a lot of teachers don't have experience with that, and kids and parents don't have experience with that. So it's great to have a resource out there.
And clearly I need lighting, so there's that.
Arnold's got experience with that. Yeah.
I got you. I'm like, I know I'm not sponsored, but like I do have this Aperture M9. It's like one of the cheaper lights that you can just attach on a shoe mount. It's a credit card size, and
nice.
you know, you can turn it on and it's dimmable from 0 to 100.
Because mine just died.
This one is 10 hours, but
Nice.
as you can tell, like let me turn this off because look, this is very lit. But you can it charges on a USB-C micro, so you can technically keep it in the entire time if you have it connected to your computer.
Technically or technicky?
Technically speaking. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you.
Actually, yeah. That's what you do. This is what you do. That's awesome. Also, I should let people know that Nikki was actually my co-host on the very first Strengthen Community that we put on in 2012. I think it was 2012 for Typhoon Haiyan. Thank you so much for doing that last minute as well.
You know what? We did live streams before live streams were the only thing.
I think we started it.
You know, we started a revolution here, just letting you know. Shout out to Rodney.
Yeah,
in
Rodney.
the tech booth right there.
Yeah. For sure.
Looking sharp. You can't see Rodney, but he's looking sharp. So
nice and clean, shaven.
yeah. But where are you all filming out of? I don't think I've seen that. So Arnold, is that your place or is that your kitchen?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm in a studio, so it's like everything. Everything is in this one space.
Okay.
This is my living room / bedroom, and that is my kitchen back there. And yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Garage.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for kicking us off early. I know I was like, you know, if I can just do a guest segment today, it's perfect because Arnold and I did co-host the first Strengthen Community. So it's kind of like full circle moment. Yeah.
For sure. And I understand, you know, I know a lot of things have been going on. like not only with the whole world, but with you personally, and like, you know, schedules couldn't be moved around and things like that. But thank you for being a guest on this. But speaking on that, how has everything been? How has COVID-19 affected your life and just business and everything?
I think the biggest thing for me in COVID has not being able to see my family. It's been a long time, and I've been trying to take the best precautions. And, you know, obviously we're in month, I don't know, of quarantine, and we try our best to be positive and upbeat, but it's okay to feel like down sometimes. You know, I think that's the hardest thing. Excuse me, my last name being Sun, you know, I feel like I'm always expected to be like the sunny personality, and 90% of the time I am, you know. And I'm always trying to see the good side of everything. So for me personally, I've been trying to really take this time to really focus on building this tech channel, reevaluating kind of what I want in life. I think everybody has, you know, what's important to you, and also who's important, because at the same time, are you going to take a COVID test to come see me? Because if not, then, you know, we're going to have to reschedule. So it really makes the people that are important in your life the priority. Mm-hmm. So for me, I've been waiting to go back home to just kind of spend like a couple weeks there. But, you know, I want to make sure that I quarantine myself, get, you know, tested for COVID to make sure that I'm negative, because I would hate to feel like I, you know, caused, you know, or infected somebody. Like, I don't know how. It's so difficult, because the people you could get it from are your family members, because you're that close, or your closest friends. And that is like the biggest thing that's so hard for me to grasp, is like, if somebody around me was affected, I could have been the one that did that. And so I really feel for all our workers out there. Shout out to all the Filipino frontline workers, especially everybody on the front lines. It's not an easy job, and sometimes it can feel very thankless. But, you know, I am someone of gratitude, and I think, you know, everybody's just doing their part. Like, even if just wearing a mask and getting tested, like, you're doing your part, like, keep doing that, because, you know, those are our unsung heroes, right? We see all the Karens doing the bad stuff, but I hope that's just like a drop, you know, in the large scheme of things, where, you know, those are just the few people, but strength and community again, like everybody doing their part. You know, let's just move this forward and like work together to like make it go as forward as possible. So I think having these live streams are so positive, because, you know, this is how it is for, you know, certain people every day in COVID and quarantine. I'm lucky if I just go outside and see some daylight. So I'm getting so pale right now. I added a saturation filter to my camera. I'm like, you know, my biggest strength is blinding people right now. So
wow.
I need to like do that. And I've been cooking a lot more. I started an Instagram channel called Asian Snack Queen, and I've been sharing all my favorite Asian snacks that I've been making in quarantine, and just trying to stay positive and, you know, just getting connected with more people in quarantine, really.
Nice.
Yeah. Yes, you mentioned, I mean, not wanting to infect people, because that would just be like, oh my gosh, I would hate myself, you know. But we've had so many people close to us, like here in this community, in this group. I think a few of them are going to be guests on today's today's event, you know. It was very close to me as well. You know, like super close. I don't want to, you know, not without going into detail, and it's just like, just that feeling of, holy shit, like I might have it, and I might, you know, give it to somebody else, you know, and just testing every week just to make sure, you know. It's crazy. It's definitely, it changes. This whole situation, whether you have it or not, we're all different people now because of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We are different people. And I think it's going to take some time for us to think about going forward. But rather than waiting around saying like, well, when this is over, I will do X, Y, and Z. The reality is, for the realistic side of me is saying like, this is not going to go away anytime soon. So we need to figure out how to work with it to move forward versus just waiting around for things to happen. And how we do that is really think about tools and technology or resources or jobs or working in skills that might be needed. So for me, like I've been sharing a lot of tech careers that are coming out with Google, for instance. Like they have online certification programs that are free. There's 100,000 scholarships coming out later this year. So, and they're saying that this is equivalent to a 4-year degree university. You know, I used to work for Google, but I don't work for them anymore. So anything that's Google related, I'm just like, oh, this tech, you know, and I have a tech channel. Like I'm going to share all these resources if I can, because personally, like I'd love to go back into tech world again, but I'm like, I feel like I'm doing it now, but it's also hard because it's a very self-starting entrepreneur feeling where, you know, it's not steady, but I do have faith that I'm meant to do this. So I think that's been the whole hope during quarantine, is really building it out and building like a vision so I can continue with this media empire. I have to say it out loud. One of my happy birthday to my YouTube coach, TJ, by the way, it's her birthday today.
Nice.
And she's been all about like, talk about your affirmations so they are true. Like people want to pay you to create content. You are queen of content. Like stop with the imposter syndrome. Like you are enough, you're valued. And I want to share that with everybody too, that feels like they're in this rut right now. It's like, do you connect with people who are also going through this time, but do you, and stay positive and figure out ways to move forward. That's like the biggest thing I have to tell people in quarantine constantly.
Yeah. You seem like you have like it all together. I think during these times, it's hard to stay motivated, especially I was talking to Arnold about this recently, not having like a consistent schedule. Things are not as consistent. Like we don't have that 9 to 5 really anymore. There's no drive. What do you do, I guess, to stay motivated and to keep that organization and that motivation? I
love that question, Shay, because I was just talking about this the other day about productivity tools that won't take over your life. One of the tips that I've received from other people is like the 25-minute rule, right? Where we set a timer, we do things at 25 minutes, because it said that it takes us about half an hour to readjust to whatever we want to do in terms of tasks. So it's like, if I'm going to clean my room, I'm cleaning my room for 25 minutes only. Don't distract myself. Don't check social media. In the morning, I try also not to check my social media, because you do need like just that time to yourself. Because once you give that time to the world, you're with the world, but you need that time for yourself to like maybe even meditate in the morning, make yourself a cup of tea. I'm a huge tea drinker. Shout out to Gals in Gear, woman behind the camera. And
suck it for me.
I know. And then the other two things that I really recommend is putting things on your calendar, like even if it means 10 minutes from 9 o'clock to 9:30, putting it on your calendar, it makes it feel a little bit more real. I use a tool called Calendly, which is a free tool, unless you want to pay for consultation. So if you all feel like Zoom gloom and you feel like, what you should be doing is a consultation fee, like you can charge for your time and get that automatically set up and paired and synced with your calendar. So nowadays I just send out my Calendly link to people when we're scheduling. So there's less back and forth of like, how are you going to do this? When are we going to do this? Just pick a time on my calendar, and then it just schedules a Zoom or a call for me in a time that's appropriate for me. And then I love Airtable, like organization, like there's Monday, Asana, but I love Airtable. It's free as well and allows you to really break things down.
Write that down.
Okay, I know.
Yeah.
I
didn't hear about that. I'd never heard of that one.
Oh, and shout out to AJ. I just saw in the comments.
Oh, yeah. What's up, AJ Raphael? What's up? How you doing, bro? Long time no see. Hey, you want to jump in and perform? Just kidding.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry. Oh, God.
That viral video of AJ and Alyssa.
That's right.
Oh, my. Can we talk about this really quick?
Go ahead. Yeah, that was amazing.
Oh, my gosh. I've been a fan of AJ. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I'm an honorary Filipina. I'm not Filipino, but
Yes,
I have
you
love
are.
for my Filipino community. I've been working I started off in Mixed TV, which is, a leg of ABS-CBN. Unfortunately, things are...
Shout out Joey Gila.
Is another thing, and that's my boy Joey Gila.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been interesting with freedom of press, but being able to report and interview amazing, talented Filipino and Asian American talent has just been a huge mission of mine before going into tech. So 10 years before this, like I did a whole bunch of interviews, and that one interview that I did with AJ and the band in my cubicle at Mix was probably one of my most fun like interviews. So just shout out to AJ. And that video was so beautiful. It made me want to be like, can I like have somebody in quarantine with me so I can do that too? Like we'll just do call and response, call and response.
Yeah, the next person I date has to sing, first of all. So. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you did say that.
Yeah, there's like 50 million views on that video. It's crazy. Something like that. But yeah. Shout out to AJ. He's like the original YouTuber to me. Like, yeah, I was a fan before I even knew him.
He's a MySpacer.
Yeah, and always doing things for the community. So always doing things for the community. So really, really, really love what AJ is doing. Thank you, AJ.
Yes. So it was what, just before quarantine when you decided to sort of like leave your regular gig to like pursue?
No, actually, I guess, how do I say it? I've never been a full-time YouTuber. I think that's the thing. It's I've always had a full-time job in some sort of media and then the YouTube channel. So I've never really been consistent about it and everything. But then like in October of 2018, after being the digital producer and social media manager for CSUN, their Performing Arts Center, and getting to work with so many incredible artists, like 50 artists a year, like that's a lot. I realized I wanted to venture out into my own thing. And how do I do that? By creating my own schedule. But to me, the dream of like doing content creation full time felt so far away. But I also want to share too that social media was not even a job as well. So when you're thinking like what I want to do, I don't know what to do yet, that's totally fine, because what I wanted to do wasn't invented yet. It hadn't even happened yet. So there is a way. And if you pave it and if you really break it down and see kind of like a future for it, it can totally happen. So I'm in the process of it. So if you have questions about the process, let me know, because I'm in the process day in and day out. I'm not saying like I've made it yet, but I'm just saying like I'm in the process.
You're in the middle of that journey. Yeah,
I'm in the middle of this journey, and I get to share it with amazing, beautiful people like yourselves. So
really not talking about me, but anyways, thank you so much, Nikki. Where can the audience find you?
Well, for my personal stuff, and if you want to work with me, it's nikkisun.com. Please spell it NICKISUN.com. And then my other site is technikkispeaking.com. Just spell technikki. So you follow me on YouTube. TikTok, I post daily TikToks as a TikTok partner on daily tech tips and stuff. So I'm mostly active on TikTok for my tech stuff, and then YouTube for my tech stuff. But if you want to work with me, nikkisun.com.
All right, cool. I will put that in chat as well. Nikki-san, thank you so much. Congrats on everything.
Thank you. And continue. Thank you for having me on. It was so great seeing your beautiful faces this morning.
For sure. And you as well. Yeah, we'll work together soon, all right? Thank you so much, Nikki.
Yes, thanks for
And shout out to Rodney in the back. Thank you, Rodney, for putting this all together and having me.
Hello, my name is Kirby Ortego, and I
we'll
am
put
FilAm Creative's
Nikki's
Director of
website in
Content for this
chat.
year.
I'm all in chat.
What chat are you using?
Oh, in Twitch chat.
Oh, Twitch. We're
offline, right?
Oh no, we can still hear you, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, I think.
Hello, my name is Kirby Ortego, and I am FilAm Creative's Director of Content for this year. I would just like to thank all of you for coming out and joining us in support of Strength in Community. In these difficult times, it's great for all of us to come together in support of one another and of our community. If you would like to donate to Filipino Workers Center COVID-19 Relief Fund, you can do so through our Eventbrite page under the ticket section. Any amount that you are able to give at this time is very helpful and is greatly appreciated. For this event, I was tasked with creating the content that you've seen on FilAm Creative's social media accounts to advertise, including the logo design for this year's Strength in Community. If you liked what you saw, I do freelance graphic design and video editing. I noticed that a lot of people are starting to do small businesses out of their homes during quarantine, so I have been honored to help some people create their logos for these small businesses, and I would love to do the same for you and for the rest of our community. I also make stickers during this quarantine and I sell them. My stickers are inspired by anime, video games, other pop culture, and of course, Filipino culture, like this cute halo sticker. If you would like to order some, it's a cute thing to buy during quarantine. You can find me through my Instagram. Thank you again so much for coming out to our live stream event for Strength and Community and donating to a great cause if you're able to. Thank you so much. Stay healthy. Have a great day.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I think we are back on. I am not Arnold. I'm Ronnie from FilAm Creative. And we also have here, so I'm the executive director of FilAm Creative, but we have who's really in charge behind the scenes. Iya.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Iya Bakwadan. I'm an actor, producer, and also the vice president of FilAm Creative.
Yes. She's also in charge of like all our socials. So if you hit us up, it's probably going to be Iya or one of our other our social gurus on there, Nina Goshin Fiao and Kirby Ortega.
Ooh.
They'll be on there. They'll be on there too. Welcome. I was on like a little earlier. Had a whirlwind of emotions just in the first 15 minutes, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we're walking our FilAm Creative t-shirts.
Ooh, repping.
I know. We gotta rep the cause because Strength and Community is brought to you by FilAm Creative.
Yeah.
So Iya is much better at this. Can you tell everybody who FilAm Creative is?
Okay, so just in case that you guys don't know, we are FilAm Creative, and we educate and advocate for the community, and we love to empower Asian American and people of color voices. And we're a nonprofit organization, and this is what we want to do. We want to give back to the community. We want to empower each other. So yeah.
I also love to think of FilAm Creative as like the place that if you're an entertainer, if you are we dabble a lot mostly in film and entertainment, but we're always looking for other Filipino artists, other artists of color who need that kind of space to be represented. More fine artists, more painters. I would love to meet like a FilAm or like a sculptor, like a
Ooh.
yeah, like a fine artist or like a sculptor, like someone to tell me what gouache is.
What I was like, what is that?
I think it's a type of paint. If you guys in the chat, if you guys know what gouache is, let me know, and then we want you at FilAm Creative to paint us something. Yes. So we teamed up with our majestic and very modest producer, Rodney Cahuto. You've probably seen like bits and pieces of him, and you're probably definitely going to hear us talk about him. He's in the control panel right now, making sure everything is running smoothly. Thank you, Rodney. I also want to talk about like just us as an organization and like what we've done to pivot in this time. Yeah, those who've been to FilAm Creative events, like I said this earlier this morning, we love to gather, we love to hug, we love to put food in each other's mouths, like things you shouldn't do in COVID, right? Like things you shouldn't do during a pandemic. But how are we pivoting from that?
Well, right now we are trying to, earlier when the pandemic just started, we had our first virtual Kamusta, which it was like a wonderful check-in we had in the community. So it's kind of like one of our potlucks, but we just made it a little bit digital, for everybody's safety. And it was a nice way to catch up with our community. We had, people who were performing, and there was like a magical thing that happened that, people who just wanted to share their craft, and like we kind of have like a mini open mic there too. And it was pretty cool. And it was like one of the things that we're trying to do to keep up with the community, and also to keep up, our jobs as community leaders. And we have more to come. And like right now, what we're doing is we're doing this charity live stream, which is again like super important right now, because like what it says, it's strength in community. And this is really the time where we all kind of need to be together to support each other. It's not just as creatives, but support local businesses, support each other as human beings. And you don't even have to be Filipino to support each other, and that's honestly, it's a tough time, but we're trying to get through it, and we're trying to do the best that we can to give back to the community, and at the same time stay connected with everybody.
It's definitely been, I think in the earlier segment, Shay and Arnold, who are fantastic, by the way, they were talking, and Nikki, Tech Nikki speaking, so informative. They were talking about Zoom fatigue, and like as president and vice president of FilAm Creative, like we're on Zooms constantly. If you're an educator, if you're working from home, like you guys know, like it's a real thing. And I can't believe that is a word that we have to use to describe like ourselves like right now.
I know, it's crazy.
It didn't exist before.
And like I earlier on when Arnold and Shay were interviewing JR, like I completely agree. They're, as creatives, we also have this thing of like, the pressure of like, oh my gosh, now I have like the free time to like write my short film, or like, write my feature, or like film something, or, and like, I agree with him. Like, it's okay to just chill and just, take it in. Like, where everybody's going through this pandemic, and you don't necessarily have to be like productive all the time. Like you have to take care of yourself, like
Hello, my name is
it's a
Kabir.
weird time, definitely, and we're all navigating through it in a different way. So if y'all see like people on Instagram, like, oh my god, going on hikes, doing this, and like fitness and
53
stuff, like,
minutes stop motion claymation feature film
yeah,
in
oh
their
my
living
gosh,
room.
yeah, good for them, but also go in your own pace. If you feel like that's not something you want to do, then don't feel bad about it. We're all dealing with this in our own way. And like, in fact, like my neighbor, thankfully he's not doing it today, but he's handling this pandemic, channeling handy manny. So every time I have like a Zoom meeting, I'm like, close the windows.
Oh my gosh. Can we sidebar into that really quick? I think it's like because we're all I'm privileged enough to be able to like live in an apartment complex, have a roof over my head, and like it's just so funny, the little idiosyncrasies. Like I got to know my neighbors very well through these walls
Yeah.
in these last few weeks. Can I ask you, like as an actor, as a movement artist, as just like an all around like awesome producer, what have you been like? Have you been channeling your creativity in any way? Have you like done a puzzle or a feature film in your living room, one woman show?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I as a creative, it's hard not to do something not creative. I've actually restarted doing embroidery. I know it sounds like everybody's like, oh my god, embroidery, and I'm like, here like, embroidery. No, like honestly, it helps my my brain stimulates and like hand coordinate or whatever. But I don't know, it's just I used to embroider a lot when I lived in the Philippines, and because we were taught in the Philippines on how to embroider. And yeah, I've picked up that hobby again, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that has picked up a hobby. So if you guys picked up a new hobby, or rekindling an old hobby, comment below, like comment anywhere. Yeah.
I definitely want to figure out who our next guest, what our next guest has been doing during this time. Y'all, I'm so excited. We're gonna play a short video, let you know what's coming up, and then we will welcome Aki from PwC.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Kabir Tego, and I am FilAm Creative's Director of Content for this year. I would just like to thank all of you for coming out and joining us in support of Strength and Community. In these difficult times, it's great for all of us to come together in support of one another and of our community. If you would like to donate to Filipino Workers Center COVID-19 Relief Fund, you can do so through our Eventbrite page.
I think this is a much better
section.
background and setup.
Any amount that you are able to give at this time is very helpful and is greatly appreciated. For this event, I was tasked with creating the content that you've seen on FilAm Creative's social media accounts to advertise, including the logo design for this year's Strength and Community. If you liked what you saw, I do freelance graphic design and video editing. I noticed that a lot of people are starting to do small businesses out of their homes during quarantine, so I have been honored to help some people create their logos for these small businesses, and I would love to do the same for you and for the rest of our community. I also make stickers during this quarantine and I sell them. My stickers are inspired by anime, video games, other pop culture, and of course, Filipino culture, like this cute Halo Halo sticker. If you would like to order some, it's a cute thing to buy during quarantine. You can find me through my Instagram. Thank you again so much for coming out to our live stream event for Strength and Community and donating to a great cause if you're able to. Thank you so much. Stay healthy. Have a great day.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We are in the presence of greatness. I'm just such a fan of you, Aki. Welcome to Strength in Community.
Oh, thank you, Ronnie.
For those who don't know, please take notes. Aki is the executive director, founder, head honcho over at PWC, the Filipino Workers Center, where all the proceeds of this stream is going towards. Aki, thank you so much for joining us. Let me just say, I've touched base with your team. They let us know about the amazing program that you guys are running with the care boxes and the hot meals specifically. That caught my attention. We were, speaking of food, that just caught my attention. So can you tell us a little bit about PWC and what you guys are doing in this time?
Yeah. Well, for PWC, we're an organization, we're a community nonprofit organization that is really trying to help build the leadership and support leadership within our community, especially those who are sometimes the most have the least access to actually engaging in issues. And a lot of times, those who are very impacted are most impacted. So with a lot of domestic workers who are mothers, fathers, and come from all different kinds of backgrounds, now doing really important work in this country. This pandemic, first of all, so we have regular programs of leadership, advocacy, and also addressing very urgent, specific needs that people have, like housing, like wage theft, like immigration, things like that. But in this pandemic, it just hit. And we saw so much need, even instantly. The impacts were, we just heard right away that we had so many folks who are cut off from access to food, to getting groceries. So a lot of our caregivers, workers are actually older. And because they've worked in really harsh conditions, a lot of them working as live-in, they're also dealing with their own chronic illnesses as well, so this is a very, very vulnerable population. And then they're with a very vulnerable population of seniors too. And then we have the historic Filipino town community. And a lot of people lost jobs instantly. And because we have a lot of immigrants in our community, not all of them could actually access unemployment insurance. And a lot of people just also didn't know how to navigate that, even if they were impacted. And then on the other hand, we have other folks who were still working as essential workers because they couldn't just leave, that the care was still needed. So people continued to work, but without a lot of guidance, without protective personal gear, and, so it was really, and having to ride the buses and living still in really crowded conditions. So if they're exposed, they really have no place to quarantine, to safely shelter themselves, because a lot of times they're living with a lot of other kababayan, in these small, either in houses that are boarding houses or in small apartments. So we've been doing a lot of things. First of all, we have the care boxes, which was the first thing that we launched. And that was food. We need food, right? That's basic to Filipinos. And suddenly, right, even though it wasn't a real shortage, suddenly you couldn't get rice, right? That was one thing that happened.
The grocery stores.
And then there were
all out.
There was hoarding that happened, and then so many people were left they didn't have sacks of storage of rice in their houses, so they were left without that. So we did these care boxes because also there was some other relief, other places people could go for food, but not food that's actually really culturally, matching with our community. We got to have our rice. We got to have, so we wanted to do boxes and so that people could have groceries and supplies. And we did team up with Island Pacific too. So they donated 150 boxes. We're able to get resources together for another 150 boxes immediately. And we've done over, think over 400 boxes now, and we're about ready to do another round. Yeah. And then we
That's
have
so great.
and we have some amazing volunteers that then like delivered the boxes, you know, so it was this great mutual aid community effort. For those who couldn't drive, we had an amazing group of volunteers that said, yes, we'll follow all the procedures to clean everything, make sure that it's, you know, all healthy and sanitary, and deliver them with contactless deliveries. So there's that, and then there's hot meals. We have some amazing partners in the community who are restaurants, you know, and especially at the beginning, you know, they just wanted to help, you know, so from Hi-Fi Kitchen.
Arnold was on earlier, so.
Oh, nice. And so we actually have, so we started doing it on a weekly basis, and then we've delivered over 900 care meals so far.
Oh,
yeah.
And I was able to talk to Ian from your team, and he was saying that there was as much as you guys are trying, you mentioned that there's a lot of, 65 older people, a very vulnerable population. You said that you're also prioritizing them as far as these like hot meals go.
Yes, absolutely. Because they're just so limited in terms of the transportation, if they had to expose themselves by using public transportation, and, you know, the difficulty of actually getting groceries and getting meals, you know, actually transporting those things. So we really we have prioritized seniors as well. And it's hard if you have little kids too, single parents.
Oh, that's a good one too. What's so what can you give us like a sample of what is like some of the stuff we can like find in the boxes? I know some of my favorites are like that corned beef that comes in the can. But you have
we have corned beef, yes, with the key. We had most of them had like sacks of rice, also had noodles for either spaghetti or usually spaghetti, or there's other types of rice noodles, you know, as well as so corned beef. What else is there? I don't think there was Spam, but
Spam is a hot commodity.
Corned beef.
Yeah, it is.
And we also put in other things like a little bit of sweet stuff that keeps us happy in this time, as well as we also packed in there some gloves and some, PPEs, masks, things like that. So we're just trying to be a center. There's the anti-sewing group actually donated a bunch of masks that they sewed to us. So we've been distributing those out. And then we've been able to also distribute like masks, especially for caregivers, like KN95 masks, as well as hand sanitizer, gloves, face shields, gowns, things like that, things that they need to keep themselves safe. And then we're doing cash assistance as well. We've actually given out we've helped to distribute about $500,000 in cash assistance to our community. So both to immigrants and caregivers. So if there are people that are in need, especially those who don't qualify for other assistance, we have some funds for those who like don't have working permits. And then we also have for like any kind of domestic worker, from caregiver, nanny, housekeeper. So that's like $400 cash assistance per person. So we've been getting that out because that's also just really crucial at this time when people have such economic needs.
Yeah, definitely. And, which is why we would love to, help that cause, because you guys do so much for the community. And we know that it's not really the easiest to raise funds for it. So, to everyone that's listening on the stream right now, if, you would like to help out PWC, we have our Eventbrite. If you go on our Eventbrite, we have a link there. You can donate there through the ticket. So you just click the green button there that says ticket, and then you put however amount you want to donate. And it's honestly as simple as that. Like, you just do that and you've donated. And you've heard now where the funds are going to be going towards to. And definitely in the middle of a pandemic, this is something that's super helpful for everyone in our community. Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not something that's going to be over quick, right?
Yeah,
So there's going to
definitely.
be like ongoing needs, and there's this long lasting impact of people losing their jobs. You know, now certain protections around evictions are going to be lifted possibly soon. So, you know, so there could be a real crisis around evictions also. And there are so many in our community that are vulnerable to that. So it's also just, you know, so it's like getting out these resources, but how we're actually creating a space to like bring these resources together. So whether it's around testing or emergency sheltering, housing, or around eviction assistance, or you know, the cash assistance, all of that. What we're trying to do is help to be a space where you can, like, people can come together, both if they have needs, but if they also want to contribute, right? So that it actually, everyone will have needs in this time, and everyone will has something to contribute, either by volunteering or donating. And so that's the kind of community effort that we just need, so that we can continue to care for our community and make sure that people don't like fall through the cracks.
Definitely.
I love the idea. Like, not only, yeah, we would love for you guys to donate money and put that food, those hygiene products, that PPE in those boxes. But, you know, we get it. Like, sometimes you can't, but if you have time, I mean, Aki, they can volunteer with PwC. You guys are still taking volunteers?
Yeah, and we're going to be doing another round of deliveries and stuff. So we'll have days, and we can coordinate with your availability. If you have a car and you're able to, you know, and you live in different areas, you know, that would be amazing. That's like a huge amount of help also.
Can you let us know how, if they can, if you are actually watching this and you do need care boxes, or you know someone who could use one, or hot meals, like what's the application process like?
Yeah, well, so we have some buttons on our website. If you just go to pwcsc.org.
I'm putting them in the chat.
Yeah. So where you can actually click if you need something. So there's an intake, and it gives kind of a list of all of those different things that you can check. Or if you have some other need that's not listed there, you also have space to put that, and then we'll get back to you. So that's like the basic intake form that you can do online. There's also, if you want to volunteer, there's a button there as well. And then we'll reach out to you to coordinate what types of volunteer stuff that you can do. Even if you don't have a car, we also, like, of course, in this time, we're actually using a lot of text banking and phone banking just to reach out and touch bases with people in terms of how they're doing, and so that we can like figure out what the needs are. So some of that outreach, and also around the census and our voter empowerment too. We're doing a lot of texting and phone banking that people can volunteer as well. But if you just do the intake form or the volunteer form, then we'll follow up with you and really coordinate, you know, to try and assess what your needs are, trying to help you meet those needs. Or if you're able to volunteer in just whatever way possible, you know, we'll get back to you also. And you can call as well. You don't have to be on the internet too. Well, you can get it from a mobile phone, but you can also call us at 213-250-4353.
Awesome. I think I know what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna head down there and try to help you out, Aki. This is it's such a great thing, and I think one of the reasons I feel I'm creative is so like drawn to PwC as a. It's not only a physical place where you guys have helped us tremendously, like have events, throw gatherings, help educate the community, but you guys are just really awesome to work with as well. I'm sorry, I was like, everybody hold for motorcycle. Thank you. It's a really awesome community as well, because you guys are just like super accessible, and I like I said, you're honestly inspiration to me, Aki. You want Voices, just a quick plug for FilAm Creative Voices. It's on YouTube. Aki was on there as well, talking more about the PwC, and we're just, as FilAm Creative, I think we're definitely looking to you guys to see like what else we can do, how else we can help. You have anything else to add?
Yeah, like I think it is really a good point that, if you don't have the means to, donate monetary wise, and if you are, able-bodied, I think it is really good to, volunteer, because not everybody is lucky to be able-bodied and don't have like any other underlying condition. So, like honestly, we're super, super thankful for everything that you guys do, especially right now, because, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is all our first pandemic, so nobody really knows what's going on.
You guys weren't alive in 1912? That's weird.
Yeah. There's no rule book, there's no handbook. So, you guys are doing the best you can, and we appreciate that.
And one more shout out to PWC, that's pwcsc.org. Check out their website. They're on Facebook.
Very active on Facebook. We have a town hall next Monday at 2 p.m. if you want to join us, where we're going to go over some of the programs like more in depth also.
Well, then there you go. And when was that? You said next Sunday?
No, this next Monday. So this coming Monday, which is, what day is that? The 31st?
31st? Yeah.
31st at 2 p.m. Just, you can catch it on Facebook. It'll be streaming live.
Fantastic. Well, Aki, thank you so much. Again, I can't wait to, I'm really hoping that we are able to present you a fatty check at the end of this.
Yes.
So guys, if you are able to, please donate. Please get the community fed. Get everybody rising up together. So Aki Soriano Versosa. I have to say your whole name. So epic. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for all the support from FilAm Creative too. You guys are amazing.
Check out the website, guys. Donate. Thank you, Aki. All right, we'll be back with another guest. Me and Ia are going to stick around, so don't go nowhere. Arnold's not going to be back, so you can come back.
Oh, yes.
Thanks again, Aki.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's me, Arnold, again. Sorry, I just came out of nowhere. That was weird. So, speaking of fatty checks, I want to give you guys all an update on where we're at as far as donations. Thank you, first of all. And now that you know where it's going and how your money is going to be used, I will update you and let you know that we are up to $320 already. We've only been on for about an hour and a half. So, oh man, thank you so much, everybody, for donating. We're still doing this. We're still going. Thank you, Aki, for joining us and letting the people know what you and the good people at PWC are doing. 320. Oh, also, I should mention that we do have sort of like incentives to get you guys to donate a little bit more, maybe. So like a few of the things, like we have some stunts that we, like Director Rodney and I might pull if we reach a certain goal. But we also have some sponsors as well. We have Papo J, who is sponsoring this event. Vodka is delicious. Also, Kindness and Mischief Coffee in Highland Park is donating 2 jugs of lattes, and as well as 2 bags of coffee. So I'm gonna figure out how to select the people who get those. I think I'm gonna give it to the first four donors. For the jugs of latte, obviously we can't ship those, so you might have to be in the LA area for that. Once again, we are at $320. Thank you so much for donating. Once again, go to the Eventbrite page, which is in the link below, or go to FilAm Creative social media pages, where there is also a link to the Eventbrite page. Click on the green ticket button, purchase a ticket for any amount that you want, and then your donation will be counted, and then I'll update you guys later on that. So, all right, Ia and Ronnie, I don't know, where am I going? I don't know. All right, thank you guys. I'll see you guys again soon. I'll be back, unfortunately.
Sorry guys, I lied. Arnold was back. I'm gonna I bag on Arnold all the time, but I immensely appreciate him. He is talented and he is dependable, and I'll never say this to his face, but I like him a lot. So up next, Ia, this is oh man, speaking of emotions right here. You want to intro our next guest?
Our next guest, he is the wonderful one of our board of directors, Mr. M, as his, as his kids know him as, and he is again board of director of FilAm Creative. Everybody, let's welcome Ed Malilin.
Woo! I am obsessed with where am I clapping? Right here. Woo!
I know we're like woo.
Hello.
Ed,
Hello,
aka Mr.
hello.
M, aka Ed John, aka
I
board of
just-
director for FilAm Creative.
I was just watching you guys on my phone, and I think it's a few seconds behind. So I'm like, oh, I'm already on. How cool.
Nice.
The wonders of technology. How are you guys doing?
Oh man, I'm so inspired, Ed. We just talking to Aki, the executive director of PwC, who is getting all of the money, who's getting all of our money
Absolutely.
from this, all of the
Yes.
donations that we've raised, over $300 now, guys.
And thank you, everybody,
Already,
for that $320. That's fantastic. Yes. Yes.
We've only been on for about an hour and a half, and hopefully we keep going at this rate. Hopefully.
I know.
We wanted to have you on, Ed, today, not only because you are an awesome person and you are one of the board of directors for FilAm Creative, but we've went through some things in the past month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How
Yeah,
are you
yeah.
doing?
Well, if in case anybody didn't know, I actually am one of the people who got coronavirus, who got COVID, and that was not a lot of fun. I was diagnosed with it, and on the same day, I learned that I had double pneumonia. So that was quite an experience. So yeah, I'm happy to say that I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be in recovery, and I'm actually back at work. So that's kind of cool. I'm back working with my students, and happy to be doing that, and happy to be alive. But yeah, it was not a good experience, to say the least, and I'm sure that we can go into detail on that if you'd like. But that's why we're doing this event today, is to try and raise awareness for it and to raise money for it. And we want to thank everybody who's continuing to donate and who will continue to donate, we hope. So yeah.
So you're an educator by day and my mentor at by the weekend. But it's it's always like I want to make sure that you're comfortable like talking with like some of the okay, full disclosure, guys, I told Ed, I'm like, I want to know all the gross stuff. Like, I want to know all the gross stuff. But no, like we want to know, like this is super serious. Like
Sure.
you did not have a good time. This is not, this is not just a flu that somebody gets and then they get over. Like it's very real. And I know in your community, like we were all over here just like so concerned about you. Like I had I had auntie mode going and I just wanted to like send you soup and rice and like force feed you things. But yeah, like can you tell us a little bit like what it was like in the beginning?
Like the symptoms that like you were started feeling and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. To give you some background, I am one of the people who is following the directive of our governor, our mayor. I'm trying to be a good citizen, and I stay home and I wear my mask on the rare occasion that I do go out. And so I guess you could consider me one of the fluke people who caught it, because I have stayed home for the most part. I'm a teacher by day, my 9-to-5 job. And so, obviously we've been teaching from home. So I haven't been going out a lot, but I was someone who, I had to go out and run errands. I had to go get groceries. Sometimes I fall victim to having to go get some Indian food for takeout for dinner. But so, I caught it on a Friday, I believe, because that was the only day I'd gone out. And, the first symptoms that came were just, I started to get a little breathy. I started to have a little difficulty breathing. I am asthmatic. So, and people who have mild asthma like I do, you'll have your inhaler and you might use it once a year, maybe. Or you might use it frequently when the flu season comes up. It just depends. I have low level asthma at this point. I'm grateful for that. But I was using it a lot. I noticed that. And then, I started to Google things like, what are symptoms? And one of the things that I noticed was the loss of taste. And, as I just mentioned, I like to eat Indian food, and Indian food is very flavorful. And I was noticing that all this great food I was eating, I was starting to, I was like, you start playing tricks with yourself, and you're thinking, can I really taste this? This doesn't taste as normal as I normally feel it. So that started to kick in, and then the fatigue. The fatigue was really the thing that started to trigger it. I distinctly remember I was talking with one of my cousins, and it's a cousin who, he and I are very close, and we end up talking long into the night about, life. And I remember thinking that I was really starting to feel bad, and I just conked out, and then I got a fever, and I had a fever for about 4 or 5 days, and that's when I decided that I needed to go get, I needed to go get my test. So I did that at the forum. I went to the forum, and I drove through to do my test, and unfortunately they weren't very fast. They didn't give me the results until 3 weeks later, and I had this fever.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
3 weeks.
yeah, it took 3 weeks, and I had this. The fever persisted. My fever probably lasted about, I want to say like 10, 11 days. And so finally, I just, I checked myself to ER. I drove, I'm fortunate that I live only about 1.5 miles from the hospital. So I drove myself to ER. That was not fun. And, I do want to give a shout out to all the great nurses and doctors and people at the hospital, because they were so good to me. We took a lot of tests, we took x-rays, and we were waiting for the COVID test. And the very, very nice nurse, she's Filipino, she says, "Oh, well, we're waiting on the COVID test, but you have pneumonia. Oh, you have it in both lungs." And we had about a moment where she theorized that, well, maybe that's what's causing this. So maybe fortunately you don't have COVID. Maybe you just have the double pneumonia. And so, like half an hour later, the doctor called, and they were like, "Yeah, this guy's got the COVID too." So, at that point, I said very nicely to them, I was like, "Oh, so I guess this means you're going to check me in. I'm going to stay in the hospital." And they said very, very nicely, they were like, "No, we're going to give you some medicine. We think that you're going to be okay." And they gave very, very clear steps as to, how to take care of myself. But, and I do want to, I can't emphasize that enough, that they were so professional. They were so compassionate. They had a lot of empathy. But, when you've just been told that you have COVID and you have pneumonia, and then they're telling you you're going to go home, like, the only thing that's really hanging in your head at this point is, "Oh, I'm going home." And, I'll give a little background on myself. I live alone. So, I don't have a roommate or anything like that. So, that kind of made it a little more challenging. So when I went home, that probably began the worst part, which, it lasted about 2 weeks. And I mean, it was, I know Ronnie's been joking with me. She wants to hear details. I mean, the most gruesome details that I can really go into are just the fatigue. Like, I think I said it on my Facebook update to friends, but like, I'll say it here too. You're not hungry. You get up, you have to eat. And like, I would wake up, I would go to the kitchen, and I was already tired from just walking to the kitchen. And, I live in an apartment. It's not like a small apartment, but, it's an apartment. And so it's probably about 10 steps, 20 steps to my kitchen, and I'm already tired. And I'm peeling an orange, and I was exhausted when I peeled the orange. So like, I went through about a 4 or 5 day period where I just couldn't, I couldn't really eat. I couldn't I'm so happy that I can lift a mug of coffee right now and drink it, just drinking water, and of course, you've got all these friends and family and professionals, medical professionals who are saying, you got to drink water, you got to take this medicine, monitor your temperature. And, so your mind is just a complete cluster because you're fatigued, you just want to sleep, but, you're sleeping and you're like lying in sweat because your fever is like 101. So like, you feel gross. And, and again, like, I think a lot of people have different experiences with COVID. So again, like, I'm sure these are not definitive experiences. Maybe they differ slightly from others. I can only speak for myself, but like, you go about 11 days and you've got a temperature of about 100, 101, sometimes it creep to 102, and then you take, the Tylenol. I want to give a shout out to the Tylenol. I mean, oh my gosh, it would it got to the point where I would dread taking the Tylenol, because when the fever started to break, I would take the Tylenol, and it was just, just imagine going on a hike, you're running up a mountain and you're just dripping in sweat. Like what I just described to you would probably be easier than what I was just like. I would take the Tylenol, the fever would break, you're just dripping in sweat for like an hour. And like, you want to go to sleep, but then you can't really go to sleep because you're like lying in this puddle of, it's just horrible. I went through about 30 towels and God knows how many shirts in this short span of time. So, it was just, it was a gross experience. And, I can't say enough that, the chores, I don't know really how to say that, but the tasks you have to do, your doctor, and I have a good doctor, and he would check in with me. I know this is a shock, but as a Filipino, I have a lot of nurses in my family. I know that's a big shock. And, so I would, you'd get all this medical advice, you would get all these calls. And so people want, they're like, well, you need to monitor your temperature. So like, I'm like sick as can be. And I've got a spiral notebook, and I'm sitting here like, okay, here's the temperature. Here's the time I took the temperature. I have to compare you're like taking notes. And, like I said, I live alone. And so, I wish obviously if I had a room, maybe not a room, if I had a partner, I would be able to like have a little help with this. But, so basically you have to, you're having to cook for yourself. You're having to whatever for yourself. I do want to give a shout out to one of my best friends, my cousin Shauna, who was just wonderful. And she would, she's the mother of my goddaughter, and she would bring me food. And, it was, it was, if it wasn't for her and if it wasn't for my parents just checking on me constantly, and of course all the friends, like I wouldn't have been able to get through it. But, it's just it was a very difficult experience. And like I said, the fever lasted about 11 days. The symptoms for me lasted about 3 weeks. And then I'm on the tail end of the recovery of it. I always tell people that I'm pretty much fully functional. There's still a few oddity type things that I endure. And sometimes people will call you and they'll just say, hey, how's that COVID? I read this article in this place this one time.
No.
And they were saying that, people who get COVID, they may never recover. They're like damaged for life.
Oh no.
And you hear this. Yeah, you hear this stuff, and they mean well. They're just trying to offer encouragement or whatever. You're like, well, I guess I'm just damaged for life. I don't know. But it's such a it's still in the early stages. Because of the news and the way the media is, a lot of people will ask, hey, did you get this test after you recovered? And so, like a lot of my conversations with my doctor are just things like, do I need to do this? Do I need to do this test? And, even the doctors, that they have differing opinions, well, these tests are inconclusive. This test, yeah, you should do this. So, it's frustrating on that end because, you'll, and again, like I have a great doctor, so I have nothing negative to say about my doctor or any of the medical profession I work with, but, you ask them things and, if you have a broken foot or you tear something, usually medical people will give very definitive things like you need to do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating when you're talking to medical experts about COVID because they're not as, they don't have that definitive, that confidence. Yeah. They say, they don't say, well, this is what you do. Instead, it's, well, I was reading somewhere, or I was talking with my doctor friend, and they said, and you kind of think to yourself, well, shouldn't you know more? But then you realize, well, that we don't have a vaccine for this, so this is why it is what it is. So, so it was definitely a challenge to go.
Yeah, definitely. Because, unfortunately, it is like a novel virus,
Mm-hmm.
So we don't really know a lot about it, which is why, everybody should be taking the necessary precautions too, of like, wearing a mask, social distancing.
Absolutely.
It's hard, but like you just got to do it,
I couldn't agree more. I go to work, or I don't go to work, but I log in at work.
Yeah, you
and
virtually, yeah.
and I'll see people not wearing masks, or I'll go to the grocery store, and every now and then you'll see some people outside the grocery store, like, I'm not going in here, I don't want to wear it. And it's like, I don't want to get too political, but I can't understand that. I just don't, which probably shows where I'm leaning politically. But it's just so frustrating that that people can't do something like that. Just wear a mask. Because again, like I said at the top of our interview, I am the person who did stay home and who was listening, but I know I caught it on a fluke, and I've traced back how I could have gotten. I have like 2 or 3 theories on how I got it. Even as the doctors say, no matter how sure you are, no matter how much you try your best to stay home, you just don't know. Anybody could catch it, and that's what's so scary about the whole experience. I have relatives in the Philippines who've caught it. One is a doctor, and then, as you know, like my uncle in New York, he passed away because he was a doctor, and New York was a big epicenter for it for a while. And so this is definitely something that has affected not just our community but everybody. And so we need to be more responsible about it. That's why I'm so happy to be a part of this production, because obviously we're trying to raise money, and we're trying to help those. I know that Arnold's going to give us an update at some point on how we're doing, and hopefully that number will keep going up, because we got to help the people who are there. We got to help the frontliners. We got to help them. I know that our producer Rodney was also recently in the hospital for other things, but and I'm sure he'll concur too. The people in the hospital are working double, triple, quadruple hard, and they're doing a fantastic job. And they need help. The frontliners need help, and that's why we're here today, to help those people, to help others.
Ed, thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
It's so personal and so inspirational. And you know what, everybody, just, if you can't donate your time, help us donate some money. If you can't do that, just take this to heart. Ed, we celebrate you every day. Thank you for being the wonderful human you are. And thank you for coming on to Strength and Community.
Of course. Thank you so much. And thank you for putting together this great event today. I know it's going to continue to be awesome.
Thanks, Ed. I'm going to send you a big bowl of something to force feed yourself and my auntie urges. Thanks, Ed.
All right. You take care, guys.
All right. So that was Ed Malilan. He is one of the board of directors for FilAm Creative, COVID-19 survivor. Just I joke around a lot, but it's because inside I was like panicking. Like I was so worried about him. Me and Ed talk on like a daily basis almost. It's usually me freaking out to him about something that's going on. So before we bring out before we get to an exciting bring our next guest, I just want to also thank everyone who's donated so far. Thank you. Everyone who's streaming, everyone who's in the chat, thank you. And then to our sponsor, it is 11:54, but we can't wait. Papo J's Lambinag Vodka.
Wow. It's, distilled 100% from coconut nectar in the islands of the Philippines.
Yes, that's where you're from. Yeah, that's where I'm from. It's really good, guys. Like I made
I know
a
it is.
cocktail. Yeah, we know it. It's pretty good. I made a cocktail last year. It was vodka pineapple, and in honor of our BOD, we called it the vodka pineapple. So literally, like you can drink it straight up. You can mix it with something. You can put in orange juice and call it breakfast or lunch. But thank you so much, Papa J's. You're a great supporter to FilAm Creative and keeping us strong in this community.
Yeah, definitely drink responsibly. Drink if you're 21 and over. Y'all know. Y'all know the deal.
All right, guys. So we are heading into our next segment. We got some more faces on the screen. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Am I on? And this is Tony's on. I'm on. Thanks for having us. This is Alvin Katakutan representing FilAm Arts Los Angeles. Gitonji told me to contact you guys when you're getting this organized, and I'm here. And we're shooting from Pamanakali, my studio here, because it's the best internet we've got. And this is our most active participation with FilAm Arts is through the martial arts and through dance. I'd like to introduce Tony Passion. Say hi, Tony. You can turn on your mic.
Hi, everybody. How's it
Hi,
going?
Tony.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for being a shining example of PPE.
Yes, girl.
Yes. And we have Glenn Fernandez joining us right now. Hello, Glenn.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Glenn is a singer and an actor, and most importantly, an ER doctor. So thanks for joining us too, Glenn. I'm glad to see all of the faces of the community here and just representing. So thanks, guys. Awesome. So let's see here. All right, so give us just 1 second and we will get to the next portion here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Awesome. We are going to chat with Glenn first. We got like a little sneak peek of what's to come. So stick around for FilAm Arts LA. They got some great stuff happening. I love Tony's PPE. It's so cute. Okay, so Glenn, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You have a lot of stuff under your belt.
I know.
Yeah, I'm a busy bee lately.
Yes. And we saw that recently, Netflix just put out a new season of Lucifer. So congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a new season out of Lucifer. I'm in one of the episodes, and our scene with the leads, it features a specifically Filipino character, and we speak Tagalog a little bit. So it was very nice to be a part of that.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. I always freak out when I hear Tagalog on TV.
Yeah, because it's so rare.
Yes,
it's rare.
It's very rare, and also, so you're a singer. Can you tell us about your Hamilton COVID song?
Yeah. Ooh. So I have a video that's going viral recently. It's me singing the song "You'll Be Back" from Hamilton, but the lyrics are changed to be medical and about COVID-19 and about PPE, and people are sharing it all over the internet. I've been doing some interviews for that also, but it's really funny, especially if you have some medical knowledge. Some of the lyrics get really specific, but basically the point of the video is to kind of vent sort of the frustration a lot of medical people have about how we take care of patients all day in the ER. A lot of them have respiratory illness, COVID, things like that. And then we go out into the real world and people are not following proper precautions, or they're talking about conspiracy theories. So it was nice to kind of vent my frustration through song.
Yeah.
Yes, we will link it down in our chat below. We just got off of our chat with Ed, who was still in recovery from COVID, and he gave a shout out to all of you guys as ER doctors. And can you tell us a little bit about like what's it like being like, especially in this time, what's it like being an actor and an ER doc?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're both very different, but similar in a way, because a lot of things are on hold for COVID. So a lot of people's attention is on our health, of course. So there's not a lot of acting going on right now. Auditions are starting up a little bit, but Hollywood is largely closed. So is Broadway until 2021. So I'm spending a lot of time doctoring in the emergency room and in the ER. You know, I work at several hospitals throughout Los Angeles area, and it depends on the day. It depends on the area. So some days it will be fine and manageable. And then some days you'll get this influx of patients who are either confirmed COVID and are coming back for severe respiratory issues, or people that are coming in with very COVID-like symptoms that are not so sick, and some that are dying, and then some that have to come into the hospital. It's a real mixed bag, but the disease is real. I just want people to know that. People's lungs are filling with fluid. Some people are getting better, some people are getting very sick, and some people are dying. And it is helpful. We do appreciate it when people try to limit their activity, social distance, and use masks, wash their hands. We do appreciate that.
It's one of those things where like you don't think you should say it, but you look outside and there's so many instances where you're like, yeah, I think we need to say this again.
That's real.
Very,
I know,
real.
right?
Definitely.
Well, yes, I agree. Yeah, let's say it over and over again. It's real. It's real. But also, if you have any questions, if you're one of those people that has a lot of questions, which is fine, feel free to ask your doctor. Feel free to ask your primary care doctor. Feel free to ask if you have someone you know that's a friend or relative that's an ICU nurse, ER doctor, ER nurse, or primary care doctor, or anyone in the medical field. Go ahead and ask them, because even though there's a lot of crazy things being said right now, there is medical consensus. And statistically, you will get a medical professional who agrees with the medical consensus, which says that the virus is real and that we can take precautions like masks, washing hands, social distancing, and limiting unnecessary travel to help decrease this until we get more therapeutic options or vaccine.
Yeah.
I think that as far as so you still have to go to work every single day. You're still putting yourself like in harm's way, or
well, so I do go to work still. I don't work every single day of the month, that's for sure. But yeah, it's a risk. But the thing is, with anyone who's trained in the emergency room, or really anyone who's trained in the medical field as a doctor, they know that even when there's not a pandemic, you go to work with a certain amount of risk. But yes, there is, sometimes I do get worried for myself after, for example, I've had to intubate a patient who is COVID positive or has symptoms that are obviously some kind of respiratory infectious disease.
Glenn, I'm just going to ask you just pause one quick second, and I want everyone to hear that again. We are live right now. We're very live right now, so I want to make sure that the stream can hear you, and especially I'm very fascinated about medical stories because it's just it gets so real. Let's see. So just one moment.
No problem.
Thanks everyone for sticking around. Like I said, we're all in. This is an interesting time, right? Like,
yeah,
we're all trying to navigate it together, and it's like I was just telling Ia, it's like I never thought Zoom fatigue would be a thing. Like, I'm so tired of just sitting in front of the computer and talking to glass, but then at the same time, I'm just like, I don't want to get up and do anything. All right, give me.
Yeah. There's that struggle of like, wanting to go back and like meeting with everybody face to face, but then there's also that thing of like, well, now I'm kind of used to just being here. But I mean, yeah.
So
I saw this thing on I think on Twitter or something where they were like, okay, well now that since we've been, quarantining, it's you know, they said that now is the time where people really realize that the meeting that you want to do face to face, you can literally just send an email. Do that.
it's so real. Like I just started working in an office, so I'm getting that too. But I also have lots of friends and family who are still working, who are working in hospitals too now, just like you, Glenn. So I'm just like, yes, you guys don't have that luxury, and I thank you so much for all your work. So just give us one moment, and we're just gonna get everything back sorted in. And because like I said, we need the people to hear your story, Glenn.
Yeah, definitely. We're trying our best to get our tech situated. As you know, in live streams, things happen. And what we're doing is we're just gonna roll with it,
Totally understand.
Awesome. Thanks, Glenn. All right. And everyone can see us, okay? Oh, maybe not. Thanks to the top of my head. Nope. And just a little bit of me.
Yeah. So again, if you guys really want to donate, our Eventbrite link should be in either the description here on Twitch, or it's pinned on our Facebook. And you can also check it out on YouTube. And it's super easy. Again, you just go on our Eventbrite, you click the green button that says ticket, you write the amount you want to donate. That's it.
Awesome. So I think we are back on just a little bit, Glenn. I think we can hear you now. If we can just get everyone to. All right, let's just. All right. So hopefully we can all hear Glenn, but Glenn, please reiterate your. We're back on. Can you reiterate that story you were just telling us about your patient?
Well, I see a lot of different patients. It runs the gamut from mild flu-like symptoms, but then I also get patients in the emergency room that are having moderate, severe symptoms. That includes things like not being able to breathe, not being able to walk a distance without feeling short of breath, cough, fever, things like that. In addition to that, I have patients that are literally at death's door or have died from lung issues. So some of these patients are confirmed COVID patients because I also have to sometimes cover the ICU if someone is not able to breathe or is having some emergency, especially at nighttime. We have patients there that are confirmed COVID patients who are very, very sick and are at risk of dying. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. It's like we, as FilAm Creative, we are out for the creative community. We're talking about, staying sane, but let's also not forget that, just like you, Glenn, like you're acting, you're in shows, but you also see this like reality kind of unfolding in front of you. And as much as we appreciate really talented vocal pipes as yours, it's like, we also should know that the people who are entertaining us sometimes have to have day jobs. Sometimes that they have to have main jobs. So I'm really thankful to hear your side of the story too. Do you have anything away from work that you're working on? Maybe something to put you in your happy place creatively?
Oh yeah. Oh, right now. Yeah, sure. The creative side. I mean, I'm doing some press for the Lucifer episode that just went out. I'm actually still think I'm doing a last round of interviews for that Hamilton. I think I've got one more interview for that, the Hamilton video. And actually I've got auditions starting recently, just in the past week. So things are slowly starting to happen again. But the future is a little bit uncertain because the future of this virus is uncertain. We're not sure how well it's going to be controlled. But what's nice is that, like, for example, the Hamilton project, the You'll Be Back in the ER music video, that was something I just made here in my house during quarantine, and it's still reaching a lot of people. So The nice thing about creativity is that we all started doing it just in our homes when we were babies, so we can continue doing that. And then who knows what's going to be happening in the future. I'm still working on my singing and my acting skills. So this is a virus. It will pass eventually, one way or another. Sometimes sooner, sometimes later, depending on how we deal with it. But there is still, it will pass.
Well, thank you again, Glenn. I know it's been a rocky time. It's been an interesting experience, but I am so thankful to have be able to meet you and hear your story. And it's so funny that you had like the Hamilton clip, because it's like that's one of the things that it's in our psyche right now.
Yes, definitely.
Here in quarantine. So just want to say thank you. Do you want to plug like any social media or
your social medias, websites,
where we can find you? I put the link to your video in the chat, but I'll do it again because everyone needs to know.
I feel like I should promote the new season of Lucifer. So the new season of Lucifer is out on Netflix. It's pretty entertaining, and what I loved about that show was that the whole team was super nice. The actors, the director, the writer, very, very good, nice people. So I'd love for you guys to support that show.
Thank you so much, Glenn. All right, thank you so much for joining us. You hopefully we'll do another. We can do another stream, and you'll be back.
Sure.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. Sample. We didn't talk about you singing today, so I really was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I think I need to say. I think we're gonna need to have him sing next time he comes on. So when you're not out saving lives, check out Glenn in Lucifer on your Netflix. Check him out online. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks you guys.
Bye, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am getting more and more inspired, like as we go, guys.
No, I know. Yeah. Like really hearing everybody's, stories and what they're doing, in their own way. It's, I'm getting like hyped up too. Like, let's go, let's do this. Even though you're just like, whoa, what are we doing?
I mean, I think our next hosts for this next segment and our next guest is if you haven't been inspired by me and Ia talking shop this whole time, like I said, we got a little taste of FilAm Arts LA with their guests, Alvin from FilAm Arts LA and with Tony Hatchon. They're in the studio right now. We're about to get up and do something, aren't we, guys? We're about to get active. Like this has been an interesting morning, but it's noon now. It's Saturday. If you're in Los Angeles area, it is sunny out. Don your PPE, but first get on the stream. You're about to see some awesome stuff. So I think. So thank you again. We're gonna go over to Tony now. You guys, thanks again for doing this with us.
Hi everybody. Thanks for doing this. So we just wanted to share with you some information as well on what FilAm Arts is up to. Okay, so we are getting ready for the big show, which is the FPAC. It's happening. When is it happening? Oh my gosh, it's happening in October. We just had a builders meeting and broke out into all of our committees, the fundraising committee, the marketing committee, the vendors committees, and the programming committees. And we've got some really huge ideas for this October's FPAC. And so keep us in mind in the months coming up. You're going to be hearing from us. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing all of you from FilAm Creative participating in our big event. I'm going to introduce to you Tony Passion. She is here with us at Pamana Kali at my martial arts studio here because we've got the best internet between us. Things tend to drop out in our homes because of all the kids going to school. And, it's really interesting how Wi-Fi has become an essential service for everybody. Earlier we had a guest talking about Zoom fatigue. sitting down, looking at screens all day with the blue light in our eyes. And we have Tony here. She's going to offer us some advice and some movements and some practices to help us with all of that. Tony.
All right. Hi, everybody. What we're going to do first is we're just going to ground a bit using our breath. Okay. This one we can do at any time of the day. I would very much suggest it when we wake up, just to instill that gratitude for breathing. I understand it that when we feel good in breathing, we'll be all right. You know, there's not going to be very much that can knock us down, you know, so we'll just go on and do that. So let's see, wherever we're at right now, whether you are standing or seated, I'd like for you to, and I invite you to just very much be in touch with your feet on the floor. I'm actually going to stand here, okay? So for the ones that are standing, we'll do it together, okay? I'm also a mover. I'm not very much a sitter, so this is very helpful for me too. And it's a blessing to share with y'all, so thank you very much. So I invite you to stand if you are able, okay? Or sit down wherever you are at. From here, let's ground our feet to the ground, centering our weight in the centers of the feet. So in between the heel and the ball of the foot. From here, I also invite you to just be mindful of whether we're positioning our weight more in the centers of the feet, the outsides, or if we're right in the middle. Our feet are holding us up all day, so we want to start from the ground up, okay? We want to just be mindful and aware of our connection to the ground, okay? And then from here, we're going to make our way up. From here, let's go on and tilt our pelvis a little bit forward so the tailbone is connected to the ground. Okay, this is also engaging the navel to help out with the lower back, and so our weight is balanced. Okay, and then from here, let's raise our shoulders up. Inhale, raise them up completely, and then exhale, completely let them go. Big breath, don't be shy either. We're very much intentionally oxygenating our bodies and our cells, okay? So give permission for each of your cells to just relax, just very much be present. Let's do that 2 more times. Let's inhale, raise the shoulders up, up, up. Exhale, completely let them go. We'll do 1 more time. Inhale, up, up, up. And exhale, long exhales too. Okay, from here, let's raise the shoulders up. Exhale, roll them back. So we're working our range of motion in the shoulders. Inhale, up. Exhale, roll them back. Take your time, just articulating that range of motion. Inhale, up. Exhale, roll them back. 1 more. Inhale, up. And exhale, roll them back. Okay, and then from here, we're going to have our fingers at the base of the head, at the top of the neck. Okay, so we're just going to lightly lift our head up, lengthen the back of the neck, the cervical spine. And then from here, let's envision that there is a thread that's from the crown of the head, just raising our body up. So we're lifted. Okay? All of that all together, all the mechanics of breathing, right? Fully into our bodies. Okay, and from here, we'll go into triangle breathing. So we will inhale through the nose for 4 counts. Hold for 4, and then exhale through the mouth for 4. And as we inhale, let's expand the rib cage to the side, forward and back, okay? As we do this too, I invite you, if you'd like, you can close your eyes and envision a space that is behind your heart, okay? So a space that is behind your heart is attributed to self-love and self-care, which is another thing that I want to remind us all of in the internet world. Self-care yourself, okay? So let's tune into our own hearts here. You can put your hand on your heart if you'd like. I also put my hand on my gut here, okay? My intuition right here. And then from here, we'll go on and do our triangle breathing all together, okay? Relax your forehead, relax your eyes, the space in between the eyebrows. Let go of your thoughts. And from here, let's go on and inhale through the nose for 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale through the mouth. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. And take that moment for yourself. When you're ready, you can open up your eyes. Great, thank you everybody. So that's one tool that we can use at any time of the day. It's very much helpful for me. I practice it every day when I find, and especially all the time really, but I do practice it and I'm mindful of activating it when I find a lot of thoughts happening in my head, okay? Or if I'm not very much feeling myself emotionally, or where's my energy at, or something like that. It means that I've got a lot of things going on up here and I've got to let that go. And meditation and breathing is really just like a muscle. So the more that you do it, it'll just get smoother and smoother, okay? So that's a tool that we use for that. And then from here, I'm gonna go on and bring Elijah, okay, who's also an instructor here at the studio. This is Elijah Relonco, and he will go on and do our 12 strikes. So this is teaching here. So if you are at home and you're still standing, I invite you to go on and get a stick if you have one, or if not, you don't have to. You can just use your hand, okay? And then Elijah, if you want to go on and teach, okay, the 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, everybody. Okay. Hi. So, we're going to take a step forward. Strikes 1 and 2 are just this tag switch right here. So, strike 1 and strike 2. Then we go on to strikes 3 and 4. We're going to take a step back. Sorry, take a step forward. Take a step back. 3 and 4 are to the waist. So 3 and 4. After 4, we're going to step forward, thrust forward on 5. Then on 6, we're going to bring it up to our other shoulder here. Thrust forward. Take a step back on 7 and thrust forward. So let's just try out 1 through 7. Yeah. So step forward. 1, 2, step back, 3, 4, step forward, thrust 5, 6, and step back, 7. Strike 8 is a little bit complicated because it's 2 strikes. So we start here, 8A, then we bring it back, 8B. So one more time, 8A, 8B. Taking a step forward, we do 9 and 10. Just lightly tap the ground for 9. Same deal on 10 right here. So 9 and 10. Then on 11 and 12, you're just going to bring this up. So 11 is an uppercut. 12 is also an uppercut. So that strikes 1 through 12. Let's go all the way through that. Yeah, just nice and easy. Taking a step forward. 1, 2, step back. 3, 4, take a step forward. 5, 6, 7. 8A, 8B, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Great, thank you. So that is 1 through 12. So we're going to,
sit here.
Yes.
Here you go.
We're gonna do something together now. Okay, so from here, I'm gonna activate a song that was taught to me by another artist here in LA, Filipinx artist, as she identifies as sultry. And she had created a melody to go with the 12 strikes. It doesn't matter what form or what style, excuse me, or what lineage of strikes you do. It's just 1 through 12. They can be done side to side. It's really just a song and a phrase to bring people together. Also, I do want to emphasize again, activating the voice. that will just activate more of the parasympathetic nervous system. And that's also another tool that you can use to just let go of some of that stress from COVID and all these other things happening in the world. Just keep singing and controlling your breath in that sort of way. Okay, so from here, we're gonna activate our 1 through 12. So we have our movement going on, which is our ancestral movement, FilAm Creatives. Okay, so this is part of you, this is part of us culturally. Okay, so really, as you do it, I just wanna put out there to just be mindful that these movements didn't just come out of nowhere. These are old movements. And so just being mindful that these are traditions, okay? So coming with that consciousness, it's also a very healing practice. Okay, so we'll go on and do our 1 through 12, okay? And feel free to sing along as well. And then from here, let's go on and slow it down and just very much activate more of your twists and more, a bit more resistance with the negative space. This makes sense? Okay. Isa, dalawa, tatlo, apat, lima, anim, pito, walo, siyam, sampo, 11, 12, huminga. Other side. Huminga, that means breathe. Okay, so huminga, take that breath in as what we were doing earlier, and then switch to the other side. We'll do it again 2 more times. So we'll do from that side, switching to the other side. Okay? Okay, ready? Isa, dalawa, tatlo, apat, lima, anim, pito, walo, siyam, sampo, 11, 12, huminga. Isa, dalawa, tatlo, apat, lima, anim, pito, walo, siyam, sampo, 11, 12, huminga. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Elijah. Okay. And thank you, FilAm Creatives, for having us. How did that go? Did anyone get to get up and do that with us or from your seats? So if you don't have a stick with you, right, you can also just do empty-handed, okay? So something that they'll teach also in self-defense is very much using your elbow to the tip of the middle finger and the side of that. So if you have your arm up like this, right? Okay, this is my forearm right here. And this is the flat side of it, okay? And then if you turn it, now you have that sharp end. So you can still do that same thing, okay? Without a stick or without any other implement that you'll be using, okay? So we're resourceful like that. Great. All right, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope you have a good day. Yeah, thank you so much for all the work that everybody is doing and very much bringing awareness to the times of right now and for this opportunity to share tools, accessible tools with everybody as well. Sure. So that's, you know, if we can make peace with our breath, you know, there won't be too much that will deter us, right? So slow it down, make peace with ourselves, radical self-compassion and being gentle with ourselves too. And getting up and moving, okay? That's very important. Whether that even be just shaking out here and there, that's something, whatever gets our body moving, I very much encourage that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Tony. Just want to let everybody know that we'll be offering some of Tony's restorative flow classes for free to the public in order to help all of you who are finding themselves fatigued or not moving enough, just sort of slow, gentle movements that utilizes our martial arts and cultural practices of dance and breath work to help everybody. Also, Pamana Kali is also offering free classes very soon in September for the public, so that we can get everybody moving and participating in their cultural arts, as well as getting this sort of a spirit of kababayan alive. So everybody's working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's move it on. Did we lose Rodney here? Well, while we're on, since we're still on, I don't know if so. Right.
Thank you. Shake it out, shake it out.
Yeah, we lost the host. Yeah, I think you have it, Rodney. Yeah, you got the host, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who are still here and joining us. It's me, Arnold, again. That was beautiful. I mean, I didn't get up and participate, but just watching and listening to it, I felt very relaxed. I don't know. It was a different vibe. It felt very good. But here I am again. Once again, thank you to everyone who is joining us on either Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. Thank you for your donations. I don't have an updated number. Ronnie, can you send that to me, and I will let the people know what's up, or Ronnie. Yeah, we're gonna have some guests coming on shortly. I do want to update people on some numbers. We are here to sort of to collect donations for PwC, who is helping people in the immediate area of historic Filipino town, Los Angeles, and they also want to expand and help more people with their care packages and the hot foods that they are delivering to people with the help of local restaurants as well. So here's some numbers just in case. I don't know, I don't know if people are aware of the gravity of the situation with COVID-19 and how serious it is and how many people it's affecting and killing. Yeah, and I hate to sound like, we just need to realize how real this is and how serious this is. These are numbers gathered from Google. Hey, we are $350. Okay, so last we checked, we were like $220. $350. Thank you guys so much. Once again, we do have some gift incentives for you to donate. The link to donate is below. Click the link below. There's also links in chat and also as well as Facebook. Or an easy way to click the link is to go to FilAm Creative's social media pages and click the links in the bios. Purchase a ticket on Eventbrite is what you have to do to donate. Any amount that you want, and your donation will be counted. And I will update you guys next time. Right now, we are at $350. Thank you guys so much. We've only been doing this for how long? 2.5 hours. Awesome. Wow, that went by fast. But here are some numbers that everybody, I think, needs to know. This data was collected either early this morning or last night. Anyways, total cases of COVID-19 worldwide, 24,637,544. Yes, that's right. I said 24 million. Over 16 million recovered. Total deaths worldwide, it's 835,045. Total cases in the US, 5,916,401. Total recovered, 3,157,200. 3,157,000. Yeah. And total deaths in the US, over 181,000. Over 181,000 deaths in the US alone. Okay. Total deaths here in California, which is where we are, or most of us are streaming from. 12,741 people, Californians, dead from COVID-19. So yeah, so there's that. So we appreciate everyone who's donated so far, and if you can't, if you could just help spread the word, do your part in protecting yourself. Quarantine as much as possible. Wear that PPE if you got it. One of the WC is doing is providing that to people, so that's the reason why we are raising money for them. So I don't know. Are we ready to go to our next host/guest? All right, cool. Here you go. All right. Next up, we have Eddie. What's up? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, Arnold?
Doing well.
Great show today. Great show today.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so far so good. I mean, it's a live show, so things are gonna be a little weird, wonky, and crazy. But this is what it's all about. We're as long as people realize that we're doing this for a cause, for a good cause, for because of the situation that everybody is going through. We're all going through this together. So we want to come together and help out. So Eddie, can you go ahead and introduce yourself and let people know who you are and what you're about?
Sure, no problem. My name's Eddie Tiongson. I'm actually wear different hats. So I guess the professional hat is I'm actually a communication studies professor at a community college in Irvine, California, specifically Irvine Valley College. At that location, I've been teaching communication studies, public speaking courses. I coached speech and debate for several years. And for the last 5 years, I've been overseeing an Asian Pacific Islander cultural program. You see, Irvine Valley College is recognized as an MSI, which stands for Minority Serving Institution. And I can imagine some people are wondering, well, what's that? Well, if you've heard of HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, HSIs, Hispanic Serving Institutions, and APISIs is what we are, is the Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islander Serving Institution.
Okay.
So because of that, I connect with Asian Pacific Islander groups, hence probably why I'm here too. Moreover, I'm actually one of the board of directors for the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County. And so I kind of wear a hat of connecting with businesses and connecting students to business. I also connect with other community-based organizations, be it Asian Pacific Islander spaces and Filipino American spaces. I've been a director for TFOC, which is the Filipino American Community of Orange County. As a board of director for the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce, I'm actually our secretary of the organization and also an affiliate within COFAC, which is the Coalition of Filipino American Chamber of Commerces. And that includes a wide variety of different chamber groups in Southern California and a couple other states, including some large Filipino local organizations like SIPA. So I'm here to kind of share what I do and I guess in how it kind of connects to FilAm Creative. The one thing is that knowing Rodney and some of the folks in FilAm Creative Spaces is that you are all like being that pioneer or that representation FilAm's need, because you and I both know, man, like when we look at mass media, movies, representation, who are we? Realistically, we're Richie Valens from playing La Bamba. You know what I'm saying? Great movie, but
thanks for the reference.
You know what I mean? So it's just amazing, But I know FilAm Creative is doing what you do, and you put your voices out there. So basically, I guess from my perspective, let me kind of connect it to the art side of the house. One of my arms that I do with Elevate is that we focus on actually readers theater. And so for the like stage performances, readers theater or interpreters theater is like usually a small performance space where at least 3 actors perform on a centralized topic or theme. So in my space, we take readers theater performances on the road, be it academic conferences. There's actually a competitive circuit at the college level, right? And so imagine performance and your art kind of like, all right, one-on-one, mano y mano, which show is better than the other, and you really you really duke it out, the performers, right? And so you know, granted, we were kind of in the space to go perform and bring some shows, and I think what connects me now, at least to the FilAm Creative and other avenues of performance, digital storytelling, and videos, is that we actually made a pivot to go from a reader's theater performance, which is like a live show in front of you, to digital storytelling. So there's been a couple shows that Elevate has been doing for the last year, and I'm very proud of the work that our students have been doing. And a huge shout out to my colleague and our writer, Nathan Kayanan, FilAm, a young man who's a professor, a comic artist. He's written a book, or especially for in terms of artwork. And I know he's like, you know, going back to school for his MBA. But anyways, that man and I worked together in a couple projects, and he was spearheading another one. And so we created 2 video shows. One of them was called This Is Us America. And you know, Arnold, you and I both know Filipinos, other Asians, you know, other folks that kind of look like us, right? We're all clumped into that API model minority myth, right? And we're all clumped in together to having that type of a story. And so the one show that we created, This Is Us America, basically, you know, helps break down that myth, helps break down the various narratives that make up the complexity of the Asian Pacific Islander voice.
Right.
So, that was more of an expository expose type of readers theater show or video, digital storytelling, right? But the one that we're really proud of right now, and especially because of where we are in the current climate, we created a show, and again, kudos to Nathan Kayanan, and that show is video is entitled Turnout 2020. So studies have indicated that the Asian Pacific Islander vote, right, has always been, well, let's just face it, like in the small side, right? You know,
yeah,
unfortunately, we don't turn out as much as we probably should, right? And so what we wanted to do is to create a show that was originally supposed to be live, again, into a digital story. And so that video was created over the summer, and it focuses on the narratives and the stories about like us as API folks participating in our civic duty to turn out, like literally turn out to, one, fill out the census, right? You know, for those, you know, if you're,
I just did that very last minute, but yeah,
right. Well, you're okay, because I'm glad you did, my friend. Because here's the funny thing, right? The census was supposed to be extended until the end of October, right? Because usually there's a push, fill it out. Where were you on April 1st, et cetera, right? You know what I mean? And then, you know, after a time period that they've been doing the digital media campaigns, you know, and then they're supposed to be the knocking on the door, where they're supposed to go to, like, you know, all the residents, like, you know, just a reminder. And that was supposed to go until like the end of October. Right. And some colleagues and friends in Filipino American circles, we were all thinking, oh, that's perfect, because, you know, FAM, right, Filipino American History Month, October, a huge push, you know, for everyone to, you know, collectively say, hey, make sure you fill this out. If you haven't done it, let's celebrate Filipino American History Month, fill out your census, right? So what we wanted to do with the show is show the importance of being politically involved in education. So Turnout 2020 focuses on some of the atrocities that our Asian Pacific Islanders community members have felt, especially that resonated with, and it was a nice mixed bag. We had, oh my gosh, multi-ethnic folks, some an LGBT student. We also had, you know, we actually had a Latinx performer, but But the idea is to take these 4 different voices, Southeast Asian voices, Latinx voices, and really focus on the notion of like turnout, and especially the API community, because you're known for not turning out. And maybe you might be afraid, you might be like worried or anything like that. But we know that this November is an important election on a wide variety of reasons.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that this year is going to be way different. I don't know. I have high hopes, but honestly, historically it hasn't been good. But I think this time around we're gonna make some noise. We're gonna show up and we're gonna make things happen for ourselves. Straight up. I truly believe that, dude. I think it's awesome what you're doing with the arts and telling those stories. So dope. Thank you so much for doing that. Especially during these times when are scrounging for something to do and to an outlet to create, and you're providing that. So that's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Well, let's talk about the education part of this.
Sure.
How are the schools adapting to this? I mean, we touched on it a little bit, but I mean, you're in it. How is that?
Okay, so let me take it from a student side. Okay,
right.
So from the student's perspective, right? The extreme are folks that are dealing with anxiety issues, right?
Yeah.
From a mental wellness, mental health perspective, the anxiety of like ambiguity. And this comes from like, 1, not knowing when you're going to go back to campus, right? And 2, are you doing relatively well in your classes? Like, are you able to keep up? Are you able to like learn this technology, right? So from a student perspective, what was normal of like how I learned is now poof, gone, right? We were in scramble mode in March, but the uniqueness to where we are. Yeah, relearning, reteaching.
Everything.
But where we are now, it's because now it's even more unique because we've had that time to kind of like really deal with, but now that we're in the trenches now, it's people were at the starting point back in March at the same spot. But when we progressed, some folks were dealing with it well.
Yeah.
Some folks regressed. And it's like, we've had March until what now? August. This whole entire time period where people were kind of like in different levels of the race of being able to learn, being able to function as a student.
Right.
And it's also the same for faculty, for instructors, right? Those that, it really, really exacerbates the digital divide of 1, not just understanding software and the technology and the means to interact with students and each other, but 2, from an equity perspective, who has access to things, right? I am pleased, I have a 7-year-old boy, and I'm very grateful that, his Unified School District, shout out to Saddleback, right? Unified School District, they provide, the laptops for the students if they need it, right? And I know that institution is not the only one, right? At my school, our equity program has laptops for students, hotspots for students. So it's just being able to be in a space to take the courses, right? But one thing's for sure certain is that students are looking for the engagement.
Right.
So the funny thing is, like, y'all at FilAm Creative, right? You're doing this thing, you're putting on the show. From a faculty perspective, when I walk into my classes, all right, welcome to today's 75-minute TV show, right?
Yeah.
It literally is
every single day.
Every single day.
Right. It's almost like you have to perform. Like you are playing a role. You are playing a role. It's like you're a teacher and you're a student. It's like, and people are watching you on a screen. It's a different way of learning. But I mean. And like you said, everybody learns at their own pace. Not as human beings, we're not gonna be on the same level, So that I'm pretty sure that's a challenge as well. But the fact that we're making it happen is amazing. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the business of it all.
Okay, sure.
I am staying afloat because of 2 small businesses who are thankfully still around and still to operate. I'm gonna give a shout out to Hi-Fi Kitchen
Yes.
in our Filipino town. Shout out to Justin Ferranda, the owner, and the dude who, you know, provided me with a job when, you know, I could have been left out in the street and was like, had nothing, right? Mo from Kindness and Mischief Coffee in Highland Park, thank you so much as well. She's also donating some coffee as an incentive for donors as well. Small businesses, both Filipino American owned. What are some things that you know, either the Chamber of Commerce in OC or, you know, or some, just any information that you know, as far as like help being given to these small businesses who are struggling and who do need our help right now, and who are providing jobs for people like me and people out there who need it right now.
Well, I think the one thing that I would say is that if you are a small business owner and you need the PPP, right, the payment protection programs, if you have yet to kind of go about doing that, I'm going to give a shout out to U.S. Bank and Joanna, and her last name's escaping me. I'll look it up in a second, but
Joanna, US Bank, what's up?
Yeah, U.S. Bank, Joanna, and it starts with an F. And I know my buddies are gonna kill me on. I'm like, I'm sorry, Joanna. but they work wonders with small businesses and making sure folks have loans to ensure that they're able to, one, take care of their employees, but also, you know, be able to function, right? You know, so that was one thing that we ended up doing, was making sure that we had a financial connection to a potential bank. And even if they weren't becoming a client of US Bank provided information to them to, you know, continue to progress forward in some way, shape, or form. That was dope about what Joanna would do. She says, I get it, I understand, but still, let's talk. And if it leads to things, great. Moreover, you know, huge shout outs to my other directors, specifically Neil Estrada, who kind of spearheaded a small business like workshop. And I remember when March came, we were jumping into Zoom like relatively early to say, okay, this is what we know, this is what we have, you know, at our reach. We are not the source, but we can share with you all of our resources, right? And getting folks into that type of space. In terms of like, you know, in terms of employment and all that other stuff, or finding jobs, you and I both know, I know it's thin, right? You know, there are limited opportunities, but I think what's really intriguing is the groupthink that occurs, in which our chamber groups and other partners, when we all kind of get together, like, you know, how can we ensure that we, you know, we can try to function in this time? Well, the one thing is, and this is pretty common in most chamber groups, but it's the referral notice, right? To kind of share out what your business can provide towards others and to make contacts and connections with others. So, you know, potentially other businesses could be each other's clients in that regard. And I think the creative groupthink, and I know you all mentioned FPAC earlier, right? Right? You know, and I know the community is like, can't wait.
Seriously,
you know?
That's where a lot of us
saying?
Entertainers and musicians sort of got our start. Us Filipino Americans here in LA got our start on the FPAC stage, you know?
And that makes sense. And I think there are different like pockets of folks that are doing similar things around different spots, right? You know, if you're able to meet physically, you know, more power to you if you're able to do that. Otherwise, you know, we're trying to focus on like, you know, digital opportunities to kind of like, one, connect, but two, you know, see if commerce or some form of exchange can occur. And, you know, but one thing that I have noticed is that, you know, and I think because you are all artists and you are like, you know, I know Rodney's back there, he's the guy in the chair, right? You know, you have these skills of putting these type of things together, like your value, you know, becomes even greater because if you can dance in this space, you know, play in this space, you know, make this space like sing, dance, perform, be artistically sound, communicate your passions, communicate your values, right? You know, one, you're developing that you'll.
Oh, sorry. Hold right there, Eddie. You cut out a little bit. I'm not sure if you got disconnected, but if you can hear me, hold that thought. Give us a second. Sorry about that. For those of you just joining us, thank you once again for joining us. Yeah, you know, this is live. Some technical difficulties here and there. This is gonna happen. Just know that even when this stream is over, the link and to the Eventbrite page where you will be able to donate, it will still stay up, so you can rewatch this. You know, pick and choose what you want to watch, and you can still donate to the Eventbrite. Once again, in order to donate, go to the Eventbrite page that is linked either in the description below, or you can go to FilAm Creative's social media pages. I would suggest going to Instagram and go to the bio, click the link, click the green button that says tickets. Your purchase of a ticket is actually a donation, so you can enter any amount that you would like, and we will count that and tabulate that. Speaking of that, I should let everybody know that we are now up to $390, 10 shy of 400. Thank you guys so much. We've been doing this for about 2.5 hours or so, and this is great. So far, we had some great guests. We are doing this all for PWC, Filipino Worker Center, who is providing COVID relief in the form of care boxes, care packages that contain food and hygiene and sanitation products, and as well as providing hot food, which is donated from local restaurants. So, and I think, you know, it's important, especially during these times. It's directly benefiting Filipino and you know, Black, Indigenous people of color. I think PwC wants to expand beyond that. So, you know, with your donations, it'll definitely help move things in that direction. We have more guests and hosts coming through. I'm just sort of jumping in and out just to fill in some time and fill in some space. I do want to give a shout out to everybody who has been in chat so far. Shout out to AJ Colomai from Xylophone Films. Shout out to everybody who is sharing. Patricio Janelsa from Kid Heroes. Shout out to AJ Raphael. Shout out to, who else is that? Let me go on right now and see who's in. Let's see. Thank you everybody who's sharing, for sure. Spreading the word. Shana, thank you so much. Arlene, thank you. Earl, what's up? Shout out to Pan Geeker. They're going to be on later on. Let's see. Yeah, Pacific Rim Video is going to be on later on. Who else is going to be? FilAm Creative is going to be back on, I think. I'm going to be interviewing some more people. Notable. Hey, Eddie's back. Hey, sorry about that, Eddie. Yeah.
It happens. That's where we are.
All right. Go ahead and continue where you left off, man.
Yeah, you know, I think in terms from the business perspective of it's really kind of sharing each other's resources, you know, sharing each other's, like, giving testimonials to each other, and then, you know, building off the network opportunities. The one thing that the chamber groups, and I know we've been doing that at FACCOC, is that we've been having you know, Fab Fridays at 4, one, to kind of engage with one another and see each other, right, as members, but two, to also, like, spotlight the services and the products of our members. So it's kind of a way for them to kind of, like, be spotlighted and showcase what they do. And that potentially, you know, builds upon each other's networks and potentially may lead to some, you know, clients in the process. And we also focus on professional development for each other. So the one thing is, one of our, we had this one member, his name's John Kurth. Big shout out to Syntax and his company, because he focuses on, and this is the unique part of the artistic side, right? It's the notion of a script, right? Right. You all, as artists, right, you know, performers, actors, right, you have a script, you follow that script. and that script is what you use to communicate your message. And the same rules apply when it comes to owning a business, providing a service, providing products. So when they come in and they connect, and he gives workshops regarding that, he's giving little tidbits of information of what you could potentially do in your own right, in your own world. But at the same time, allows the potential opportunity for some one-on-one contracting and services that he could potentially provide to your company. So,
awesome.
Yeah, there are a wide variety of different ways. It's like when you go dark, it's time to retool, rearm. And granted, well, some of us, when COVID hit and we're all like, on lockdown, we're basically, going to the drawing board and figuring out like, how can we provide value?
100%, dude. As shitty as the situation is, it's almost like a spark that it's like a motivation that some of us may be needed to actually make things happen. Yeah. Dude, thank you so much for joining me, man. Can you let everybody know, find you, the organizations that you're involved with, let everybody know where
Sure, no problem. First off, both Elevate AAPI and IVC and FACCOC are both on Facebook, so you can definitely find us there. FACCOC.org is our website for the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce. And with Elevate AAPI and IVC is our handle within Facebook as well as within Instagram. So you can also find us there. And so, kudos again to FilAm Creative for doing what you do. I know I talked to Rodney and I pick his brains and he gives me some insights because the idea is to kind of like find the people that, that look like us, that we can connect with and hear their stories. And you guys are doing the thing, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, Arnold, and Rodney for this opportunity. And sorry we got disconnected, but
it's all good, man.
C'est la vie, right? It's what it is.
It is what it is. But dude, I think you've provided so much great information, in this time. So thank you so much for that. Keep doing the good work, brother. I will. Yeah, we'll be in contact. I'll see you soon, definitely.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining us, brother. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Still on. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Eddie, for joining us. Man, so much. Thank you for sticking around. Those of you who are still with us, I wonder if anybody's actually stuck around since 10 a.m. this morning. Shout you guys out. Like, let us know in the chat. Have you guys been with us? And shout out to everybody who are just joining us. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for donating. Last I checked, we are at $390, which is almost 400. So that's great. So we got some new guests coming on. Rodney, just let me know when we're ready to go, or I guess I could just look at the screen. Once again, to donate, click the link below in the description or go to FilAm Creative's IG or Facebook page and click the link for the Eventbrite page where you can purchase a ticket for any amount, and that ticket purchase is a donation that goes directly to Filipino Worker Center. I do have to repeat that because people are constantly coming in and out of the audience, and maybe if they're just joining us, they don't know that information. So sorry if I sound like I'm repeating myself, but I got to do it. Shout out to everybody in chat. Chris Bernardo, Earl Balon, who is that guy? I don't know. Arlene, Shanna, FilAm Creative, who are they? Weird. Shout out to all the guests we've had on so far. Jared de Guzman, Nikki Sun, Aki from PwC. Yes, Eddie. And we are gonna go for another, I don't know, until 7 or 8. This is gonna be a long one. All right. Are we still getting situated with our next guest? Also, am I gonna be interviewing them? I don't even know. Yeah, this is very loosey-goosey. It's okay. This is how it is. We're just having a conversation. This is literally us as a community coming together for a good cause, chit-chatting, talking, connecting, sharing stories, inspiring each other, motivating each other. You know, even to find balance, you know, do work, but also get some rest. Take care of yourself first before you can take care of other people, man. It's just, you know, balance. Where are we at? Also, do I have an update on the number, the donation? Once again, we are at $390. Thank you, everybody who's donated so far. We do have incentives for those who are donating. So far, Kindness and Mischief Coffee has donated 2 jugs of lattes. Jugs, I'm talking like 60 ounces or something like that, as well as 2 bags of coffee that they roast themselves. There are also going to be some stunt incentives. If we reach $1,000, I believe, I don't know, Rodney's going to do something like shave his head. But if we reach $2,000, I'm going to shave my head. This is pretty much all I have going for me. So for me to shave this off is kind of a big deal. Oh, man. Ronnie, what's up? Hey, do you want to jump back on and like co-host me? Because that's fine. I got it. I got this. I said I got it, and I got it. So I don't know. Anybody in chat have questions for me? Well, right now we're just in the transition period where we're waiting for our next guest. We're gonna get that all situated. Shout out to Nikki Sun. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being in chat. What's up? Oh, shoot. My bad. All right. Hey, you guys may have heard of a Facebook group called Subtle Filipino Traits. Maybe you're familiar with it. Well, this person here, I don't know, what do I call you? Like the person who started it, I guess, or the person who's sort of like, yeah. Michelle, I'm going to butcher your last name, Macrahan?
It's okay, Macrahan.
Ah, yes, I said it right. Kind of, sort of. Anyways, thank you for joining us. Yay.
For having us.
Yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. So far, so good, I think. Right?
You're going to shave your...
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you guys so much. All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. All right, Ronnie, are we live? We're good to go? Okay, thanks, Ronnie. All right. Hi, everyone. So my name is Michelle, and this is my best friend, Julia.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julia. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, so thank you, Anna, for the introduction. Yes, I am the founder of Subtle Filipino Traits, but that doesn't discredit the whole team we have that helps with the growth and community orientedness of our group. So if you're not on SFT, Subtle Filipino Traits is, or if you don't know what Subtle Filipino Traits is, Subtle Filipino Traits is a Facebook group with the purpose of connecting the global Filipino community through all different types of content that is posted from our own community members. So it's a pretty fun place. We've been around since 2019 January, and we're about 88K members strong and hoping to get to 100,000 by the end of the year. So hopefully we can do that. And just shout out to the Strength and Community team for having us here and to kind of talk about a bunch of different things that we'll get into in a little bit. But I'd like to introduce my best friend once more. Her name is Julia.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Julia. I'm from the Bay Area. I've known Michelle since college. We went to UCSB together, and she's gracious to have me on with her. So thank you for having me.
Yeah. So today we wanted to spend some time to talk about, well, the whole live stream is called Strength and Community, and we thought that a good topic to talk about was how are we sustaining and uplifting our friendships and our relationships with everyone, whether it's our family, partners, best friends, just virtual friends, and how are we staying connected while also being okay with not staying connected, taking time to ourselves during this time of COVID.
Yes, and also by being aware of everyone's safety and the sensitivity of the situation along with the pandemic that we're facing.
Yeah. So like, for example, Julia, like she had mentioned, she's from the Bay Area.
Yes, so
go
so
ahead.
I'm from the Bay Area, and me and my family, we have been quarantining
staying safe. And me and Michelle, we've always kept a connection virtually during FaceTime during this time in quarantine. But I made the conscious decision to visit her down here in Southern California, and I took all the necessary precautions. I took a COVID test. I've been quarantining, and I know that her family here has been taking precautions and quarantining and constantly taking COVID tests. So we decided that we would, you know, make the decision to for me to visit here, and I'm really grateful for her family to have me. And this is just an example of how we're staying connected, and because humans are social people, right? So we thought it would be really important to just visit each other and just to strengthen our relationship in person.
Yeah, and there's a lot of points to this whole situation. And the point for me, like that I had to learn over the time of quarantining and adapting to quarantine is that I don't have to self-pity in this uncontrollable circumstance. Because at first it was like, what the freak? Like COVID sucks, like I don't get to do what I wanted to do, but literally everyone is in that state of living. So it was just realizing, okay, the process for me during COVID was, what the hell, like this is terrible. Number two, oh my god, like no one, like what are the real circumstances that we have to live for? Like how do we really stay safe before this? Whether it's not physically, but also like mentally, like our mental health. And then like what was another addition to it, the global madness was like the riots came. Riots came very quickly during COVID, and then all of a sudden you see everyone out and about rioting and literally protesting arm to arm. So of course there's like these mind games of like what is the righteous PPE, what are the right standards of being safe. And then I realized beyond everything is just finding enjoyment out of it all, trying to be happy and trying to really just prioritize mental health and safety. And just like you can't control what you can't control, and if that's other people too, like you, for me, I was getting frustrated with other people, and then I realized like I had to just focus on what I can and what I should.
Because of course we want to keep in mind the gravity of the situation, and you know the hardships that people are dealing with right now with unemployment and you know healthcare. But like Michelle said, mental health is very important, and I personally believe that you have to nurture your mental health first before you can go out in the world and nurture others and build community with others. So with that, I've learned that it's okay to choose things for myself and for my mental health to be healthy, and try to stray away from the mindset that choosing my mental health and is not selfish in a way, because at the end of the day that I know that when my mental health is good, then I'll be able to go out into the community and help my friends and be there for them in a better way. Yeah.
Can you still hear us by any chance? Hello? Let's see, let's try this again.
Okay,
cool.
Hello. There you go. Okay. Yeah, so I wanted to circle back, and with the theme of this live stream, strength and community. And, you know, this theme is very important, especially in times right now. And it's amazing to see, like, as a human population, that we've been able to create ways virtually to still remain that communication, just like how we're doing right now in this live stream. So what are your experiences maintaining relationships virtually, and how has it helped or been more positive in ways?
Yeah,
So I think from my experience when COVID began,
Can you speak louder?
pre-COVID, I felt like life was very fast paced. Me and Julie had just graduated from UCSB 2019, and then after that time frame, I started DJ Academy, and then by the end of February 29th, I had graduated my DJ Academy, and my life was just on full hustle, trying to get gigs, and then also doing community work with SFT, because my focus was more so public relations and partnerships. And then all of a sudden, COVID happened, and now we're stuck. We're supposed to be stuck in our homes. And I remember the beginning phases of quarantine, where grocery stores were getting sucked out. And I remember being in spaces trying to get food for my own family, and then having to worry about stuff like, do I have to teach my little sisters how to ration their food in case that we can't leave our homes? And it was a scary, humbling experience to go from like, oh, like, I'm gonna get this gig, I'm gonna go DJ at this club tonight, to like, do we have enough food that lasts us? And I think that was a turning point for like, holy shit, like we're living through a global pandemic. This is happening right now, and I need to take this very seriously. But then as we progressed, and there were signs of adaptation, and there were signs that people were surviving from this COVID, it was more like, okay, I'm stuck at home, I have so much free time, I'm not used to this, I have so much time to foster relationships with my friends. So
make light of the situation.
Yeah, so it was like, FaceTiming you helped so much.
FaceTime.
To externalize, like to really just externalize my sadness or what I'm feeling, because being alone is a very powerful experience, but maybe not everyone's so used to having so much of it. And so it takes, I think for me at least, it took time for me to adapt and realize like, and appreciate the time I had for myself, and the control over my time. Because at the end of the day, socialization plays a role in influencing us, how fast our lives have to be, and how much work we have to get done. And so it was nice to just be like, really think about, wow, like, who do I really care about? Who am I really thinking about during these times? And that's who I navigated my time towards. And it showed me who I really care about. And it doesn't mean like you're only talking to your friends. Like a lot of new relationships have opened up for me because people are checking up. And I think that's the biggest part, is that realizing as humans, it's just, no matter how close you are, like just checking up on other people plays such a powerful impact to just be noticed during a time of aloneness and loneliness, if that makes sense.
And going off that, I feel like, in this situation, there's even an increase in human connection in vast places of the world, because everyone is getting more accustomed to Zoom and virtual calls. So in my personal situation, I have family from the Philippines, in Texas, Australia, and we were all able to schedule a Zoom call for all of us to have sort of a family reunion over Zoom, which is probably something we would have never done if, this COVID and quarantine situation happened. Because as Michelle said, life before this was very fast paced. We had to get from one thing to the next. Schedule's always full. You don't really have time to schedule in conversations with people and check-ins with people.
I think this is a great transition to how we were talking about earlier, how we want to talk about our specific relationships with like how we're dealing with our family during COVID, how we're dealing with our friends and like work relationships. And so like in regards to, let's say, family, I'm not used to being home so much at all. So honestly, before, like we had said, the fast pace of life, but now I'm actually spending quality time my family. I'm actually being present. I'm not like in and out of my own home. And it's made me realize how much more of my family is a priority in my life, because at the end of the day, like, they're who I'm going to stay with. But I was so used to kind of trying to serve so many different communities prior COVID, prior quarantine. I'm trying to get out there, network, see my friends, build quality relationships, when all in all, like, I still had so much work to do with my own family, and building, reliable relationships where they felt like they can rely on me, and they feel like they can trust me, and I can be a supporting role in the household.
Yeah, that's great. how do you feel that your other careers have prospered in this situation? I know that you touched on DJing and live streaming.
Yeah.
How do you feel like that has been?
Well, in regards to South Filipino trades, I feel like our community has just been growing and growing. I mean, before COVID, I found it as a safe space to open up, whether it's just kind of being a consumer of the content or being a contributor to the content. But for the most part, I've always enjoyed on my downtime going to the community and be like, wow, like this is what it means to be Filipino in like Europe. That's what it means to be Filipino in China. And for the most part, we've had a good amount of content rolling that are just personal experience from people or people who are asking for advice regarding certain circumstances. Like, for example, I remember a mom was asking, hey, it's like Cultural Food Day, and this was like maybe in the Midwest or a place where she had described was not a Filipino centric space.
Yeah.
And she was maybe the minority. And she was like, I don't know what to, cook for my daughter's class. And they're like maybe second grade and stuff like that. And you see, it's not just the post, but it's the people who interact with the posts. So I think we've been getting a lot of that where people are just coming to the group and sharing their experiences or asking for advice. And then people are just posting funny ass memes that we can relate to kind of laugh during the hard times.
Yeah,
but but in regards to my DJ career, it's been a lot of live streams.
Yeah, live streams just like this one.
It's been a lot of adjusting. I describe DJing in short as another way to celebrate music. And I love sharing music. I was excited to actually DJ for this group, but unfortunately, because of copyright issues, we had to not. But it's been adapting. I think everything has been adapting, right? Working, I miss playing live sets, and because DJing really is about how you read the audience and how you make that connection with an audience. So it's weird when I'm on screen, I'm like, people are like commenting, whoa, I'm like, oh my god, like, are you really wooing though? But it's been cool. I mean, all I can really do is just try to make the best out of every situation. Not to say that it's not hard sometimes, but that's life.
Yeah. And going off that, for me personally, I work at a biotech company, and so far our company has moved completely into virtual. So I work specifically in the HR department. All our interviews have been virtual, and I think just that shift has, been a lot. But like Michelle touched on, we're adapting, and there have been some benefits to it. Like I explained earlier, like how we're able to schedule meetings with people from across the world easier and being able to connect with people. And we still have this video option. So it's good that we can like see people's reactions and things like that.
In regards to work, what are pros of like working online? Like you mentioned, but like what do you like most about working from home?
Yeah.
Specifically.
So specifically working from home, I feel like there's definitely more time because I don't have to take time really getting fully ready or, commuting. So I'm able to cook more at home, try out new recipes, cook for my family, just work on my health. And so I could like take breaks in the middle of work, and me and Michelle, we exercise on FaceTime sometimes, which is nice, keeps us both accountable. So I think those benefits of being flexible with my schedule and, being able to work anywhere, like here away from home in SoCal.
Yeah. I think the next topic, which I think would be fun to talk about, is kind of going back to the mental health and strength in community. And I wanted to touch up on it earlier. And I think mental health is such a buzzword. It's becoming more and more advocated for. But I think when I speak upon mental health now, I try to speak from its like realist form, which is how sometimes mental health really connects with self-love, but how that process is actually very gruesome, and how it's very painful, especially during a time like this. People say self-love and mental health is so important during these times, like, oh, it's like it, but it's not flowers and daisies all the time.
It's how and it's personal to everyone.
Yeah.
Too. It's like how someone personally wants to identify it and also deal with it in their own life.
Yeah. So in regards to like strengthening the community and how I think having to impact a community and try to impact them positively, we have to be strong independently first, or find ways to like be prepared to like try to support other people. So how do you, when you're at home, what are some things that you do to kind of uplift yourself or your mental health or your self-love?
Yeah, so personally for me, I describe myself as an extroverted person. So I gain energy from talking to people and, you know, being in groups and, you know, just gaining energy from other people. So at the beginning of quarantine, it was really hard to adapt to that, being alone physically. But I think that, you know, once I was able to, you know, FaceTime Michelle more, or like FaceTime my other friends more, and really come to terms that I might be physically alone, but I'm not mentally alone. You know, I know people are still gonna be there for me emotionally. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a hard struggle to go through for me to feel really alone, but I feel like having people there to remind me that I'm not alone, like Michelle, has been really beneficial. Yeah. How about you?
I think for me, self-love and mental health has been really diving into my deep thoughts. And I think one of the best quotes I've received from like through life, one of them was like, be be friends with the dark but feed the light. I think times like this can really influence I'll speak for myself, my negative thought processes, because I think as an empathetic person and facing the truths of this world, it's like really hard to not see this world as like unforgiving, and to lose hope, because like it seems like racism is like an unending battle. This COVID battle keeps just taking the lives of other people, and it's just ruthless, and that's just Mother Nature, right? And then there's personal issues that we all deal with, that we were dealing before, you know, COVID, and before everything else that just became so belligerently loud on the news. So kind of like trying to not self-pity is something that can be hard for me sometimes. So the things that I do is trying to really just sit there and accept that I have demons in my life, and that I should be friends with them and address them rather than bottle them up. And so by doing that, I think one of my most favorite things to do really is just to listen to music. I love listening to music. And just kind of taking my space and being really, and especially with social media, I think it's a very fun way to stay connected, but also I think it's kind of like anything, do it with moderation. I think social media is almost like a drug in our society nowadays. I'll speak for myself. So I feel like I need to be conscious of how much I'm feeding myself of other people's content and other people's lives versus like how I'm understanding my own life.
Yeah, that's a very important point. I feel like, especially with, you know, the situation we're in, being home, and specifically our generation, I feel like we're really big consumers of social media and TikTok. So I think it's a lesson I've learned is, you know, to be conscious of who I follow and who I'm looking at a daily basis, because I know it can be really depleting to my self-love and to my knowledge of the world and the situation that we're dealing with.
Well, it seems like we have our second guest, Peterson Gonzaga. And hello, Mr. Peterson Gonzaga. Hi.
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
For joining
but
us.
Thank you for waiting.
Oh, no worries.
So again, this was the first part has been me and my best friend Julia talking about how we've been coping with COVID and the times, but we're going to shift our focus to Mr. Gonzaga, who actually had COVID and has survived COVID, right?
Yes, definitely. It was one of those things where once I found out I had it, the first 2 days were depressing, think I'm going to die, just wondering what's going to happen to me, being guilty that, because I live with my two sisters, thinking I might give it to them. I might pass it on to my other brothers and sisters, and especially my one sister. She's high risk because she has congestive heart failure and she does dialysis. So it was really crazy. And then also the one thing people don't realize, when you hear things of different possibilities of symptoms, you start psychologically thinking you have it or whatnot, and so forth. But overall, I was lucky. Experience was a little bit more less critical than other people. I didn't have the loss of taste or smell. I didn't have too much any problem with the breathing. It was just more fevers, chills, body aches, and just I think it comes to stress. It also stress and just worry that what's going to happen to you and so forth. And the biggest thing I did was I had my sisters and my, helping me out, where like they actually left all the things like the water and the food at my door, and they would walk away, and then I would grab it and bring it into my room, and medication or whatnot. But the biggest thing that a lot of people should understand is there's a lot of false negatives. There's up to between 15 to 30% of tests can be false negatives. So if you're feeling sick and it goes away a little bit, but then you get sick another week, the week later, it could be coming back. So it's best to go ahead and take a second test or even a third test just to double check. My first test I took was a week before I found out I was COVID positive. I was negative, and that was when I went to urgent care because I was like worried, because where I work also, our employers want us to make sure to take the days off if we're feeling sick and go get tested. So that's what I did. So then I went back to work, and a few days later started feeling sick again. And I went back to go get tested. My doctor said, "Oh, wait, you work in a high-risk environment, so you still have those symptoms." And then the next day, I was surprised I was positive. And I was like, I cried. I felt bad. I felt, my sister says, "Where'd you get it at?" There's 3 different possibilities. I won't get into that because of privacy with other people or whatnot. But that was one of those things where like you just worry about it, and you start thinking about how people think of this as a hoax and think of this as oh, I don't care if I don't wear a mask. I don't care about this or that. We're gonna get it, and you never know where you can catch it. There's a lot of people out there that, because I've had friends that just recently tested positive. They don't have friends or relatives that can go to the pharmacy for them. So some of these people that are positive are going to CVS or going to Walgreens and not putting on gloves, but they do have the mask. So they could have it on their hands. So if you touch something, next thing you know, you might catch the virus. Just like with Sharon Stone's sister, she pretty much isolated herself for months for the months, and then she had to go to I guess the pharmacy. Next day she got tested and she was positive. So those are things that people should worry about.
Sorry. Thank you, Pearson, for going into kind of the backstory of what has happened to you during this COVID. And do you mind sharing like when this specifically was this timeline? Like when during
Timeline was about maybe 2 weeks or so. 2 weeks prior, I was kind of feeling sick, but I didn't think nothing of it. I think, oh, it's just a little sniffles or whatever. So I didn't think nothing of it. Then a week later, I started feeling sick, where I was getting fever. I was at work feeling fever, chills, and whatnot. And then so as soon as I got home, took a hot shower, just went to sleep. And then within that time, I actually went to visit a friend because a friend had a new condo and said, "Oh, he works in the medical field." So he said, "Oh, don't worry, I'm COVID negative, blah 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 blah." So I'm feeling kind of sick, and then I go over there, and then all of a sudden, 3 days later, before I go get tested, he calls me up and says, "I'm positive." I'm going, "What? You're COVID positive?" So in a sense, I don't know if I got it from somebody else and gave it to him or he gave it to me. So it's one of those hard things of figuring out contact tracing, because where I work at too, 2 weeks prior, one of my coworkers was tested positive, but because when she told the company that she was COVID positive, I only worked with her 3 days prior. And because we wear gloves and we wear masks and we wear face shields, I didn't think I got it from her. Then I could have. And then so I went to go get tested because that was like the end of June. And then that's when I was false negative. And I said, oh, good, I'm not positive or whatnot. But I was still worried, so I already started doing the isolation. I was already wearing masks whenever I went to common area of our house and home. And then I decided I'm feeling sick again. So I went to the doctor again that following Monday, and the doctor says, oh, you know what? He says, oh, don't worry about it. Maybe we should give you a test. And when I told him what I work at, because I work with the public, a lot of traveling public, that's when he says, okay, we're going to do another test because that could be a false negative. And then that next morning, that's when I got the call that I was positive. And then by chance, I was already going to take a test the next day because in Long Beach, it was really hard to get the free testing. So it took 2 weeks before I could get that one. And I said, oh, maybe that might be a false positive. So the next day, I still kept my testing appointment, and I went ahead and took it, and then that was positive too. And then from there, I totally isolated myself. Had lots of water. Had immune supplements, Tylenol, and then what else did I have? And crackers or whatnot. But the first week, I really wasn't hungry, so I was just drinking water with immune boosters, and that's pretty much what I did. Just stayed in the room and just slept and didn't try not to walk into the main room with my sisters there or whatnot, or any relatives would come over. And the one big thing too is I also made sure that every time I used a restroom or I went out of the room, I actually had disinfectant wipes and wiped everything down that I touched, because you never know if the virus is contagious or not. So luckily, a week later, so that was about the second week, I tested negative, and it was one of those things like, wow, that's great. But the other thing is, I'm still, whenever I'm in front of my sisters or family member, I still wear a mask because I don't know how true it is, but they say that the virus could linger on, even though doctors say, oh, you're not contagious anymore, but you never know. So I just still wear a mask in front of, if I'm with my sister, even if they're in the car with me, they wear their masks if they're riding with me in my car. And so that's overall extent of it. I was just worried, near the end, even when I tested negative, I would hear cousins and friends and relatives says, oh, did you see that news item where the guy was negative of COVID and a few weeks later he tests positive again? So those were the scary things. And then it says, oh, if you feel like you can't breathe well or you're coughing a little bit, you might have COVID again. So those things you start it starts becoming psychological, where you start feeling sick or whatnot, and you just worry, and that was the biggest thing with having COVID. A lot of people don't realize that it's not just about feeling sick. It's also mental too, and it can be very stressful. And even for me, I've had that feeling of being, how would you say, guilty that I survived it, because 2 weeks prior, my cousin who works in healthcare, he passed away. And I was like, whoa, and he was healthy too. Well, I guess he must have had some underlying issues, but I didn't know. But he passed away. I was thinking, oh, he's going to survive this, but he passed away. His whole body started shutting down. None of all the regimen they were giving him, his body wasn't reacting to it from ventilator or whatnot. That what kept him alive the last few days was actually just machines. And then a week after that, another cousin passed away, and they don't know how she got it. You know, it could be that she went to doctor's office. She got it from somebody at the doctor's. So those are the things. So hearing that and knowing that I survived it, it makes me feel guilty. It's called survivor's guilt. And I don't know if other people feel that way, but that's how I feel. And it's just one of those things you gotta treat it like it's a flu and just attack it and just drink immune supplements. And even the Filipino thing, I would put Vicks on my chest and all that. You know how your Filipino parents says, "Oh, Vicks is for everything," and it actually worked out for me. But my sister made my other sister also made natural concoctions and stuff like that. Even those the silver. What is that? It's kind of like Zicam, but it's actually the natural spray that you spray in your nose that also helps, supposedly helps with your immune system. So I did a lot of aromatherapy stuff also. And the other thing that was really important was making sure that I tried to, if I had phlegm in my throat or my chest, I would try to just hack it out so like it doesn't build up, because one of the things about COVID is it really attacks your chest. It comes down to respiratory also. And when you just lay there and not try to do too much or not even try to, to just cough it up, that phlegm or whatnot, it starts building up and it can get thicker and thicker. And that's how people they really come down to the point of, I could say like, suffocating from the disease because it attacks the lungs. I mean, and it also shuts down different organs, but overall, they consider it a respiratory disease. Yeah. And so that's where it comes down to, hey, wear that face mask. I don't care what your political affiliation is, but it really ups, I don't want to get political, but on the other side of it, there's people that say, I'm not going to wear a face mask for your convenience. No, let's work together as a community, as a country, and forget politics aside and understand there's a point where we have to like come together. Is it like I look at it as like 9/11. People were pissed because, excuse my language, but people were mad because now we have security, but now it's normal. And people are said, I'm not going to go through that TSA security because I want to fly. No, you have to go through it now. And so that's where us as a country, we need to realize that, no, this is not a hoax. All these people keep saying that it's not worth wearing a mask, that you're taking away my rights, this or that or whatever. And so when it comes down to being actually sick, those people realize after the fact that, oh, I should have done what I should do. And you've seen there's various stories where people that didn't believe in wearing masks or didn't believe in social distancing, that they regret it in the end when they were at that point of like dying. I know there's one guy who said, I don't remember the name, but it was in the news where he realized that he should have listened to the medical experts or whatnot and so forth. So those are the things that we as individuals need to come together and just work together to just combat this disease. You see other countries. Why are other countries their numbers are down and so forth, but here I work at the airport too. I go, why are these people traveling? There's so many people traveling. Not every single airline, but the one terminal I work at, I can't believe how many people are traveling. Not realizing also that airline does not block the middle seats anymore. And so when you think about traveling, where are you guys going? Shouldn't we actually just stay at home? But there are so many people traveling, And the other thing is, I guess you could say it comes down to economics and people saying, oh, the airlines is only $150 round trip to Miami. But what are you going to do out there? I don't know if Miami is still on lockdown, but people still do what they want to do. And the difference, I live at the border of Orange County, LA County, and you see the big difference. You see the attitudes of people in Orange County versus LA. LA, they wear the mask. When you get to the other side of Orange County, they get mad because they're wearing masks. And then you even get people look at you, like I was in Laguna that first week, they're telling people to wear masks. And Laguna, you have nobody wearing masks. And they're looking at you like you're crazy because you're not wearing a mask. And I remember when it first started, that's why I was upset. The Ralphs near my house, there was this man going, all of you guys are sheep, because the manager told him to wear a mask. He goes, it's my right to not wear a mask, and I don't know why you're giving me a hard time, blah, blah, blah. Hey, it's a private business. Have you ever heard no shoes, no shirt, no service? Same thing, no mask, no service. And he was mad, and he goes, oh, all of you guys are just sheep listening to all these people on the media or whatever. Hey, if it works, I mean, we don't know for sure, but if that's the one thing that can help with COVID-19, then we'll do it, you know. So that's I don't like to get into diatribe of the politics, but it comes to the reality of what the man in Washington has created. Instead of trying to help our country, it's divided our country too. And you see it on Facebook, you see it in person, you see people like, and I still remember when it first came out, my friend and I experienced racism of a white person looking at because my friend he's from Canada, but he's Taiwanese. And we were at Whole Foods, and you have this guy, he's the one who was standing near us at the deli counter over at Whole Foods. And then when my friend ordered his stuff, but he realized he forgot his chopstick, he walked right past the guy really quick. And then the guy started yelling at him. But bro, you're the white guy. He was one that's standing next to him. We looked at him like social distance, but we didn't him. But he had the nerve to tell us, I can't believe you guys he walked right next to me. Don't you know social distancing? And that was when you didn't have to wear a mask, but they were just about social distancing. And that's why, me being a survivor of COVID, it really upsets me that people's turn this into a whole racial thing, turn this into politics, and turn this that I don't need to wear a mask. I don't need to wear a mask. And so that's the hard thing. And I know I'll probably get hate for it, but I'm just stating an opinion as a survivor, you know. A lot of people don't realize that being a survivor, you have more, what is that word to say? You have more empathy and to how others are reacting, but at the same time, you could be upset with the people that are so negative of people trying to take care of the community wearing a mask. And it's like let's come together as a community. It's called strength and community, like what we're doing today.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, thank you, Peterson. We have a few more questions. I have one, but there is one I have to ask you. How has your video work been affected because of COVID?
Well, in the Hollywood industry, they don't have really that many events anymore. Everything's pretty much virtual. Press junkets for film and TV, it's been kind of slow, but however, they're starting to open up. They're starting to do a lot of interviews with celebrities, and for upcoming films, they're doing it on Zoom now, you know. And then also they'll do phone calls. You know, if you're actually a journalist that just does articles instead of actually video, they'll do phoners. And I think it's changed the industry in itself. One of my partners in the industry, Stanley Mirador, everybody knows him as the Filipino red carpet photographer. He hasn't been on a red carpet for months, I've never asked him personally, well, how do you survive? Because that's his personal business. But I feel bad for him because red carpet events or celebrity events was his main breadwinner, or moneymaker, and it's affected a lot of people. Usually Pacific Rim Video, we usually have like videos every other week or so, and now we don't have. It's been a long while since I've actually had any events that we've done to post online. So I try to look at archives that I haven't posted and probably post those up. And then I know some friends that work in the industry a lot. Around the time that happened, it was pilot season, which is very important for actors and actresses, because that's where they audition, and then all of a sudden, boom, it stopped. My friend, the one I was talking to you about, that's from Canada, the Taiwanese guy, Chase Tang, he came out here specifically right around that time because he was going to start, auditioning for pilot season. So imagine you're relocating from Canada for a few months to do pilot season, and all of a sudden, COVID-19 just kills the whole business and all these actors are not where they at now. So a lot of actors it's been hard for them. It's been hard for people that work below the line as cameramen, as a makeup artist, and all those different types of professionals. That but it's slowly been opening up, and I know I see some posts from friends that they have to take a COVID test before they go on set. I don't know if they have to take, and some of them will have to take 3 tests, just to make sure they don't have it. And it's really changed a lot of things. I know later on around 6 o'clock, my professional friends Janet and Ruben Napas will be online, and they'll be talking about get more into it because they work directly with as part of the HFPA that does the Golden Globes. They interview a lot of celebrities, and the celebrities tell them how they're trying to help other people that are having a hard time. Like they were mentioning about Sean Penn. They were mentioning about other celebrities that are trying to give back to the entertainment community. And so even in the media community, there's people out there that have gone back home and work and coming back. Aside from my media job, I have my other job at the airport. It's sad when I see there was one time 2 weeks ago, I was talking to a parent, and it says, "Oh, we came back to LA to help our son pack because he's going to move back to us in Florida." He goes, his working in the entertainment industry dried up, so he has no money to pay for his apartment, so he's moving back home. And those are the realities of COVID. And then just to see another friend of mine who had unfortunately his Filipino restaurant Long Beach had burned out. He actually helped with making meals for people that really that are having issues or that don't have the money to survive, and so he would make meals, and so they would have some dinner. I think he would do it once a week when he could. So it's affected everybody from entertainment to journalists to video, and we do see it too. Especially my business partner for Front Row Features, which we started as an entertainment wire service. She's trying to look for another job because it's our businesses are slowly dried up because there's a lot of newspapers are slowly going out of business also. And so it is something that has hurt us, but even though we had to close the country, it comes down to our health. We may be having at the lull of economic hardship, but I'd rather have economic hardship than not have my life at all.
Very true. I think that's a very popular sentiment. A lot of the debate, I think even with my friends early on, was how do you feel about the people who need jobs still, like economic sufferings versus their health, and
Mm-hmm.
people like it's hard to not feel for people who need their jobs back to literally survive.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was definitely a battle, but I do want to update everyone that we are at $410 in terms of fundraising. So thank you to everyone who's been fundraising. Peterson, I have a few more questions to you.
Sure.
What do you think what kind of industries do you know have been kind of thriving during this time of COVID?
I'm sorry, that have been still driving, or that have died? I'm sorry.
So you mentioned how you've been mentioning how a lot of companies are dying out, but
Mm-hmm.
of companies that you think have been thriving.
Oh, thriving. I think there's some, especially essential, like just from seeing how everything's been, online companies have been thriving. Amazon's still been thriving. Any Grubhub, Uber Eats, and all those, they've been totally thriving. Because people still need to feed themselves. You got a lot of you have a lot of supermarkets that are still going strong, even Target and Walmart and those. I'm trying to think of anything else that I've known. Surprisingly, also Wall Street has like stocks and whatnot. They've been still thriving. So if you're one of those people that are looking to get into the stock market, Robinhood and Fidelity and all those would be something to do. I think also a lot of people have been finding ways to overcome their issues. Like, for example, you see a lot of restaurants, all of a sudden, oh, they look like a general store. They look like one of those places where like they have a market at the same time. I know one store, I was surprised, most people know it as a breakfast lunch place, but they're selling bags of rice, they're selling this or that. And the secret to some of those restaurants that have been able to stay afloat is because they get wholesale pricing, and they get a restaurant pricing for all of their ingredients. So if they cut what they make in half, say they no longer do. They say there's a restaurant that only does breakfast and lunch, but no longer does dinners. Then they'll take all of that other inventory, and they'll start selling it. And I go, wow, that restaurant is selling rice and selling beans and selling bread, loaves of bread. So there has been people that have been doing that. Even fashion designers have been now making fashionable masks. You have others that they're just trying to find a way to thrive. But overall, it's a lot of the essential places that are thriving. You still have people that need to get their oil change done, like Jiffy Lube and Valvoline or whatnot. So a lot of the places that are thriving are still the ones that everybody still needs. But unfortunately, like even there's some restaurants that, it's sad to see some of these news stories of restaurants that they opened a year ago and they were thriving. And then all of a sudden when the pandemic hit, they have to close their business because there's no such thing as indoor dining, and their restaurant cannot handle outdoor seating or whatnot. So even though you see a lot of restaurants that are open now and they're doing outdoor dining, a lot of them don't. There's a lot more restaurants that can't offer outdoor dining, so they have to shut down, or they try to do takeout, and that's where you see all that happening. The media, like I said, in entertainment, it totally died out because there was no production. A lot of those people that were in production, they had no money, and then luckily some of them saved money. And other things, the port is still doing well. Port jobs are still doing well. Since everybody's still buying, they're still importing.
Yeah.
The Port of Long Beach had one of its highest profit in the last few months because you still have people bringing stuff in, even though if China's shut down, there's still imports. So those are the main things I can think of off the top of my head, and just watching the business, watching news or whatnot. So those are the ones that are thriving, but it's sad to see a lot more mom and pop stores and small businesses are the ones that have been hit really hard, and that's where you have those issues where supposedly back then when the people companies that applied for that special SBA relief, when you go, wait a minute, how come Shake Shack got all this money when you got a small mom and pop shop that needs it more than Shake Shack? Because Shake Shack is they're a chain, so why would they really need it versus that mom and pop store down the corner of your house or whatever?
Yeah.
So there are some that are thriving, but there's a lot more that are not.
Yeah.
Julie actually has one more question.
Oh, I just
before
had
we
a
end.
comment.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for, speaking on all the topics you discussed about, COVID, racism, community. And I just think that it's so important. The statement that you said that, that we have to work as a community to really end this COVID, and the story about your friend who was creating meals to help. So I just wanted to say thank you in that, and just to highlight again that thank you everyone who donated. We're up to $410 to donate to charity. And this is just another way that we can, come as a community to help people who are in need right now.
I have another question for you, Peterson, then.
Yeah.
It might be. Yeah. If there is any advice you could give to anyone who hasn't gotten COVID or who has gotten COVID, what is an advice you can give to kind of cope during the times and stay strong mentally?
Yeah, I think it's like with anything, even if you have cancer or whatever, you have to stay strong. You have to be positive. Your body reacts to your stress, reacts to your positivity. So you have to also be aware of what's happening to your body. So if it's that time, if unfortunately you feel like you really are having a shortness of breath where you can't breathe at all, go to emergency. They always say, don't go to emergency. No, if you're really having a hard time, go to the emergency room. But you have to be aware, is it me just hyperventilating and this feeling, oh my God, I think I need to go because I'm feeling sick? No, really assess yourself. That's the biggest thing. Because sometimes the emergency will say, oh, we don't see anything in your chest x-ray, blah, 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 blah. It's being psychological that they send you home. I do have an acquaintance that was a filmmaker, and he's an HBO award-winning filmmaker. He had independent film. He got COVID right at near the beginning, January, February, and he didn't realize that it was. And then when he went to the hospital, they sent him back home. Oh, just take this and you'll be fine. And then he stressed out a week or so later, like he thought he was dying. So he went back to the ER, and they said pretty much, I believe, if I remember correctly, that he's overreacting. That he should be fine because his X-rays were clear. So you have to be really self-aware. If you do get the COVID, always hydrate a lot, drink immune supplements, drink vitamin C, vitamin D. If you can get out, get some sun, and try to exercise a little bit just to strengthen your body, and especially do breathing exercise. If you know yoga, do yoga breathing exercises. I have a friend that didn't believe in it, but because he says, oh, it didn't help me out. I go, well, it's not supposed to be like just totally helping you out. It's supposed to be helping you stay strong in your breathing or whatnot, and just take care of that. And then at the same time, get some rest and just stay strong. Always wear a mask and sanitize. And if you're not isolated by yourself and you're sharing your home with any family members, always have sanitizing wipes to wipe down whatever you touch, whatever you use. The rest, if you use the restroom, make sure to wipe down the toilet seat, wipe down the faucets or whatever, because you never know. You don't want to give to somebody else. I've had my friends, my boss's sister-in-law caught COVID, and then she's no longer positive. But then her daughter and her husband became positive. And she works. Her sister-in-law works in the medical field, but it's like if you don't wipe down, that's the biggest thing. Being positive, wear a mask, sanitize, and don't rub your eyes and don't rub anything on your mouth. That's the biggest thing. And try to stay positive. And when you really, really feel that bad, go to the ER.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peterson, for all the advice that you gave us, and like Julia said, sharing your story with us, because there's some of that COVID experience that I was really not aware of.
Mm-hmm.
In parts of the anxiety, I mean, you didn't describe it as anxiety, but my mom actually had the same experience in the early stages. She thought she had it, she was tripping out, and then it ended up anxiety, and where we all really thought she was COVID positive.
Yeah.
Possible in the beginning stages to get a test, because
Yeah.
it's harder. But it is the end of our session. But thank
All
you.
right.
If you want to plug any socials or anything, do you want to make any shout outs before we end our?
Well, I'd like to shout out to everybody that's helped out with the server videos, Stanley Mirador, Kat Amadar, Noreen Laney, and then also my host, he's a Filipino heart, even though he's put that Chris Tranza will be on later. And all the people that came together, has come together in the last few years to help Pacific Rim be where it's at. And to my colleague, Steve Angelis of Believe in America, and also others that are GMA, all the different networks. And then also Rodney Kajuto for bringing me into this. He works with Pacific Rim Video. And just prayers to everybody in the community, just the both of you, and hopefully you guys just stay strong, stay well, and stay sanitized. That doesn't sound right. No, but you know what I mean. And wear that face mask, even if you can find something to match your dresses.
Thank you, Peterson. Thank you.
You're welcome. My social. Can I say my social media?
Go ahead.
Pacific Rim Video at Instagram, Twitter, and then Peter Gonzaga at Instagram. That's it.
Julia actually and her family have a mask business.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Okay.
And you can find us on Instagram. Our @ is Betty and Petunia.
Ooh, see, that sounds like good masks, huh? I'll definitely check it out and tell people to check it out too.
Thank
you. And congratulations on this fundraiser, and hopefully we can make more money to help other people that really are in need.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Did you want to?
Thank you.
Yourself.
I just want to say thank you for having me. Again, my name is Julia, and yeah, my Instagram is Love Julia Marie, and also the masks are Betty and Petunia.
And hi everyone again. Thank you, Rodney and Strength and Community, for having us.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Michelle. I am one of the founders of Subtle Filipino Traits. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram. Facebook as our main group page at Subtle Filipino Traits. Anyone is more than welcome to join us as long as you're there to respect the community. And you can find my personal Instagram at Notorious Michelle. Again, Mr. Peterson, thank you so much for coming on here and really, really sharing your experiences with us. And really
No problem.
Shout out to Rodney again for having us. And we hope that everyone has a blessed Saturday and stay safe and stay sanitized, like Peterson said. All
right. Take care, guys.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is the Pinoy Prince, Manny Mars, and your current CWA Central Valley champion. And you're watching Strength in Community.
Hello everyone, my name is Don Margana and I'm the Director of Live Programming for FilAm Creative. You're currently watching Strength and Community, a charity live stream for COVID-19 relief. And if you'd like to donate, we have an Eventbrite link down below where you could donate. And it's super easy. All you have to do is click the green tickets button and you could donate any amount that you would like. And yeah, any amount would be appreciated in helping out with this charity event. And yeah, we appreciate you joining us and we hope that you enjoy the show.
Hi everyone, it's Ronnie, Executive Director of FilAm Creative, and you are watching Strength and Community.
Hi everybody, welcome to our segment in Strength in Community. We are half of the hosts of Pangeekery, myself, Jennifer Zhang, and Earl Balon here.
What's
and
up?
Hello, that's Earl right there. And today, in this fine hour, we're going to be interviewing Mitch Narito, who is a lovely... Hello, there he is.
What's
a lovely
up,
actor,
dude?
and who we've had on our Pangeekery podcast previously, and who we regularly game with. So let's get started, shall we? How are you doing, Mitch?
I'm doing good. Just trying to beat the heat right now. But
Oh, dude, for reals.
you know, like temperature's starting to drop, so it's getting a little more comfortable around here. How about you guys?
Gotcha.
What's going on?
Just chilling, dude.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Anyway, so Mitch, you are Filipino American.
Yep.
How do you know anybody that is working as an essential worker right now?
Yeah, I've got like most of my family is from a medical background, so there's a lot of nurses.
Right.
I have like a ton of aunts and uncles. Like some of my best friends are nurses, and they're working. One of them is actually doing like the on-site COVID testing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a trip because he has little kids, and pretty much like he had to send his family off to Las Vegas to stay with relatives because he just doesn't want to expose them.
I've heard a lot of like frontline like healthcare workers having to do something like that. Like they'll isolate themselves in the hotel while they're working, you know, for that that period while they're like on the front lines, and then they'll go back to their family afterwards. Like, you know, it's kind of it's a crazy thought, really.
Yeah. I mean, that just like gave me a flashback to a video I saw at the start of COVID of this like male nurse coming home and his child wants to hug him, but he's just like, no.
Oh yeah,
that was so sad.
It's heartbreaking.
So freaking sad, but they're the real unsung heroes, or I mean, somewhat sung, but partially unsung.
Yeah, semi-sung.
Semi-sung heroes of this time, for sure. So what have you been doing to like stay sane during this time?
I've been jumping around from a lot of different things, like to whatever like fits my fancy at that moment, you know, like
whichever fits your fancy.
Yeah, you know.
Your fancy feast. I don't know.
I think one of the constants is video games. I've been playing a ton of video games.
Nice.
Like I've
Like,
just
what do
been
you
going
play?
through. Right now I'm on a lot of Apex and Overwatch.
Apex.
Yeah, on PS4. I just beat The Last of Us 2.
Nice.
I did too. Oh my god.
Jen, you have somebody to commiserate with.
Oh my god, it's so depressing. Like,
oh my god,
that's like one game where like I beat it and I didn't really feel fulfilled. You know, like I was just like,
exactly.
I was like,
no,
oh
but that's
god,
the point.
this is so painful to watch. Like it's so like without giving stuff away. Like I don't know. Like I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but oh man, like at the end of it, I was just like, they were like New Game Plus, and I was like, oh no.
Am I ready for this?
I'm not gonna do that.
I'm good on that.
Yeah. Well, I actually was forced to start a New Game Plus because I got raided right at the end of as I finished the game.
Oh, really?
But yeah.
Wait, what is the one that did it? No. Did you get raided after I raided you?
After you raided me, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was Tryhouse rated with like 90 something viewers. It was
okay,
crazy.
because I saw it and I was like, wait, it looks like she's towards the end, or what would be an end. So
Not stop there.
Yeah.
It was like an hour or two after that. But yeah, I agree with you, Mitch, that the ending of Last of Us 2 is, I'm like, without giving away spoilers, because I am, definitely a blab, but like, I think it's meant to be unfulfilling, right? I mean, like, isn't that like the message that they're going for?
Yeah, it's supposed to be bleak, you know, like it's supposed to be. No, it's supposed like it's honestly like it's so depressing. Like, like right from the get go, you know, you're like, oh, dude, everything is messed up. You know, like everything
is messed up.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like, I don't know if it's like genius marketing or not, but like releasing something like that in the midst of a pandemic, like I don't know if it like heightens everything, or if everybody's just tired of that kind of story. I don't know, or of living that kind of story.
No, that's why like during this pandemic, like playing that game, it hit a little harder, and I was just like, oh god. So like after I beat that, like I downloaded Fall Guys, and that's been like. That's been a little more.
That's been
we
the
play together because I just downloaded Fall Guys too.
Fall Guys. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
It's frustrating though.
It is. It is. Video games are definitely like a good like outlet, I think, just because, you know, they're longer than like a movie or a series could possibly be, but also I mean if you're like a gamer, you can sink yourself into a game for like hours without even really knowing.
I mean, I actually feel like, you know, things like Last of Us, I don't know if I can speak for you, Mitch, but like the second game affected me so deeply emotionally, I think because of what you're saying, Earl, which is that you invest yourself in it, right? Like you become the agent of change, and everything that happens is your responsibility, and like you did that.
Right.
You know, whatever suffering you cause to others in the game or to yourself, you brought upon yourself. You know what I mean? It's
you're not innocent in this, right?
Absolutely not. Yeah, it's like a meta reflection on like what the game developers are trying to teach you. And in this case, Naughty Dog. Freaking.
I mean, I just finished Detroit Become Human for the first time.
Oh yes, that's a good one.
Which ending did you get?
Oh, I did not get a good one. I got like a bad one. Even like everybody in my chat was like, "Oh, I don't think he's gonna get the post credits ending." And I was like, "Oh man,
it's hard, man. You got to do like a lot of stuff to get those the really good ending."
I know.
I cheated. I looked at the walkthroughs because I wanted.
Yeah, Jen said she looked at the walkthroughs.
I wanted to make sure that I didn't lose anybody.
Dude, before Last of Us, I sunk like 160 something hours into Persona 5.
Oh my god, yeah.
Because I didn't know there was multiple endings, because that was the that was the first Persona title I ever played.
Right.
And then like I was looking it up, and people were like, "Oh, did you get the good ending?" I was like, "What good ending?" Like, I was...
No, I have to go back.
Yeah. Wait, so what's your favorite game of all time, Mitch?
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see. Of all time? I think one of my favorite games, just because like it's associated with a lot of good memories with my friends, was Ultimate Alliance.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance, nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a good one.
Because like I'm a big comic book guy, and like getting to play as like some of my favorites, that was fun. And then like me and my friends, like you know, we all get drunk and then like just play through, like 4 of us, you know, like it was really fun.
Dude, that's a good game. Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
It's good. Wait, so okay, so you're a fan of Marvel. Who's your favorite Marvel superhero?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, definitely.
Which Spider-Man?
I'm like an OG Peter Parker kind of guy.
Oh.
Like 90s Spider-Man, or like
like whatever yeah, like 80s, 90s, like, you know, like when the animated series was out, like I was
right. Spectacular Spider-Man. That was a good animated series. Yeah,
it was.
Spider-Blood, radioactive Spider-Blood. That thing.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, like he's like, he was always like one of my favorites, because like he was a nerd.
Right.
He was a geek, you know, like kind of like a misfit, but then like.
But he was a wise ass.
Yeah, that's what I loved about him. He always like would make jokes, you know. And that's, like I saw a lot of myself in that. So.
So Mitch, I know we're all creatives on this call right now. have you been doing anything creatively just to keep yourself occupied over a pandemic?
Oh yeah, I've been really fortunate that a lot of people off Twitter have reached out and asked me to like participate in stuff.
Oh, that's great.
I do like a weekly reading. It's called Brunch with the Bard. It's every Sunday with a bunch of voice actors, and there's like the people I work with are voice actors from a ton of video games like Fire Emblem.
Nice.
Like 2 weeks ago, I got to meet Allegra Clark. She's the voice of like Bloodhound in Apex, and she does. Like,
cool.
Wow.
Nice.
So yeah, and like so I get to do that with them, and I just get to play around. So I get to do that every Sunday.
Dude, that's badass.
And then other people, I joined this one sketch comedy group. They're doing like a Zoom-based web series. It's called No Shoes Allowed.
Are they Asian?
Yeah, they're all Asian.
Very nice title.
My sketch troupe was literally about to be called that like in 10 years ago.
Yeah. So like I've been doing that stuff. And then like I'm still doing acting classes. Like,
oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm just
through Zoom.
Yeah, through Zoom. Like, like it's good prep because I know like a lot of the auditions and whatnot now are not going to be in person if people can help it. So,
a lot of self-taping these days.
Yeah, so like it's a big help, and like I get to see like my friends, like even though I get to be with them in person, I could still like catch up with them, so it's nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh my god. Well, I mean, are you gonna be performing anything with the sketch comedy group soonish?
We shot a couple episodes. You can find them on YouTube. They're No Shoes Allowed Comedy.
Nice.
Yay!
I'm in the last 2 episodes of the season, and the season finale comes out this Tuesday.
Oh, cool, man. That's good to hear, dude.
Let's plug that so that everybody can see all your sketch stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? What was the name of the? It's No Shoes Allowed.
Yeah, No Shoes Allowed Comedy, and then the title of the web series is called Homework.
Got it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like comedy ready to happen.
Gosh, that's one thing I don't miss about school is homework.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Were you torn about homework?
I was a bad student, man. Oh. Like I understood stuff, but I just hated doing work, Like,
right.
I just read this thing more recently about like, maybe we should rethink how we educate people, because like instead of saying like, oh yeah, like you failed at this test so you're going to get a failing grade, like let students retake things so that they actually learn how to take failures in stride and also like not give up afterwards, And I think that would have like helped a lot, because I think post college I started to hate reading. I used to love reading.
Right.
Now I can't read a book to save my life.
I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but what is your favorite Filipino dish?
My favorite Filipino dish, like I love any of like the tomato-based Filipino dishes, like mechado, menudo, afritada. I actually made some mechado today. Like
nice.
I spent like 4 hours like just like stewing it all together. Came out pretty good. And like it's one of the things like I like to do now during the pandemic. Like I've been cooking a lot more, just trying to get better at it because what else am I gonna do?
Did you not cook a lot before pandemic?
No, actually, like I was really bad at eating out. Like, and it's kind of a blessing too, because now I have a little more money because I'm not spending so much on food outside.
Right.
But yeah, like because it was just easier just to pick up stuff on the go,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
What are the things? Sorry, go ahead.
Especially like when the industry is like up and rolling, you almost have no time to do anything really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what are some dishes that you've made so far that you're really proud of?
I've been doing a lot of like simple Filipino stuff. Like nice. I made the mechado. I make a pretty good beef steak.
I saw that that Instagram story. It looked pretty good, dude.
Yeah,
Wow.
Did that. Like I watched Birds of Prey recently.
Nice.
And you know how like she wants that egg sandwich?
Dude, that is the best looking egg sandwich ever.
So I made that, you know, like I was
Nice.
like, that looks completely doable, you know, like I was like,
Right.
let me
So
do that.
doable.
So like I just picked up all the ingredients and I was like, oh man, this is money, you know, like
Yeah.
That's dope, dude.
Oh, it's so good.
I had never been so sad about an egg sandwich before.
I
Yeah.
know,
right?
it was very sad.
It looks so good in the movie.
It
Like,
did.
They just made it look perfect.
It looks
know.
like trash diner food that it just hits the spot, you know?
Oh god.
It's like one of
So
those
good.
like late night diner trash food.
Dude,
That-
those greasy spoons are what I
Beautiful.
live for, man. Like
Yeah.
any of those burger spots, you know, like
Yeah.
I don't like a burger that's too clean, you know, like
Yeah.
No, that's sacrilege.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh, I miss burgers. I haven't had a burger
Oh.
like at it from a place in a while.
Why not? You can get one. The places
Okay.
are there.
That's true, I guess. I'm pretty close to one.
Go forth. Go forth and get
Sally
a burger.
forth, young squire, and bring back a burger.
Race that steed into the sunset with a burger.
put some bacon avocado on it.
Dude,
Yeah.
bacon avocado. That sounds for real.
California, after
Some
all. What have we been doing to like better ourselves as citizens during this time when we feel so useless? Like, what is one thing you've done to like enrich yourself, I guess?
Oh man, that's tough. Well, like I went back to teaching.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. So I'm teaching ESL to adults remotely.
Right.
And it's just like just reaching out to my students and giving them a skill that they can use to try to make their situations better.
Yeah.
Is something that I always try to keep up.
Nice.
But like every so often, like I reach out to someone I haven't talked to in a while, like just because it's really easy to become like, isolated and you get stuck in your own bubble. Like even if it's just for like a quick phone call, like 5 minutes or whatever, just call someone and be like, hey man, just thinking about you. Haven't seen you in a while, just seeing how you're doing. Just reminding people that like there are still people out there that do care like what goes on in their lives.
Right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I think that's like essential in these days. So,
Yeah. Have you done like socially distanced hangouts?
Yeah, I went to my wife's like best friend's place like for a meal, and it was just my wife and I, and then her friend and her family. Like it was just like
Right.
like all in total it was like 5 of us. So we just went over there, like kept our distance, with my neighbors we like do like backyard barbecues because they got a grill, so it's just like me
Oh, nice.
my 2 neighbors, like we'll just throw some meat on the grill and have a couple drinks and whatnot, like stuff like
That's
that.
cool.
Like it just it just like all this stuff just makes me realize how much I took for granted before.
Right.
Like like
Yep.
like Korean barbecue for what?
Oh,
like,
man. Korean barbecue is like back here, and it's just like this thing. It's this unspoken goal at the end of this entire thing. And I know there are places that are doing it still, but I don't know if I feel safe.
No, they're a bad idea if they're still doing it right now. Yeah.
Anything, Mitch, anything that you wanted to say to the folks out there watching about COVID, about supporting the community and all that stuff?
Well, first off, wear a mask. Like I know not everybody is doing that still because I go out every so often and not everybody is wearing a mask. So like it may be a hassle, but dude, just put up with it for a couple weeks and like we could get this stuff under control. I want to say thank you to all the essential workers, like anyone, like including like hospital and medical staff, but like anyone that's working in a restaurant, anyone that's like just out there like doing what they're supposed, like delivery people, like I really appreciate all the work that they're doing. And like if if you guys are feeling down, there's always something you can find that will, pick you back up. Just find what you're into, and lean into it.
How's it going? Well, Mitch, thank you so much for joining us here on the Pan Geekery portion of Strength and Community.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, for sure. It's been an awesome talk, but thank you. Thank you, Jen, for
how are you doing, Mr. Voice?
I'm doing all right. Yeah,
thank you, Earl.
Thank you. All right,
Hello?
folks. See you soon. Are we live? Do try to donate to Strength and Community. All the funds are going to very worthy causes.
People, so I was scrambling between my PC and laptop.
Need some kind of financial support during. How's it going? What's up, everybody? So all that community is going to very good places. Thanks for watching that segment with Mr. Mitch Narito. You might recognize him from The Good Place as Donkey Dog. Yup. We are actually here. My name is Earl Bale, and I'm an actor improviser based in Los Angeles, California. I am one part of the Pan Geekery host team, and this is
Caitlin Fay. I'm an actor, writer, singer, and musician, and I am also one part of the Pan Geekery host team.
And we have our guest here today for Strength in Community, Mr. Will Sportasio. Y'all might know him from some awesome ass titles from now, and I mean I could list a lot of stuff. Wetworks, X-Men, Spawn, tons of stuff. Iron Man, yeah. But how's it going, Wills? How are you?
Hey, thanks for inviting me. This is pretty cool. I've been for years trying to get in touch with the Filipino community, and here you guys all are. You guys have been hiding from me.
We were waiting for you. We were waiting for you to find us, and we're so happy.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, what a nice day.
Happy Saturday, y'all.
I know. Happy Saturday.
So, Will, where are you right now? Where are you logging in from in the universe?
I'm from the Inland Empire.
Oh wow.
Okay, i.e.
that 909 style.
Yeah, just over the LA hills.
Nice.
That's where we are.
Cool.
Gotta get away from the traffic.
Yeah, I know. I'm so jealous sometimes. I'm in the valley, and it's still still pretty nuts out there.
I have a lot of friends who were at Marvel and then moved to DC, and then DC then moved from New York to LA, and the move took like over a year because, as you guys know, the Burbank traffic is like crazy.
It's insane.
Oh yeah.
You have to live there, right? You if you live outside, it's like it's murder.
Yeah. It was nice for a hot second during the pandemic. But apparently people don't care anymore. So the traffic has resumed. Yeah, the traffic has resumed.
Rush hour is a thing all of a sudden again. It's weird.
Yeah. For those of you who don't live in LA.
I know. There are certain times.
Be grateful.
Well, at least for that part.
Yeah, for that part.
So Wills, how has pandemic been treating you?
Well, I'm sorry to say my answer is not very exciting because
it's okay.
This is my life.
We like not exciting in terms of
we like boring
destruction. Yeah.
This is a nerd podcast. Sorry.
You guys remember in the beginning of the pandemic, there was that meme that for some people this is your life and you're boring. Well, this is my life. I mean,
don't say that.
I mean, seriously, there are some years where I don't get out of the house unless I'm being flown to a convention or something.
Right.
You're saying your life has barely changed this year since the pandemic.
Actually, I do have to be grateful that my kids are now forced to be with me again now.
Aw, that's nice.
So it's really cool for long conversations and food prep night and everything.
How old are your kids?
I got one finishing up high school, one second year college, and another one young adult after college.
Nice.
Oh, so they're big.
Yeah, you
get to have adult conversations with.
Yeah, no, seriously, that's
I want conversation with my dad.
That's the best thing. I mean, especially my college kid and now my high school kid. It's great for me keeping in touch with quote unquote the millennia generation and what's happening right now. Because I'm an old fogey. I mean, I'm 57 right now, so I'm in like the Brad Pitt, George Clooney generation.
I can't believe they're like that old. It's crazy to me that they're not that's like
it's called Botox
old.
and lots of money.
It's all right.
So.
It's okay.
You look great. 57.
Yeah,
I wanna look good at 57.
We're gonna be looking somewhat like this until
Hopefully,
like 60 something. So
well,
maybe
our
less
genes.
hair.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
I think it's the rice.
I would like to believe it's the rice.
Melanin. Melanin
No, it's the
protects us from the
lechon.
sun.
It's the lechon.
It's the lechon. Oh. I was just having this conversation yesterday about Filipino food and how like I haven't had tons of it since pandemic because like I would have to cook it myself or like go to the market, but I kind of don't want to do that. So, but
Actually, that's what I miss about Manila, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody delivers. I mean, even before the pandemic, right? You seen all those scooters going around delivering guys?
Yeah. Wait, so remind me, you were born here, right? You're not from
Quezon, right?
My dad was in the U.S. Navy, so we're Caviteño. So I was born at Sangley Point, Cavite, where my parents are from. And when I was 2 years old, I came over here. So I'm 57, so I've been here for 55 years now.
Okay.
Wow.
So he's like 1.5 generation. That's
Yeah,
what it's called.
1.5
If
is
you get
almost.
it before 18.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That
interesting.
is correct.
Well,
I'm still a public buy-in by definition.
Aw, but you're a staple of American culture now, so.
Absolutely. Come on. But and your family, you all ended up in San Diego, like for the long term, right?
Yeah. One thing that maybe some people don't know, me being a Navy brat,
right?
In the 60s, when my father joined up, he could only be a cook, so they were put in certain groups or divisions. Towards the 70s, and they started opening that up. But what happened along the way was that almost all of the Filipinos stayed together.
Right.
So when we moved to Midway Island, we went there with my aunts and my uncles and my cousins. And then when we moved like LA or San Diego, they moved too. When we moved to Hawaii, they moved too. So it was kind of like a caravan of Pinoy people, and so we were able to stay together.
That's great.
Very cool.
Arnold busting out in the chat says, "Damn, Wills looks good." And FilAm Creative says, "Wills is goals."
Ooh. Goals. That's millennial talk for looking good.
Yeah.
People want to be you.
So, Wills, have you been doing like a lot of creative work over pandemic, in terms of your art and all that writing?
Well, the comics world got hit too, like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting. All this time alone, and this goes for everybody, is a time of introspection. So thinking about stuff, and for years and years, with a good friend of mine, Rafael Kayanan, we've been trying to figure out how to do a Filipino hero story with a lot of the culture and a lot of the information, because Rafael knows almost everything about ancient culture. And as a creative, I think that's one of the aspects of our culture that hasn't really been brought out a lot. And so for ages, we've been thinking about it. But now that the pandemic is here, now we've actually started on that. We've started to pre-prod on that. And one of the impetus was that, this is not a great time in the world, but it is a major point in the world. I mean, those times in our history as man where everybody, the whole world, every country was affected exactly the same way. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting about that for me who studies people in order to do stories is that you could see how different countries and different cultures react to the exact same condition. So without naming names, we could see that there are certain countries where they don't react the way they should. They react the way they want to.
Right.
You get my point?
Yeah.
You know, if you study history, whenever a big thing like World War II or other pandemics happened, you got out of it by doing what was hard, meaning you doing what you had to do. Mm-hmm. And it's just interesting for me watching the Philippines on, social networks and watching my chef friends every day preparing food for hospitals and frontliners, watching my other professional friends, making meals and drives for people on near their barangay or in other streets across near them, or for the security guard in their building, or and seeing how Filipinos here and there step up to do what they're supposed to do, but to step up and do what they're supposed to do, what's needed, and Filipinos will understand this, still laugh and still make horrible jokes, we get serious, we think about serious things, we do serious things, but we kind of like to go through life as, hey, there's going to be another day, and so all that has really then when you're coming up with a story, you're trying to figure out what's the real hook, what's the real theme. And so now Rafael and I have latched onto connection.
Okay. You're right.
The way I put it real quickly to end this is that where you have countries, my theory, where you have countries where people are not connected, have very few friends that they talk to and connect all the time with. When a pandemic like this happens, odds are you might not know somebody in the medical field or in local government or in other frontliners. And so you don't get that information to hopefully maybe calm you down a little bit, or at least just to get some information. But if you're like Filipino like us, where you're connected to your family, your extended family, to your friends, to your high school friends, your college friends, everyday other job friends, your uncles and aunties who aren't your real uncles and aunties. Odds are you're going to have somebody who's in healthcare, in local government, a cop or somebody, and you're going to be able to ask them. And so I think that's one of the reasons why, like, the Philippines in general has handled this with coolness, let's say. Mm-hmm. And other countries are like scared and going crazy,
This is like par for the course. It's just another roadblock.
Is that to say that you're currently working on a new project dealing with Filipinos and connection, or are you just teasing us?
I know.
Actually, yeah, I'm working on my next actual comic book project. I was taking a little break.
Do tell.
With movie back home, but now I want to. The great thing about comics is, as you guys probably know, like movies and games and animation, it costs too much. Production
I know.
It's so much money.
That's why I'm poor. Come on, guys.
Like, even the smallest project is
like it'll kill your bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, one of the creative hits you get there is that it's not always, actually almost all the time, it's not the property or the IP that is really well written. It's who that person knows, right?
Yes.
I mean, what?
I'm being super salty right now.
Nepotism, that doesn't exist.
But see, comics, on the other hand, is just pencil and paper, And so you can get stories out there really quickly. And so, like I said, this is a story that I've been wanting to write for a long time and wanting to draw for a long time.
Okay.
And finally, it's all connecting. And so I can go to different avenues, but as you guys all know, it'll take too long. And even if it does happen, 5 years from now, for 5 years, I got to keep shut about, all these thoughts in my head.
Right.
And so now is the time to, put it all down. And yeah, it's going to be a Filipino thing in the Philippines.
Nice.
And it's going to be metaphorical in that everything that I told you about how my opinion on how like Filipinos have dealt with the pandemic. I'm going to
specifically about
that
the
into a
pandemic.
superhero world where the villain is the metaphorical virus.
Right.
And all of the pipelines and procedures that we're all using in both sides, on the pandemic side, the virus itself, and also on the frontliner side, we're working that into the model. In fact, I could say that my main hero is actually going to be a frontliner. But
interesting.
But we're going to use the Philippine. What I hope to be able to do is show people that Filipinos are connected, and that's if I can rant a little bit. There's
go for it, please.
I've been over 30 years. I've been working in American superhero comics. Okay.
Right.
Like I said, I grew up in the United States. I've been here for 55 years studying Americana, studying the West, studying our history. I didn't speak Tagalog until 15 years ago.
Really?
And I could barely understand it.
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Oh, I'm to the point where, like, what do you call that? Where, you're talking to somebody with an accent and all of a sudden you put on that accent.
Okay, I've done that. When I spent time in the Philippines, started talking like this. Yeah.
I do that all the time and I actually love that.
No, that's great. That's great. I love that.
No, in fact, one thing, just to do on another little rant, there was
Absolutely.
There was a bit of time in showbiz films in the Philippines, where even up to recently, they would push the American accent and try to erase, quote unquote, the Tagalog accent. So somebody would say, like, pupunta tayo sa Baguio,
Oh my gosh, you speak Tagalog!
And then,
did you understand that, Kaylin?
Wait, say it again.
Punta tayo sa Baguio.
Are you going to Baguio?
Or we're
going.
We're going to Baguio.
Close it up. Okay.
Okay. So a character would say that in a movie, and then the American character next to him would say, "What would you say?" I said, let's go to Baguio.
Let's go to Baguio.
Yeah, and if you've spent any time, and every year I go back to Manila. You go back to Manila, and we've got this Manila accent.
I've heard this Manila accent.
Yeah, and it's not the it's not the the quote unquote what we know over here as the FOB accent.
Right.
It's this rich people's accent. It's the middle class accent.
Like the super posh ones.
Yeah.
No, it's very much like how the Singapore accent is now getting popular.
Educated,
yeah.
And that's one of the things I want to start pushing, the Manila accent, so that it's like, hey, this is this is the Philippines.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, for you guys, I guess you guys know that like if anybody gets like small bits, on Hollywood over here, you got to put on the FOB accent.
Well, we're trying to change that.
I don't
want to do a FOB accent.
People still get accent. Well, the positive.
Do you get that? People say do it.
Well, I was gonna say the positive is that like nobody can tell what I am really, so I never get asked that.
Doesn't matter.
I don't get caught. I literally the other day I got called in to do a Korean accent, and I was like, I don't have a Korean.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
You? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 한국말 잘 못합니다.
Anyways, so sorry, super quick. Will, where did you learn Tagalog? Because I'm really fascinated. I want to learn Tagalog. Did you just go to the Philippines and you picked it up, or?
Yeah. After not being able to understand it at all,
you just got
not
mad.
speaking it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know, but in 1995, way after in the midst of the big image push,
Right.
I kind of took a break from comics. And so I went back to the Philippines in my mind for a couple weeks, just to take a break, just to get away from it all. And I mean, it got so bad that, you know, like over here, I get invited to a real good friend of mine's funeral, well, her mom's funeral. And as I'm driving into the parking lot, kids are like chasing my car.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, in the Philippine community, it really got out who I was. And so I got into that weird thing where I would be talking to people or people that I meet and not knowing if they're actually talking to me or talking to who they think I am.
Right.
You know?
You're talking to your image or the image they have
And
of
so,
you in your head.
so I went home in '95 for about a couple weeks. And fortunately I actually went to high school for 2 years. I mean, in the 80s. And so all my friends now were like art directors in advertising and stuff. And so I still had friends to actually meet up with. So I wasn't just there, you know, whoa, what's Manila? What's this? And then again, knock on wood, I had a good friend who I helped his son become a comic book artist. He lent me his condo, you know.
Wow.
And so,
I'll lend you my condo.
I know.
Wills.
One day, once I acquire it.
Oh, but you know what a big culture shock that was for me? I mean, not knowing anything about the Philippines, and I'm thinking I'm going back to the Philippines and it's going to be like, okay, it's not going to be the United States. And I go there and then I see all this stuff. And then I'm driven to my condo. And I go up into it on the 25th floor. I go into the building and then there's security guard. I've got to check in. And then I go up to the 25th floor. And it turns out it's this condo building where there are only 4 units on each floor.
Oh my God.
Wow.
You know, so it's like,
huge,
whoa,
like,
this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And then I look out the window and there's Mega Mall right in front of me and San Miguel. You know, and so it introduced me to that, what I knew from watching news and TV over here was not what it really was. And that really then pushed me to really then find out what it was really like. And so I started doing, so the comic book store started finding out I was there, and Showbiz started finding out I was there. So we started get invited to events and stuff like the Star Awards, which is basically the Academy Awards there. So I went there and met a lot of people. And then I did a signing in Galleria, one of the big malls there. And there was this lady, okay, you know, you're at your tables, and in this instance, to my left, there was this long line of people waiting to get their comic book signed by me. And to the right, there was this lady just leaning against the other tables, ignoring me.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And then and then after a couple hours, the line's gone, and she's still there, just ignoring me, you know? And then I finally go up to her, and to make a long story short, she became my wife.
What? Whoa! Did you see that turn coming?
I know. Did not see that turn at all.
She's the reason I got invited to the Star Awards, because she's actually a big publicist back home.
Oh, got
she handled like, I don't know if your audience will know, but like she used to handle Gary Valenciano and Sharon Cuneta.
So did you marry her because she ignored you? Is that how that works?
Oh, think about my setup for going to the Philippines, where everybody is like paying attention to me and saying, "Oh, you're this other person here."
This person
She's
is
the first one that actually, like, you know, treated me like I'm just a, you know. In fact, for the first 2 years, I became her driver.
What?
Oh.
Well, she had a TV show at the time too.
Do we need to hear the full saga? What's going on?
I know.
I would drive her.
You need to write this story.
Yeah,
Wills.
this is your story, Wills.
Yeah.
Forget connection in the pandemic.
Wait till you hear about.
I want a love story.
But see, I used to drive her to, like, you know, her dressmaker, so that she put her on her new dress there for the week on, and then I drive her to her makeup people. They put the makeup on. Then I drive her to the studio, and then I chit chat with like, stars in the back, in the green room while she's on stage.
And then
and so I then became like the translator, because in the 90s was a time when they started inviting American actors and bands over to the Philippines.
Right.
And so whenever she would have a foreign guest over, American, I would be like the bodyguard translator.
Got it.
So you spoke Tagalog already by that time, or you were learning?
No,
like trial by fire.
It was just like the Americanisms trying to translate
on
them.
job.
Well, also, you probably don't know this then. Earl might know this. There's a phrase commonly used in the Philippines called, I'm not sure if I got the conjugation right, but inubos ko na yung English ko.
All I got was my English at the end.
That person is saying, my allotment of English words has just run out. I don't know what to say anymore.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
So that's kind of like an excuse or an invitation to somebody else who can speak English more. And so I was always put in that role.
Right.
So my 2 weeks turned into 5 years.
Oh my God.
At which point you got married.
Yeah.
I hear the rest of the story, but all right. But in the interest of time, that's great. So over that, so you learned Tagalog in that time as you were a translator.
Ubus na English ko, says Joseph Oporto in the chat. Sorry, what was that again? Sorry,
Yeah. There's nothing like actually hearing the accent, and I mean, to this day, there are actually a lot of words and phrases that I understand from Tagalog, which I can't actually translate into English.
A lot of stuff doesn't translate well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
you know what? You know
like
Earl, you know what my favorite word is?
What,
my favorite word, and which I try to put into all the creative stuff I'm doing right now, is pakikisama.
Pakikisama. You were telling us about this on.
Dirty. What does that mean?
It's not.
Pakikisama.
Pakiki. But it's because it sounds like it's. If you.
What does it mean?
Yeah, go. I'm gonna refrain from.
Well, very loosely, it's like paki, which is kind of a conjugation of please.
Like please.
And sama, which is together. So please be together. Okay? Now, if you try to just quickly translate it in English and you're trying to like explain it to you, it's basically kind of suck up, you know?
But how does please together turn into suck up?
Well, it's no matter what the situation is, you've got to be. I mean, the way kids like experience it is, okay, your uncle's here, and I know you don't like him because he's a bastard, but be nice to him and spend all the time with him, okay? But see, when my kids, when they were 12 and 14, the born and raised here, so totally American. I mean, their knowledge of Tagalog was, my 14-year-old had this list of 20 words that he carried around with him. Okay, that's as far as
probably more than I know. Yeah.
So, anyways, when they went back for the first time in 2013, they were then instantly surrounded by 16 cousins who were college age. Now, imagine the reverse of that, right? Imagine I'm from the Philippines and my 12 and 14-year-old come over here, and I tried to tell my balikbayan, kids, pakikisama, you have to spend your time with this 12-year-old. What's your response going to be?
As a teenager, you're going to be like, hell no.
Right.
I don't want to do that.
Ayoko.
Ayoko.
But see, my kids, 12 and 13, my 12-year-old, God bless her, when we came back to the US, she cried for 3 nights in a row.
She missed her cousins?
Yeah. I had to put her to sleep every night, and on the third night, I asked her, babe, what's wrong? Why were you crying? And she goes, get this, her exact words, I never knew there was a place where people were actually nice.
Whoa.
And what she meant was her 16 cousins taking their time, not to do their duty, but to just be with her.
Yeah.
Right.
You know those moments where nothing is happening, you're not anywhere, you're just hanging out, and maybe nobody's even saying anything.
Yeah.
That comfort that person is always there. All these people are always there.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's Pakikisama. That's, you know, let me put it another way, in an American way. In America, for the last decade or so, we've had this thing of, okay, respect is what we give, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
when we meet a stranger, that stranger has to prove that they deserve my respect. So I'm going to withhold my respect
until
before I give them my full respect.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, in Pakikisama, it's the other way around. You give your respect instantly, and then if they prove that they don't deserve your respect, then you could take it away. Now think of it in reality. If everybody is reserving their respect for strangers, what kind of environment are you living in?
Right.
You're living in a disrespectful environment.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Exactly.
Where it's the other way around, innocent until proven guilty.
It's a very tense society.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you live kind of in this where negative is always present, or you always think it is, because the positive side isn't up front.
Yeah.
But in Pakikisama in the Philippines, it's always there.
Right.
So that's why you can go on YouTube right now and you could find Russian people, Australians, New Zealand people, British people, American people. Not only are they in the Philippines and visited and are vlogging there, they're now living there. And the reason they all give is the exact same thing. They just like everyday living in this positive environment.
Because people are nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's so funny. Last time I went to the Philippines, I was coming back to the US, and there was like a layover in Hawaii, and I was going through TSA, and the way people were roughly handling me and speaking to me, I realized I'm not in the Philippines anymore. I would have gone 10 mom sirs by now, you know. Everyone's really very hospitable, right? And that's just the protocol there. It's very polite.
Think about this too. When I went back to the Philippines the first time after college, like I said, a lot of my my high school friends were now art directors. And so I was invited into a couple editing sessions to help them edit it, because they got these new SGI systems and we're playing around with
Silicon graphics. I haven't heard that in forever.
What's that?
It's what they used to make movies on back in the day.
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah. And the protocol, you'd hate the protocol because they're so expensive.
Right. Very.
They actually had to hire an operator. And even if you knew how to use a system, you could not touch the system. You had to tell the operator what to do, and he had to do it. Because if that thing ever broke, it would be the operator's fault and not yours.
Right. Liability.
So anyways, think about this stuff. So here I am working with my director friend and his team, and we're working till like 4 o'clock in the morning, putting this roller coaster commercial together, and it's finally finished, and the producer comes in and approves it. And so it's break time. Yeah. And so the boss guy is in there, the director, my friend, and there's like this, you know, Mari, he's my friend. Then there's one of his teammates. She goes, Kuya, Mario, Kuya, punta tayo sa Tapaking, mag-breakfast tayo. And so translated, that's, you know,
I think I got that.
Okay, but see, so imagine we're here in the United States, working on a video till 4 a.m, and you turn around to your boss and you go, you know, and you're female and your boss is male, and you turn around and you say, hey, I don't know what the equivalent over here be, but you know, you say an honor, a endearment, right?
Yeah.
You don't call him by his name or boss, right? And you say, let's go out for breakfast. Everybody's turning around thinking something else, right?
Right.
In the Philippines, it's just the way you address your boss.
Right.
It's just the
Isn't it boss? You don't call them boss? Bossing? Bossing?
Yeah, it's giving respect. You know, it doesn't mean what we think what it would mean to us over here. So it's just interesting that there are just these differences, East and West. And every time I go back to the Philippines, I break down one of those things, and I find there's a different way. There's a different way. It may not be the perfect way, but getting out of this box of this is the only way.
It's definitely a different way of operating, I'd say. I do want to ask this really quick. Like, there's like, especially in the comic book world, there's been a lot of Filipino and Filipino American stories just popping up. We're talking about like Wave, 13 is coming here.
Yeah.
Somebody on this call is also writing something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm working with an all-female, all-Asian collective working on our first graphic novel series, which is it's about a Filipina teenage superheroine, and it's dark urban fantasy that's based off of Philippine mythology. So when I'm rich and have my condo, you're more than welcome to promote me to the echelons of the comic book world.
Actually, seriously, I'd love to be able to talk to you about it.
Really? I'd love to talk to you about it. Wait, are you serious?
No, seriously, it's because I don't know if you've ever entertained this thought real quickly. I've entertained this thought, but in my travels in the last, back and forth from the Philippines to here, so from East to West, one of the things that, whenever I go back to the Philippines, Showbiz is always trying to get me to do Filipino superheroes. But unfortunately, a lot of them just want me to like bring Avengers and put Tagalog names on it,
Right.
Now, I as a creative can't do that. I have to make the world fit this superhero that I'm building. Okay. And so one of the differences that I found out was that, I don't know if you guys noticed, but even with a Superman, when Clark Kent becomes Superman, he goes to Metropolis, he's all of a sudden the American mold where he's Superman. He's on his pedestal. All of a sudden, there's no more Ma and Pa Kent. There's no more even Super Dog. It's this rock and roll syndrome thing that we have here, where when you become famous, you're now alone, and this is just your achievement, and you're not connected to anybody anymore.
Yeah.
Now, so imagine if a Filipino Superman or Wonder Woman or anybody, and them trying to disconnect from their family.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
Mom is going to remember when you pooed in your pants in the second grade.
Right. And she'll bring it up still. So.
On live air.
On live air. I know.
So there's no hiding. I mean, you can even see that with a lot of the big superstar actors in the Philippines. They can't get away from that. And so I think that would be part of the interesting part of some of the backstory in how to, I mean, I don't know who your character is, but if, let's say your character was Balikbayan, and then that Balikbayan would have that impulse that, hey, I'm now me. I'm now,
Right. That individualism.
It kind of is. The main character in the very beginning, she goes to the Philippines for the first time because of her great-grandmother's funeral. And she ends up attending an international school in the Philippines, this like swanky private or international type private school. And it's kind of a shock to her because this is her first time where she's fully immersed in the culture. And it turns out her dead grandmother actually has ties to let's say the supernatural. So chaos ensues. And I think it's very important. We've been doing a ton of research into the mythos of the Philippines. And I mean, I'm not quite sure 100% what you're working on. I know it's about COVID and connectivity in Filipinos, but I'm sure there's just a wealth of information out there that really someone needs to glean from this and turn it into stories. Really fantastical, amazing stuff. We have our own pantheon of gods that is completely it's basically the Filipino equivalent of Zeus and Hera and all those other people.
And it's particular to each region. So each region has their own.
Their own one. Sorry, go ahead, Will.
I am so glad hearing you say those words.
It's me, Wills. I'm doing it.
Whenever I'm with Filipino creatives here and there, that's my challenge to them, because that's all out there, but none of it yet is popularized. None of it yet is really condensed. So here's my challenge then.
We're trying our hardest to do it.
Will you be my sensei?
Well, yeah, no, really, yes, because here's a creative challenge. Here's a creative challenge, because see, I could walk into a producer's office in Hollywood. Any of us could walk into a producer's office and explain to them Manananggal, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And
I know what that is.
They'll get really excited, right? They'll get really excited and go, oh, wow, that's a great new, because they're always looking for the new riff, the new thing, right? In horror. So that's a new horror riff, right? But see, they're smart too. They're going to ask you then, as a creative, okay, so the Manananggal, she
breaks apart and she eats your baby.
Right. You have to put salt on the wound to kill it.
Right. But see, so then why does she do that?
Right.
I don't know. Is there a deeper wait, let me guess.
No, it could be.
It symbolizes something. Yeah.
Right.
No, but see, that's my point. That's my creative challenge to you. Because when you don't have an answer for the producer for that, you can't go on with the story. Because then it's just a gimmick. It's just she splits to be horrific. You know?
Well, the main character.
So you got to come up with something.
She is the reincarnation of Halia, who is a Bicolano entity, is a moon goddess. And that's where her powers are drawn from. Sorry, I'm going off now. But in the mythos, Halia actually, have you heard, Bakunawa, the sea serpent who swallows the moon? That's the arch nemesis of Bakunawa. And she wears a pure golden mask, and she's a warrior goddess who fights Bakunawa every time he tries to swallow the moon. That's where the eclipse comes from. And my main character, she is the reincarnation of that, who's supposed to help save the world from the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Okay. So are you with me, Wills? Are you with me? Will you be my sensei? Because I'd love to talk to you about it. I can let my boss talk to you. Yeah.
No, seriously, because to not name it names, but there is a big group of Filipino creatives that don't know anything about our history and our myth.
It's sad.
And so all they do is Americanize stuff, which is cool.
Yeah.
But I've been in the creative thing for a while now, and you get ahead of all the millions of other people trying to get in there at the same time. You get ahead by doing something different.
Yes.
And so there's also then another group of Filipino creatives that do know that stuff, but don't think that's cool.
Yeah.
And they're lost.
Well, it's their loss because
so
they're not going to get in on this.
So anytime I find somebody who's even anywhere in that lane.
It's me. I could show you artwork. I mean, we've got artists from the Philippines working on it. Our colorist, our line artist.
I might know them.
They're young. Well, we're trying to grow the team. Let's put it like that. Because
I had a school there for 3 years.
Wait, in Cebu?
No.
A few of them are from Cebu. Oh, okay. Do you know Catherine Leno? She's colored for I think DC. She does our cover art. And she lives in Cebu right now.
Okay,
so
Cebu.
Yeah. The other ones I don't think you know because they're kids. They're like 21.
Fortunately, a lot of my people are still there and still hold some positions there within that indie community.
Yeah, I work with, God rest their soul, ABS-CBN. Let's all say a prayer.
Right.
A moment of silence.
We've got to.
We've got to move on.
Sorry.
We should talk about that.
We should talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, no, they wanted to turn the thing into a series, but we'll talk about that later.
Yes, we will talk about it off air.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, guys. I got excited.
I'm getting a lot of stuff in my ears, so I have to.
Sorry, guys.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to cut that short. Super exciting talk, but I just want to remind everybody while we have everybody here that this is a fundraiser. We are raising funds for COVID relief. There is an Eventbrite link that I will put in at least a Twitch chat. And we are raising funds to help people, feed people who are in need during this pandemic. PwC does have a program, and they are spearheading this. So all the money that you do donate will go to this to help our fellow community members in Hi-Fi, and hopefully further out beyond Hi-Fi's borders. Remember Pakikisama, right? Like
yes,
you said. And one more thing. There was something else I had hit.
And you forgot.
Oh yeah, and real quick shout out to our sponsor, Papo J's Vodka, for helping us put this together. But yeah, thank you, Wilsh. It is always a pleasure to talk to you. And
you're great.
I know we haven't worked personally on anything yet, but like I'm crossing fingers that we do at some point. So
Earl, I have a project in mind.
Oh, you do? Okay. So
hooking it up.
I know. But thank you so much. Once again, me and Caitlin are part of a host team for a podcast. We do a podcast called Pangeekery. Pangeekery, we talk about all diverse things from. I forgot the pitch. Oh my god!
It's all things geek from an all diverse perspective. Come on, Earl.
I say that once a week, and I forget it all the time. But thank you everybody for joining us. What was that?
You're nervous because you're fanboying and because
I know. I moved into actually it's nervous because I'm like, hurry, Earl, wrap it up. Okay, but yeah, thank you everybody for joining us today. We'll move on to our next section and let's toss it back to. I think we're tossing it to somebody else. But thank you everybody. Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, Wills.
Bye. Thanks, Earl and Wills.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Good day.
Good day.
Hi, I'm Kat Iniba, the host and producer of Halo Halo with Kat Iniba, and also a co-producer for a brand new show, Spotlight TV, which is going to be premiering on Friday, September 4th at 5:30 p.m. on KSCI TV, LA 18. I have been a member of FilAm Creative for several years now, and they are a wonderful advocate for the Filipino American community, not just for entertainment and the arts, but also in business and in supporting social causes, and now putting together this wonderful fundraiser for PwC. FilAm Creative is a wonderful example of strength in community. To me, strength in community means working together, uniting, so that we can support, inspire, and uplift one another. And speaking of support, please support FilAm Creative and the Filipino Worker Center by making a donation. PwC is a nonprofit organization that's always there helping out our Filipino community, whether it's providing immigration legal services, providing support for our victims of human trafficking, fighting for better working and living conditions, and most recently providing resources to the COVID-19 Relief Fund. So if we can make a donation to PwC, any amount, it will truly go to a wonderful cause. I hope you're all safe, healthy, wearing your mask, practicing social distancing. Please take care of yourselves. And to all of the frontliners that are watching right now, thank you for being so unselfish and for fighting for everybody else and putting yourselves last. Speaking of healthcare workers, if you know a healthcare worker who lost their life due to COVID while helping others, please check out another nonprofit organization, kanlungan.net. It's a digital memorial and tribute for all of the Filipino healthcare workers that we've lost while fighting COVID and helping others. So that's kanlungan.net. Please check that site out. And if you're all bored and have nothing better to do during this pandemic, you can also check out my past segments on YouTube. My YouTube channel is Halo Halo with Kat Iniba. We talk about dealing with mental illness during this time. Also, I talked to the attorney who represented a couple of victims of Asian discrimination in Torrance. And I also talked to one of the creators of kanlungan.net, Jolene Levid. So please check out my past segments. Sorry, shameless plug. Again, thank you to FilAm Creative for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this event. And please donate to Filipino Workers Center. Take care. I'll see you all later.
Hey guys, my name is Mo. I own Kindness and Mission Coffee in Highland Park, Los Angeles. I just want to give a shout out to Strength and Community for having me on and to thank them for all the hard work that they're doing with this fundraiser and to help the COVID-19 relief efforts, as well as FilAm Creative and Arnold, our very own K&M family team member. So thank you so much for having me and thank you for doing this. This is amazing. I just want to talk about COVID-19 and the challenges that we still face through all of this. Honestly, we're a small business, a local coffee shop in our neighborhood, and we had to adapt and pivot so quickly because it was adapt and survive. Otherwise, we wouldn't exist anymore. We, just like everybody else, took out all of our indoor seating. We put up plexi, we wore masks and gloves, and everything is now to go. And we just had to honestly reframe and restructure everything. Everything moved online. Everyone can order ahead and pick it up in the store as well as order in store. But you now have our entire menu and gamut of things to purchase online. We can ship it anywhere in the world. We changed our menu to have COVID-friendly things like bottling all of our drinks as well as giant jugs of our lattes, 64-ounce half-gallon jugs of our lattes for people who want to stay home and just enjoy their K&M coffee at home since they can't come out very often. And we also turned ourselves into an essential business by turning into a pantry. So we started selling things like rice and flour and beans and yeast just to stay afloat and alive and to also provide a service for the community since it was really difficult to get those things at the beginning of the pandemic, as well as toilet paper. So thankful that has ended. But honestly, COVID-19 has just been such a doozy to deal with, and I'm sure you all feel it too. But we've just been able to luckily reframe our idea of community. So instead of it being a coffee shop full of people that has like a social buzz and people interacting with each other and having like face-to-face connections, it's now just a lot more of 60-second talks with people as we're taking their order and checking in with them really quick, and people donating online to our Healthcare Heroes campaign where me and my baker Christine of Creme Caramel LA go and donate coffee and pastries to hospital workers, or to people who are just shouting us out on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, just really supporting in any way they can. And it's amazing. It's amazing to feel this community support, even though it's not in the traditional face-to-face way. But we're still here. We've also been roasting. We've stayed roasting since the beginning of the pandemic. And honestly, like, we're just so thankful that the entire community has been behind us. We've been able to keep our team safe with all the safety protocols that we've had in place. And we've just been able to stay open. So thank you for that, and please continue to keep doing so. You can find us at knmcoffee.com, K-A-N-D coffee, oh my gosh, I can't spell, KANDMcoffee.com, and at Instagram and Twitter and Facebook at KANDMcoffee. And honestly, like, we just thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything that you do for us and to continue to keep our little shop alive and afloat. And please consider donating to Strength and Community and keep supporting each other, because there's so many people that you will never be able to see and thank during these COVID-19 efforts. And this is a great way to do so. So please keep on supporting them and keep donating, and we'll hopefully see you all on the other side of this. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Yeah, here we go. There we are. It's okay. Can you guys hear me okay? We are back. Thank you, Mo from Kindness and Mischief Coffee. Thank you, Kat and Iba, for those messages. Also, thank you to Pan Geekery, Will Portasio, Mitch Narito. Y'all are great. That was a good conversation. Things are going to happen, it seems like. Between Will and Geekery, it looks like. We're moving on. I do want to update everybody before we move on to our next guest. I should let everybody know that we are now at $505 in total donations. Thank you guys all so much. Once again, click the link in the description if you're in Twitch. It's also pinned in the comments if you're in Facebook. It's in chat. So it's the Eventbrite page. Click on the tickets button, enter any amount that you would like, and that would be considered your donation, which we will add to the tally, and I'll update you guys on the new numbers. Once again, Rodney's gonna dye his hair purple if we reach $1,000, which we're halfway there. We're more than halfway there, and I'm gonna cut my hair if we reach $2,000. I don't know. It's possible. Like, these things can happen, right? And there are other incentives as well we'll announce throughout the show. So let's move on to our next guest. She's a lot of things. She's a performer, choreographer. She dances sometimes. But I will let her explain even more what she does and what she's about. Ladies and gentlemen, Ali Vega is in the building. What's up, Ali? How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, chilling. You know, we're doing the best we can during these times, right? This is what we've been talking about this whole time since 10 a.m. I'm a little tired, but it's okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to be here. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and reintroduce yourself and let people.
Sure. So hi, I'm Ali Vega. My pronouns are she, her. I am a choreographer, dancer, performer, dance educator based in LA. I'm actually from Orange County though, but yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We're in LA now. Anyways. But yeah, so what I'm going to be doing today is a lot of my personal process, and then also what I've changed from personal to now performance process of how I create my pieces for my dance company, Ancestral Vision Movement. And we're a dance company that fuses traditional Philippine dances with hip hop and street styles. And yeah, we could plug all that info in later, but yeah, so that's basically what I'll be doing today.
Dude, that's amazing.
Thanks.
So how important is that to, I don't know, just helping for us to help ourselves during this time, as far as like movement and like what it does for you mentally?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel very strongly about teaching folks how to feel present in their bodies, like not just now, but now more than ever, right? And so it's hard for us to have this type of hard dialogue with people if we don't really feel like we have agency in what we're saying and what we're doing. And so it's just important that we always teach that movement is accessible and that we are all capable of feeling powerful in our bodies. So, yeah.
Right. That's awesome. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I don't know. Are we going to go straight into, like, are you going to perform for us today, or?
I am. I do want to do like a quick little sound check.
Yeah,
so
okay,
keep it raw. Okay. I'm going to play it off my computer first, and let's see. Just give me like a it sounds good. If not, we'll just play it off my phone. But all right, friends, ready?
Test this out. Yeah, I think it sounds good.
Okay. Perfect. All right, then. We'll just do it on my laptop. That's great. Okay, so this first piece is actually the first piece I ever made for Ancestral Vision Movement. I made this piece 3 years ago, and I normally perform this with the rest of my dance company, so it feels a little weird performing it solo, but I'm just going to pretend that they're all here with me. And they are here with me. Yes. And so, yeah, this piece is called La Filipina, and it's by It's the song. The song is called La Filipina, and it's from Gingy, who is an
shout out
amazing
Gingy.
musician. Yeah, shout out to Gingy. We all love her. Yes. Yeah. So this is La Filipina.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Let me grab water. Hold on.
Yo, yeah, you do that. Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Thank you.
You're right. Wow. Yeah. I don't think I would have been able to get halfway through that choreography.
Thank you.
Oh, man. That was amazing.
Yeah.
How long have you been dancing?
A little over 15 years now.
Okay. And how long have you been teaching?
Teaching, I've only been teaching for almost 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little newer at that versus
Wow.
dancing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so you have another piece?
I have 2 more.
Oh my God. Should we chill out for a second then?
Yeah, don't worry. There's a transition.
Okay.
Yeah. But as we're transitioning, I kind of want to give a shout out. So this fan I'm using right here is my Lola's fan. And so it matters a lot to me because the first time I performed for my family, she let me borrow this. So I usually perform with it whenever I just need like a little support.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks. Whew! Okay, I'm here. We're ready. Yeah, so that was La Filipina. And like I said, I normally perform that with my dance company. It's normally, it's a sing kill fusion piece. So if you guys have ever seen the sing kill, it's like that, but then I just add a lot of like what you just saw, which was like
modern movement.
Yeah, a lot of modern movement.
Yeah.
So to me, it just speaks to like my my story of being like first generation here and like being Filipino American. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And just having a piece that like embodies both cultures.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay. So anyways, that goes into a lot of the work that I do because of the work I create for Ancestral Vision Movement. Like I said, I love diving into my process. So I have like a personal process, and then that like changes into performance process. Yeah. I changed it into a class called Healing Through Movement, which I still offer till this day. And so we're going to be doing that. As I was prepping for this set today, I was looking through my journals, and I was trying to feel out like what I was going to share. Yeah. And I found this little excerpt I wrote. I don't know how long ago I wrote this because I didn't date it. Hello. But
oh, come on.
I know. What am I doing? No, but I feel like it's very timely. And so I want to share it. So here we go. I've always had a hard time truly opening myself up to the people closest to me. And I've learned recently in therapy, it's because I've never really been taught that in familial circles. It's prompted me to ask, well then, what is family? Now that I've spent the past couple of years of my life confronting the shadow work that I've so conveniently avoided my whole life, I feel like I'm at a place where I can feel the abundance of love for my community, Mother Earth, and ancestors. Because I feel the abundance of love, I feel safe to lean on people for support and healing. So I felt like that was very timely to share because of the nature of this event, right? Strength and community. And like, what does that mean for us as like brown people living in America in 2020, right? Like, what does that mean? Like, are we just using community as a way to just be like, well, we all look like each other, so we owe it to each other to, survive together? And I think it just goes deeper than that. So what I'm going to do, this is a very improvised piece, and I'm going to need everyone's help. So
you hear that, everyone? Get ready.
Yeah, everyone, I need your help. So what we're going to do is I'm going to, normally I choose a topic, and because so much has been happening all the time, it's hard to choose one, but I feel like in light of what we're doing right now together as Kapwa, let's talk about what does strength and community mean to you. So if you can write or type in the chat one word or several words, what words come to mind when you think of strength and community? And go. Meanwhile, I'm gonna fan myself with Lola's. There you go. And Arnold, if you can help
everyone
me.
Everyone is doing that. Once again, everyone type out in chat, whether you're on Twitch or Facebook or YouTube, what strength and community means to you.
Yes.
And you're going to use those words in the next piece?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that would be weird if you didn't.
I know. Can you imagine? You're like, okay, throw your
Okay,
paper.
thank you.
Okay.
Moving on. No.
You're like, what is she doing? Oh, I love it. Okay, from what I can see, we have Unity by Anihan, Kapwa.
I'll check.
Yes.
Since I see here.
Courage.
Courage, yeah.
Acceptance. Home. Yeah, if you see any comments, Arnold, let me know because I don't know what people are saying.
I think you got courage, right?
Yes, I do have that. Yes.
And acceptance, love, and respect.
Oh, I love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love those ones as well. Let's see here. I'm gonna check YouTube real quick.
Thank you. Togetherness. Oh.
Oops.
Resilience. Come on, community. This looks great. Shoot.
Yeah.
These uplifting words.
I think we might be. Let's see. Is that it?
We got a good list.
Yeah.
But
You need more?
I mean, if anyone has done any other comments, sure, but I can work with this. Human.
Support. Grace. Okay, cool. I think ears are sort of collecting as well.
Beautiful. All right. This is a great list. Thank you, everybody, for participating. So obviously this piece is very interactive, and yes, you're watching me, but I actually want to encourage you to also do this process with me as well. And you're in your own home, so you don't have to worry about anyone judging you, right? Because we're not going to judge you, and no one else in your house is going to judge you. Hopefully, I can't promise that, but you know what I mean? So I encourage you to also do this exercise with me as well. So I'm going to choose 4 words out of this list. I'm going to choose the words that scare me a little bit or make me feel like, I don't want to say bad feelings, but make me feel like I still have to work through them. Yeah. Are we good? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'm going to choose Kapwa. I'm going to choose acceptance. I'm going to choose respect. And I'm going to choose support. Okay. So the words I have chosen, and you can write this down too. I chose Kapwa, acceptance, respect, and support. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, and what you should do too, unless you just want to sit and watch me, I mean, I'm not going to judge you. I'm going to create a phrase, a movement phrase that goes with each term. So these are 4 different movement patterns. Okay. So 4 different movement patterns. And what you're going to do is, for the duration of the song, you're just going to continue each word, each movement phrase. Okay. So the point of doing this, beyond it being just a repetitive process, is to really understand how do we embody each of these words. Yeah. So I think we're okay. I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah,
that's how live streams. Okay. Exactly. All right.
we'll get it fixed.
It's for entertainers. Okay. So yeah. So I'm going to make up my own movement phrases based on these words. And I encourage you could either follow along with my phrases, or you can make up your own movement phrase that really resonates with you. Yeah. And yeah, the point of this is to just keep feeling each word out. Yeah, some words are going to be easier to perform than others, and that's okay. That's the beauty of doing movement meditation work. All right, here we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, hopefully we were okay with that. Yeah, hopefully we were fine. And hopefully you all danced, you know? Or you watched me dance, that's fine. But you know, the point was so that you could feel that in your body too. Just real quick before I move on to the last thing I'm doing. But yeah, the word kapwa, you know, we say that word a lot in, at least in like this like Los Angeles enclave of FilAms. And it's easy to just say it, right? We're just like, hey, we're amongst kapwa. We're here with kapwa. That's why we're all supporting each other, kapwa, you know? I find that it's hard if you're still working through like issues within yourself to really show unconditional love to others. So the word kapwa can like kind of mess with my head at times, because if I'm not like showing that type of support for my own work, there's no way I'm showing it to everyone else, right? So kapwa and acceptance kind of went hand in hand for my movement, because I couldn't really partake in the word kapwa without accepting myself first. So that's why both movements kind of bled into each other.
That's why, is that why for a lot of the movements, your hands were sort of clasped together, or?
Yeah, that was the support. Yeah. Okay. I like feeling like a lifeline, you know, and support can also mean like strength too, right? So like sometimes if I hear the word support, depending on the context of what we're talking about, it could feel more like heavy, but I was feeling more like airy, right? Because I feel like support right now is hard to feel sometimes because we're all talking through a computer screen, right? And so it's hard for me to feel like I have that type of anchor right now. Like I know you guys are all here to talk to me and hear me and like support me, but it's hard to like feel that. And so I felt airy with it, even though I know you're here. And so like the hand is there, but like it's still hard. Like there's not a lot of like heaviness to it. But anyways, okay, how are we on time?
Let's see. I think we need, I think we might have to wrap it up, Ali.
Sure. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
Where can people find you? Online or,
yeah, no, it's okay. Sorry, I'm like talking to Zoom. Okay, no, what are we doing? Where can people find me? You can find me on Instagram. I'm at _Ali Vega. That's ALLYVEGA. I'm also I'm on Twitter. It's ITS, it's Ali Vega. And then you can also find me on Facebook at Ali Vega. And yeah, you just chat with me on there. I'm normally very available. So if you like anything you saw today. Oh yeah, I also want to plug in my dance company, Ancestral Vision Movement.
All right.
Also available on all the platforms as well. So please follow Ancestral Vision Movement, because we have a bunch of like workshops that we're doing starting in September. It starts with me. There's like 4 different instructors. I'm the first one. So I'm teaching a yoga class on Tuesday called Walanghiya Yoga. So it's all about addressing shame. Okay, and then we also have different dance classes, and then we also have a Filipino martial arts class. So I hope you guys can join us, because I am so ecstatic to bring that type of movement to our community, to kapwa. So yeah.
Yes. Amazing. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Good luck to you and everything. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Arnold. And thank you for Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ali Vega. Check her out. Online on the interwebs. All right. How's everybody doing so far? Yeah, we're running a little bit behind, but that's okay. Thank you, Ali. Our next guest, we're about to bring on or is on right now. Christopher Aguilar. How are we doing today? Oh, we might have to unmute you here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Arnold? It's been a long time.
I know. I think we met online on the FilAm Creatives like meet and greet thing. But
yeah, and you did your stand up for us.
I did.
And you talked about
stand up.
Yeah.
What?
You talked about being in shorts. I remember that's like your thing.
Yeah. But anyways, that's them. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Let people know what you're about.
Okay.
And what you do, and yeah.
All right. Hey, everybody out there. I am Christopher Aguilar. I see that the screen is like, I'm like not on the screen or something like that. I think there's a little glitch right now because I'm also watching it on my phone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Can they hear me? Should I just continue talking?
I think we can still hear. Let me just double check. Hey, chat. Can we hear Chris? Let me know.
Testing.
Testing.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, good. Ian said yes. Oh, we can hear. Okay, awesome. Okay. So I'll just continue talking then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I'm Chris. I am a mental health advocate. I work at a place called South Coast Children's Society, where I work with youth between the ages of 10 and 20, and it's their short-term residential therapeutic program. So I do that in addition to playwriting and acting, and I've been pretty much known in the community for going out into schools and conferences with a play that I wrote to help break the stigma of mental illness.
Okay.
But before I go on, I want to say I have my FilAm Creative T-shirt.
Yeah.
But I wanted to wear, like, since I'm like talking about mental health today, I'm wearing like my mental health shirt about mental health awareness, fight stigma. So yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So that's pretty much me, really, in a nutshell.
All right, dude, that's amazing. So you're a performer. You're also a health worker. Has either one helped out in the other, as far as like, I don't know, your work with mental health and helping these young people, and is there a connection between that and your artwork? When you're playwriting, is there other, when you tell stories, is there a lot of mental health sort of stories about that or anything like that?
Are there a lot of stories about that?
I mean, when
the work that I do, like for my full-time job,
when you write, or
yeah, a lot of it is inspired by my own experience. I think that is the core of a lot of my being, is my own experience. So that's what feeds into my writing, into my work. But in my talk today, I definitely cover like how writing has definitely affected the way that I do things, you know, what it brings to me in my life and things like that for my own mental health.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Okay. All right. Very cool.
Yeah.
How have you been dealing with it? It's a question I've been asking everybody this whole time. Just how have you been dealing with the COVID situation, and tell me a little bit about the difference between how it was before and how it is now.
So when I go to work and then I come back, I go to work full time and I still have to go into work. So I haven't really experienced what it's like to work from home. But the loneliness that I've hit on some of these quarantine days have been really intense. And I've had to like really find some coping mechanisms to get through those lonely hours. And I found that by reaching out, you know, being close to friends, you know, on Zoom and just catching up with everybody on FaceTime, I found that's my true, like, you know, savior in that respect.
Right. I feel you on that, man. The loneliness but still being able to see people at the very least, you know. Of course, we want to connect, we want to touch people, we want to hug people. But I think it's still very important to just know that people still exist. The people that were there before are still there, you know.
Yeah.
Even though, there are people leaving us still, you know, but there are people still there. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to share with us? I mean, is there some of your work or?
Oh, well, I have a whole talk prepared.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
So,
okay, let's go.
So I'll jump right in. Is that cool?
Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
Alrighty, here I go. Bipolar disorder. Label. Bam. That is what you are. No. Can you imagine being told at 15 years old that you live with bipolar disorder? Bipolar disorder is a mental disorder that causes unusual shifts in mood, energy, activity levels, concentration, and the ability to carry out day-to-day tasks. It was formerly called manic depression illness or manic depression. Why talk about mental illness? As a Philippine ex-American, I've learned that talking about it is the only savior. Writing, surfing, exercising can help get through it, but talking about it was the only way I could survive. Whether it's to friends, with family, with support groups, talking about the things we usually hide in our culture can save you too. But I'm not here to sell you on anything. I'm here to let you know it'll all be okay. I'm going to do a quick shout out to my family that are watching right now. My mom, dad, Kuya, Happy, Faith, Christian, Felicity, and Samson. You all must know because of them and their support. Now, Faith. Okay, that's my niece's name, but I mean to say like spirituality. Do you believe in something? Something bigger, something we can't see. I think it's important because I can't see bipolar disorder. So do I have to believe in it? Something in the mind that we can't see. We're supposed to follow these doctors and therapists' views about something we can't see. Sure, we see behaviors, reactions, coping mechanisms, but the diagnoses, we are to purely believe, have faith in the diagnosis. Then in medicine, holistic remedies, breathing, all of this encompassing the phrase mental health. Mental health. So much goes with that. How to be balanced, how to manage stress. It's all good BS, really. I mean, I'm not knocking it, okay? I'm just saying it's a lot of pressure to have faith in something I can't see. I was born and raised here in Orange County, California, by amazing parents. My older brother was a great role model, and I'd strive so much to be like him. We are 10 years apart, so we come from two different decades, generations, but we've always had that respect for each other. We're really a respectable family. But something happened within the family that caused a rift and forced us to be quiet. I wonder if anybody in our FilAm community, our FilAm creative community, can relate. To have something happen and then slide it right under the rug. Secrets. They can kill. And the secrets affect the mind in multiple ways. I carried this secret for years, and I would wet the bed for years. And I think the young me wanted to talk about it. So much so, by the time I became a teenager, I acted out, like for real. I was doing all kinds of shit that really made my parents wonder where I came from. Eventually, I started seeing psychiatrists, and one day I threatened a psychiatrist that eventually got me checked into a psychiatric facility at the age of 16. I didn't finish out my junior year because of it. And when I came home from the hospital, I got a lot of love. But we never talked about it. So I think I built a lot of shame in silence. As an adult, I realized that our family didn't have the template to talk about it. I mean, this was, and I'm dating myself, 2001. So psychiatry was still pretty hush-hush, especially in the FilAm culture. My sister-in-law was around during that time, and she would later become an LMFT, a licensed marriage and family therapist. And she really was my savior during that time because she provided my family with the support needed from a perspective of one learning the craft of mental health. I share this story because my idea of bipolar disorder is so much more then a description in the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's my life. I jump to 30. 30. 30 years old, and I get hospitalized again. And I'm looking at all these people in the hospital thinking they're actors trying to save me. Well, I came to realize that they were all just like me. Torn, tattered, and unbalanced. I decided to stay longer in the hospital than my 3-day hold because I knew I needed more tools to survive the real world. I broke up with my fiance, I moved out of my family home, and I found a quaint little Victorian-style house in LA for me to live in while I figured shit out. I began writing everything. Essays, screenplays, poems. I just kept writing, searching for some kind of wonderful. Well, that wonderful turned out to be Stand, my play to help break the stigma of mental illness. I wrote a play. It was the biggest therapy session of my life, for the record. I would sit in a Starbucks, literally crying while writing a scene with the character of my sister-in-law. It was the scene where I came home from the hospital and my sister-in-law has to say, "We love you, but it's not just about you." Oof. Okay, phew. Yikes. So I am typing, sobbing, listening to what I would think my sister-in-law would say, and I'm creating this dialogue between family members that I wished would have happened in real life. When we do my play in schools, conferences, churches, hospitals, that particular scene gets me every time. Sometimes I don't even do the play and I don't even act in it and it still grabs me. That is the power of writing. I wrote a quote, okay, about sharing your story, and it goes like this. There's a greater need for your story than all the hopes and dreams you have set for yourself. Yourself may need you, but the greater population needs your story more. To grow, to learn, to relate. That is how movement happens. So step out of your own shell, spread your words around and share your story. Because that person who so desperately needs connection needs you. I wrote it last weekend, actually, in preparation of a writing workshop I was leading, and I was floored by my own quote. And once again, the power of writing. And I wrote a song before I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. So I was like 14 or 15 when I wrote it. It's called Resurrection. I owe it all to you. And I'm going to sing it for you now. Not like a concert or open mic, but as a means to connect my spirituality with the remainder of this talk. Just one of those feelings I keep on asking myself why. Lord, give me an answer, 'cause my heart just keeps on failing to try. And just when I've used it up, all that I've gained from you, I seem to throw it all away. And then when I turn to you for that second glance, I resurrect my heart and say, I owe my life to you. Do everything you want me to. You make sure things are okay. And when my world is falling down, you raise my hopes right off the ground. Bring my life into play. I owe it all to you. See, the life you've given me. What more could I ever ask of you? Lord, it's because of you my hopes and dreams can all come true. And no need for giving up all that I've gained from you. You listen to me when I pray. Once again, I thank you, Lord. For that second glance, I resurrect my heart and say, I owe my life to you. Do everything you want me to. You make sure things are okay. Clap along with me. Oh, yeah. And when my world is falling down, you raise my hopes right off the ground. Bring my life into play. I owe it all to you. You. I owe it all. All right, so Arnold, everybody, I swear this is all connected. Hustle culture. Okay, it's all connected. Hustle culture is in quarantine. Hustle culture in quarantine. Shout out to Ronnie for helping with that phrase. What I mean by that is, as artists, we are under this mentality that we must hustle to get that next gig. Whether it be acting in a movie, playing an instrument in a band, playing your next comedy show, right? So being in quarantine, we are all in a hustle during this pandemic, and it has made it hard to hustle. A lot of people are still creating more than ever, but do you ever compare yourself to your peers? I mean, I do, tons of times. And it always seems like they've got that culture down. That quarantine doesn't even affect them. I mean, how do they live? Well, the grass is always greener on the other side. So if I just keep on my side, well, then I would realize that I am okay being me. That whatever discomfort I'm sitting in is okay. My mental health is okay. Despite the critical voices in my head, I mean, those critical voices are ringing right now as I speak, and I can't turn them off, but I can embrace them, hug them, and listen, but not react. Just breathe. Shout out to my brother for teaching me that quote. And somehow I understand hustle culture during the pandemic. It purely means that I gotta live authentically to my truth in order to reach that faith in something I can't see, which in turn provides me the room to embrace my bipolar disorder. To this day, I know. To this day, I still don't believe I have bipolar disorder. I embrace it, but I don't believe in it. And I tell you why. I am not just a term. I am not just a term. I am, to quote a song from La Caja Fall, I am what I am. And I don't believe that a diagnosis can be me. I still take medications, but I open a can of worms when I say mental illness is like a terminal illness. I have to, according to some doctors, take these meds for the rest of my life. I understand I need to be more responsible with telling my psychiatrist the whole truth so they can medicate me correctly, but that's only a 15-minute explanation I get for her to evaluate my med intake. The whole process of therapy is insane, but ultimately it helps. So I encourage each and every one of you to reach out. Reach out for professional help. I recommend the My3 app, which helps the process of battling through suicide ideations. I have had thoughts of suicide, and I am here to tell you, problems are temporary. Suicide is permanent. Please live. Please choose life, always. Finally, I want to talk about community outreach. Basically, I gather a couple of actors of Filipinx descent, and we put on a 6-people show. It's very minimal sets, and the shirt I'm wearing, it was given to us by my old therapist for us to wear while we do the play. It's been such a long journey. We had our first performance of Stand at a Filipino family wellness conference at Children's Hospital. It was back in 2017, and one of the audience members just started crying, saying, "I never knew another person is going through what I went through." That connection, is what my quote says. I hope you all find your writing voice and share it with the world. I am here to tell you, it'll all be okay. Through my many struggles, I found peace within myself to do self-care, to live my fullest life, to date, to love, to be. This charity live stream has changed my life because it's my first time I've been given a platform like this to talk to my community and build strength with words. I'm a playwright, goddammit. I better write some words that help heal, educate, and trust. I wish I could see you all today, but we have to be isolated in our bathrooms or in our rooms like the one I'm sitting in right now. And I'm simply living my life the best way I know how, in quarantine. Wear your masks. Do your part. You are the only you in your community, and our community needs you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much for that very important message, man. That was beautiful. Oh, God. Okay, so thank you. Unfortunately, we do have to wrap this segment up. Really quickly, Chris, where can people find you online?
You can find me on Instagram at @TheChristopherAguilar and on TikTok. I'm on TikTok too. My niece is like trying to teach me to do better videos, but yeah.
All right. Cool. Thank you so much, Chris. We'll be in touch. We'll talk. We'll work together. I'm really interested in some of the things that you were talking about. So yeah, let's connect that later on.
Okay.
And with that, you're still on, by the way. It's okay. It's fine. Just
okay.
I'll transition.
That's cool. Yeah, transition time.
to the next segment.
Okay. All right.
So we're going to be
See you
talking
later.
to. All right. SIPA next. I think Lyle is coming on from SIPA. In the meantime, once again, I want to remind everybody, if for those of you just joining us, the reason why we're doing this Strength and Community live stream charity event is to raise money that goes directly to PwC and their COVID-19 relief program, which is providing supplies and food to those in need and in the community. So if you feel moved enough to donate, please click the link in the description below if you're on Twitch, or it's pinned in the Facebook chat. And I think it's also in the description on our YouTube channel as well. You can watch on all of those different platforms. Let me hit up Facebook chat real quick. And okay, cool. All right, so next up from SIPA, Lyle Del Mundo. Give it up.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just we're working on the video. Maybe just go ahead and introduce yourself, and then.
Sure. My name is Lyle Del Mundo, and I am father of 3, born and raised in Chicago. Anyway, okay, so video's up. Great. So, thanks, Arnold. For hosting today's event. I don't know if I will be able to top Chris's song, his a cappella, but I'll try, hopefully. But good afternoon, everyone. Happy Saturday, and it's happy hour here in Hi-Fi. Just wanted to thank everyone for taking their time out of your Saturday afternoon to join me, and a special guest who I'll get to in a minute, Again, my name is Lyle Domundo, your happy hour host and current president at SIPA. For those of you that are not familiar with SIPA, Search to Involve Filipino Americans is one of the oldest Filipino American nonprofit organizations based in historic Filipino town. We've been serving the community for 48 years and mostly known for our programs that best cater to youth and families. Our three pillars are health and human services, small business and community economic development, and lastly, providing arts and cultural education events and resources. While our mission is to enhance quality of life of Filipino Americans, SIPA's impact runs deep across the diverse local community as we offer programs across different socioeconomic needs and different languages, whether it's English, Spanish, or Tagalog. Now, being that this is a fundraiser for COVID-19 relief efforts that our sister organization, PWC, provides, we'd like to encourage folks to donate by raffling off a new Jollibee delivery Funko Pop that is exclusively sold in the Philippines. This is installed here in the States. So as everyone knows, it is very difficult to even travel to the Philippines now. So between now and what's my time, 5 p.m., those of you that donate will be entered to win. Okay, so to adjust a few things before I bring out my guest, I just wanted to let everyone know, if you have driven past our offices on 3200 West Temple and saw that it's being torn down, SIPA is not going anywhere. I repeat, SIPA is not going anywhere, but we are temporarily moving offices to Eagle Rock Plaza on the second floor, right across from Fitness 19, when the mall is able to open back up. Now, we've been working on this legacy project from our past leaders to redevelop our current offices into 63 units of available affordable housing and mixed-use community space, which we have named Hi-Fi Collective. This reimagined new vision of SIPA wouldn't have happened without you guys, our community partners, supporters, donors, believers, and SIPA leadership. Definitely would like to give a shout out to our development partner, Link Housing. Now due to the pandemic, unfortunately lost our leader, Executive Director John Eric Swing, late June due to COVID-19. I wanted to ask if you guys could continue to send your love, prayers, and good vibes to John's wife and kids. COVID-19 is not a joke, so please take it seriously. Be careful and responsible. Do your part. Wear a mask. Continue to wash your hands and social distance as much as you can. Obviously, being that we're Filipino, we love to party a lot, and that's what today is all about. It's a happy hour that we're celebrating. But this virus doesn't discriminate, and not only has affected our community physically, but financially. Two of our SIPA supporters and community supporters who are small business owners recently affected by COVID-19 and wanted to ask everyone that has ever ate at Mamser or Bebot to please continue to support Chef Charles Alalia and Chef AC Burrell and their staff and families. Charles unfortunately made the announcement yesterday that they are permanently closing their doors at Mamser, and AC last week made the announcement that unfortunately their kitchen burned down. So being that said, when they are back up and running, order takeout, delivery, because both have dedicated their life to share their exceptional talent that uplifts our community to the masses. Trying to think what else. Okay, so anyway, I'd like to ask my special guest to join us. Is he on yet, Rodney? Oh, okay. Let me just ping him. Let's see here. Sorry about that. You know, there's traffic, so sorry, traffic. Maybe I should do my a cappella song now. What do you guys think?
Hi.
All right. Yay.
Hi.
Okay, so well, I'd like to introduce my special guest today, who is a Filipino theater and film producer based in New York, actually, who I always run into in the Philippines. He is known for being a 3-time Tony Award winner and received his first Grammy in 2017. He was awarded by Malacanang the Pamana ng Pilipino Award for his nonprofit, non-commercial work, and for being the first Filipino citizen to win both a Tony and Grammy. And most recently, he is also co-producer of Lingua Franca, which is out now. So please watch it on Netflix. Please meet my very talented friend, Mr. Jet Tolentino. How are you, bro?
Hey, Lyle. Good to see you. You cleaned up.
Yeah, just for you. Just
new
for
hair, shaving. What's going on?
It's. I mean, if you saw me like a couple of weeks ago, it wouldn't have been this way. But yeah, totally, very rough. But being that it's happy hour.
I forgot.
Go get it. Go get it.
Should I? Hold on. Hold on 1 sec.
So anyway, Jet Tolentino, very talented friend of mine, while he's grabbing his drink. For those of you guys know, obviously Happy Hour is a celebration, which was first founded in the Philippines, actually, back in the late 1500s. No, I'm BSing you guys. It really wasn't founded in the Philippines. I really don't know where it was founded. But anyway, Jet, can you hear me still? Anyway,
what are you drinking?
Oh, I'm drinking. Cheers!
Cheers!
Truly, it's
seltzer.
It's mango lemonade seltzer. Seltzer, hard seltzer. Yeah.
I thought we're doing wine or something.
Yeah, not me. By the time end of our conversation, I'll have already done 5 of these.
Right.
Anyway,
yeah, this is my 3rd Zoom meeting for today too. So.
Oh wow!
I need a drink.
I love it. What time is it there now? Like 7:30?
7:25.
Oh wow. Okay. So anyway, congrats on Lingua Franca.
Thank you.
I wanted to start and get into the thick of it because I remember early 2018. You started talking to me about this project.
Right.
And, obviously it's amazing, that it finally has come, on the global stage, like Netflix, obviously you partnered with our neighbor, in historic Filipino town, Ava DuVernay.
Yeah. Love your neighborhood.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, to give you a proper tour next time you're in town. But, can you how was the process from now to, when we were first talking about it, I think it was like January or Feb of 2018 to now.
Yeah, well, we actually launched the film in January with a fundraising on Kickstarter.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so we raised $30,000 there. This is in addition to some grants that the film has won, because San Francisco Film gave us grant money. Tribeca Film Institute gave us money, and then along the road, other grants poured in. But it was tough in the beginning because, again, during that time, correct me if I'm wrong, but prior to this, I can't remember if there had been a Filipino film that was a co-production. Well, there had been, but I'm trying to say Lingua Franca was registered under the U.S. laws, so we had to go through unions, that stuff. With so, and then we have Hollywood actors also.
Yeah.
Of course, after us, Yellow Rose, or we're around the same time. But again, prior to that, I don't remember if, because most Filipino films that were shot here were all registered in the Philippines, right?
Yep.
So, but this one is registered here, the company. So, as a commercial producer myself, my challenge was to appeal to the Filipino Americans who have quite a bit of money.
Mhm.
You know, why do I have to produce this film?
That's not me. That's just
Yes, in general, and it's also an appeal to those who have extra, because I'm trying to wage this revolution for the Filipino artists and for the Philippines. You know,
yeah.
that we should be making more films, because, you know, again, Philippine cinema just celebrated 100 years, right, last year, 2019. But there's still no notable Filipino film that really broke through the mainstream.
Yeah.
We don't have the Parasite, we don't have the Farewell, even the Joy Luck Club back almost 30 years ago. So, and to think that Philippine cinema probably is one of the earliest cinemas in Southeast Asia or in the whole Asia. So my team has been trying to identify why that is. And to me, again, as a commercial producer, things that I've done on Broadway, what really sells is that you attach with named actors. That's generally people will be attracted to it, and also distributor. And then whatever that kind of film is secondary. So, and you know, again, this kind of film is also a bit of a challenge to mount because of the subject matter. It's not your typical melodramatic Filipino film. So nothing was kidnapped here. No one is a mistress.
Yep.
No one was thrown a cocktail in their face.
Yep.
Or, you know, it's not just, yeah. I would say that this.
No disrespecting in this.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, there's a market to that. Our studios in the Philippines have successfully produced and raised billions in box office revenue, but that's just for Filipino consumption, though.
Yep.
What I'm trying to have a point here is we should have a platform that we could make it across to the global mainstream. And, you know, and how to do that, because again, in terms of general distribution, a Filipino film that was still under the radar of the global film industry is General Luna at $5.6 million. So yeah, we're right there.
Yeah.
So we can't even, you know, there's a long way to go, but again, we're just there. Hold on, I think I muted. When across the board, many top critics in the country, and it also won the Grand Prix in Paris in November at the 20. In Texas, special in Bentonville, we won. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Jet.
Sorry. Yeah,
no worries.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
No worries. Keep drinking. Keep drinking.
Yeah, I think it was reminding me to have a sip because, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. So I would say that this film has that kind of pedigree that.
Oh, I agree.
Across the board, again, the top critics. I mean, my God, did you see the reviews from IndieWire, Rolling Stone? Like love letters to heaven.
Yeah.
And I'm just hoping that I'd still be able to afford Isabel next year.
Oh yeah.
Because but with Isabel is that I think that she is becoming. This is my personal opinion. She will disagree, but in just her career path, I'm thinking that to me, she's like the next Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, I love it. Just hearing
You know
it.
why? Okay, because here's the thing. Isabel did not go to film school, same as Quentin Tarantino.
Oh yeah.
Isabel doesn't like to mention this, but she actually graduated summa cum laude at University of San Carlos in Cebu.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and she got her. I believe her. I think that's sociology or philosophy that degree, and then she had her master's at NYU Stern School of Business, so she's very savvy in marketing. But she's self-taught. She's been into independent film since she was younger, so she's quite a legit auteur.
Yeah.
And when you read her script, again, her style, and my God, making this film wearing 5 hats.
Yeah.
Man, writer, director, producer, editor, and actor. I mean, to me, when we say that, oh, you're gonna edit it too, it's like it's a conflict of interest because mostly editors are also focused on the framework of the project, and of course the director has a different perspective, and so is the writer. So, but what I appreciate so much about her is that she can be very objective whichever hat she wears at a certain time, and she's very collaborative. So again, Filipino communities here in North America, we have someone great coming up that will take us all the way there.
Oh,
so
I love it.
Watch out.
I love it. Hearing that she was self-taught, actually, recently there's another great talent within our community. His name's Anthony Francisco. And, we recently interviewed him as well. He's the senior visual director at Marvel Studios. Cool. Yeah, so he's the one, and rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. He's the one that actually did costume design for the Dormilash, the Black Panthers, army, the female army, which was inspired by indigenous Filipino tribes.
Nice.
Yeah. But himself, same thing. He did not go to art school, self-taught, and just like Isabel, that's just kind of a testimony of just the natural ability that, Filipinos have, right? If they're passionate, about, creative, career paths, obviously our parents don't usually encourage us to do that. They want us to be a nurse or, lawyer or whatever. But, it's a good time now, where there's organizations like, FilAm Creative and, SIPA, PwC that actually are starting to nurture and, support creative career paths, for the community by providing like platforms like this, accessibility to knowledge like this, to hear these type of stories. So, I'm curious is, how did it end up getting in the hands, of Ava?
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll just add to just what you said. I don't want to take away the spotlight from Isabel. Just like me too. I'm self-taught as well. My degree is in accounting, but here I am trying to test the waters of the entertainment industry since 2011. But I love the process. I love being a part of something creative that lasts forever and actually affects a lot of lives in a good way. So that's good, and I'm glad to hear about SIPA as well. But as how lingua franca got into the hands of Ava, actually we visited Array last year. We were there in between film festivals, God forbid, because we were shopping. Of course, we were shopping around. uh, for for a distributor. We got Luxbox based in Paris to represent us globally,
Okay.
except for Southeast Asia and the Philippine territories. But and then we had a world premiere in Venice, and Isabel made a big splash there as the first trans woman in the top billing to be in the competition. So her Rolling Stone spread with alongside Brad Pitt. Ugh, it's a shame, but so that was quite something again to because Lingua Franca is the first film in the world to be written and directed by a trans woman. Not just anybody, not just any trans, but a trans woman of color, Filipino.
Yeah.
So she broke too many glass ceilings, pink glass or purple glass ceilings.
Representation matters.
Yeah. So we were in LA on multiple assignments, of course. I was trying. The team was trying to get the rights of a certain Filipino. You'll know about it soon.
Yeah.
Which you also got that, and then while we were in LA, we decided to connect with Array, and we stayed a couple of hours in Array. Nice space. I mean, the whole compound is fantastic. It's so unassuming because outside it seems like there's nothing going on there, right? Like, but once you get inside, oh my God, it's massive.
Yeah, the theater, the mural of the other building.
Yeah. Ava wasn't there at that time, but that was that. We were just doing an introduction of our team to Array, and they put us under the radar.
Love it.
And since Venice, Lingua Franca made another big history in London, being two things. Lingua Franca is the first Filipino film to make it to competition, and BFI London has been out for 63 years. So not one Filipino film made it to competition, and it was nominated for Best Film alongside Monos and Honey Boy.
Oh.
So those were our competition in London. So 10 films made it to the in the main competition. So we were nominated for Best Film. Monos won the Best Film, but again, for the first Filipino film to make it to the competition, and of course, Isabel being the first Filipino director to be in the competition as well. So that was quite a feat. And then from there, we went to Busan for Asian premiere, and it just took off from there. I lost count. I went to 20 countries last year. My body was like, what time zone is it? But
So, sometimes you'll text me and I'm like, dude, it's like 3 a.m. I'm like,
yeah, but it's 5 p.m. somewhere else.
Yeah.
So so yeah, it's I cannot believe, but let me take that back. I reading the script back in 2017, I knew the project is quite promising.
Yeah.
But again, to mount it is very challenging because of the subject. We're in Trump America. But again, we were fueled by that time when Trump announced that LGBTQ cannot serve the military. So that's another angle that we want to, oh my God, we have to make this film. So, and it's very timely. And now I'm so glad that Array took us to Netflix and be out prior to election.
Yes.
Because, hey, you've seen the film. So we have, whose voice over there all throughout the film.
Yep.
And we're again, but it's not, I'm trying to appeal to the 5 million Filipinos in Canada and America.
North America.
Because I'm getting a lot of feedback from our community. It's like split, and it's like leaning towards not liking it because of the ending and stuff like that. But again, I was trying to tell them that have an open mind, because the kind of filmmakers we are, is to, again, give light to the underrepresented. It's things that you would never think that you would see on screen, you know, because as Filipinos growing up with our culture, and we yearn to the melodramatic type of movies, and to have something like this, it's like a shock to them.
Oh yeah.
Some don't quite get it, you know. Some would just say, she should have just taken him, you know, she would have been citizen by now, and things like that. But then, you know, that would be a different movie. To me, I love it because Olivia stood up for herself, for women empowerment, that you don't need a man for your existence. No, you are your own entity. You have your own mind and free will to decide for your future. And you cannot be played, not any man you could allow to play with your emotions and the predicament that you're going through. It's just not fair. So that's what this is all about. The resilience of an immigrant story. And to me, that's really doing a great service to a lot of people, especially women who are independent of men in their existence, especially now trans, you know, so.
Yes. Oh no, thank you. I mean, that's
sorry, I'm not sure, but because of Array, you know, so our film aligns with Array's mission.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean, we check all the boxes.
Oh, totally,
right?
Totally.
That's why even if we are under Luxbox for 13 years for North America, we had to introduce Array because we know Array could represent us much better in North America region. So we had to cut a slice of that territory to be with Array.
Yes. Which is amazing.
So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Ava, you know, Talena Mercedes, you know, they do an amazing job of, you know, obviously helping amplify the voices of people of color, you know, underrepresented voices, you know, and, you know, unfortunately, like when you first approached me about this project in, you know, early 2018, SIPA, or even myself, we didn't have that relationship with Array yet, you know, because they actually, back then, they just moved into historic Filipino town. So, you know, they're still getting to know, you know, who their neighbors were, but, you know, this would have been, you know, the perfect match for me to connect to early then, if, you know, but I mean, you found your way. You found your way.
You didn't give him the, you know, the very accommodating Filipino welcome in your neighborhood.
Oh yeah, totally. You know, we brought
very hospitality.
Yeah, we when we first met with them and a lot of the other studios in Hi-Fi, that's we, you know, we greeted them obviously, you know, with palms down. You know, we just wanted to welcome them to the neighborhood, introduce ourselves, and, you know, see how we could support. You know, that was kind of our approach on how, you know, we connected with a lot of the studios. But, you know, you know, we would have welcomed them into, you know, SIPA's offices, you know, at the time, but, you know, we didn't want them to leave their shoes at the door, you know, just like just like how we ask everyone else out.
Hey, so, you know what they say when you're in Rome.
Oh, yeah. But you know, thank you for sharing that story. You know, definitely, I mean, this film is really going to, you know, help amplify, you know, Filipino talent, Filipino voices, you know, people like yourself, you know, and, you know, I'm so proud, you know, when we met up last November, right? When you were here at TCL.
You went to our US premiere.
Yeah. That's why I was like, I don't remember seeing Ava there. But
no, we were not with Ava yet at that time.
Oh, okay.
We were still trying to identify. We've interviewed a lot of groups, a lot of distributor, but you know, but since we did Hawaii, also we did Palm Springs, we did San Diego. So there's I think that added to our resume as well. So it's good on paper, aside from checking all Ava's boxes in terms of qualification to represent a film. Yeah, so it to me it's like a match made in heaven.
Oh, totally. It's most definitely. I 100%. Like this is really going to transcend, a lot of Filipino films. But anyway, being that we're in this pandemic, I wanted to ask you, and we chatted about this like months ago, and I didn't realize that you're still in the Philippines.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So tell me your experience getting stuck in the Philippines, when they shut down everything.
Yeah. So I'll take you back March 16th, the night I left New York City, JFK. I was on my way to Phnom Penh in Cambodia to represent Lingua Franca because we were selected there for the Cambodia International Film Festival, which is pretty big, right?
Oh, huge.
So the festival paid for everything. I had a 5-star hotel, and I was so excited because I've never been to Cambodia. Yay! It was my first time. So here I was, jolly, happy, looking forward to it. And I was so glad to leave New York because Broadway just shut down March 12th.
Yeah.
And at that time, New York was the epicenter. And Jackson Heights is next to Elmhurst.
Oh.
So if New York is the epicenter, Elmhurst the epicenter of New York.
Oh, man.
That's how bad it was. It was like, I'm out of here. Bye. So, so more reason for me to go. So, okay. So I went. And I'm very patriotic. Of course, I took Philippine Airlines from straight flight, 16 and a half hours, New York to Manila. And I had a connecting flight. I arrived Manila March 17th, 7:30 a.m. And my flight to Cambodia, same day, was 9 p.m. So I just went to my sister's condo to switch my luggage because I was only going to be in Phnom Penh for 5 nights, right?
Yeah.
When I got out of Naiya, there was nobody. I did not know that Manila was in lockdown as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
no taxis, nothing?
Well, I had to wait for a Colorum car
okay.
that charged me a fortune,
Yeah.
But you gotta do it because nobody's driving. So, and then while I was in my sister's condo, so I was in contact with the festival as to what's happening. So at 4 p.m., the king of Cambodia announced that he's shutting down the country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So,
what?
Okay. So what was I to do? Wait a minute. What was I to do? So, okay. I mean, leaving New York, I was already thinking of staying in Manila longer after the festival because, it wasn't safe to stay here, right? So I said, okay. That was it. So I had to stay in Manila for 137 days.
Oh,
the first because in a studio condo, 22 square meters, with I had to do my own laundry by hand.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. Jet. Hello. Jet.
Okay, just had a quick drink break. All right. So
okay, cool. We're back.
So I was there. But my God. I daily regimen is that I maintain 10,000 steps. As you know, when they medical experts say, when you do 10,000 steps a day, you don't have to exercise. I hate sweating. I've never gone to the gym in my life. I don't do that.
Okay.
I just don't. I'm very OCD. I don't want to touch anyone else's things that, you know, they're sweating and all that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm OCD.
Okay.
I'm not affected with the pandemic because I'm OCD by itself. So I'm good.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I circle around inside the very tiny studio condo while watching Netflix to do my 10,000 steps a day. Because can't go out. You know, when you go out in the Philippines, you need a quarantine pass.
Yep.
Well, I first of all, it's 90 degrees every day and humid. I can't walk around Manila. So I stayed in. I'd watch the news on YouTube from the US, ABC News Live, and just Netflix. So I stayed creative that way. I've read a lot of scripts. I've read a couple of books. And there was one time that there was an earthquake, 3 a.m. I was lying in bed watching.
Oh my gosh.
And then the bed fell and I fell too.
Oh my God. If 2020 could get worse.
And you have to remember, I was on the 23rd floor. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So.
Shit.
Yeah.
Holy God.
Down the stairs because by the time I reached 10th floor, everything will crumble down, right?
Oh my goodness.
It was terrifying. But it's known that when you live in Manila in a high rise, so you have I maintained a 5-liter gallon, a 5-liter water under the table with snacks. You know, you know, I jump under the table and just hunker down. I grab my passport. I grab my MacBook and my cell phone. That's it. In my underwear. That's it. Because what would be the chances? You know, if every skyscrapers in Metro Manila fall down, I won't be the first to be rescued. You know, the ones in BGC in Pacific Towers will be the first to be rescued. So that's why you have to prepare for at least a week of water and food. So I was having the 5-liter water.
So it was water, snacks.
Snacks, yes, I had. Do you know the sunshine?
Your briefs, and passport.
That's it. Hey, it's 3 a.m. You know, that's it. Just the essentials.
Yeah.
Just the essentials. You know. Yeah, and it's terrifying. And I was also there when the volcano erupted. So, you know.
Oh yeah. We were there at the same time. Actually, I was there in January too.
Yeah, that was prior to the lockdown, but then again, I already went back here.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then when I noticed that the COVID cases were spiking up in July.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, I have to get out of here. So I rebooked my flight. It's rough because, you know, before the pandemic, Philippine Airlines flies 5 times a week, Manila, New York, nonstop, right?
Yeah.
And now it's only once a week.
Oh my gosh.
So the long list for people to like, I want to get out of here.
Until today? It's only once a week? Oh my gosh.
Of course. It's still once a week.
Oh,
I mean, who would want to go to Manila when the cases are exploding? We just surpassed Indonesia. We're number one now. We surpassed China. Forget about Indonesia. I mean, China and all that. So yeah, who would want to go there? People are getting out of Manila now. So yeah, once a week. So I said, I'm at it. So I arrived New York midnight of July 31st. And I quarantined for 2 weeks. And then I got my swab test. I'm negative. Never been exposed. Negative to antibody. So I never had that because I always have my mask and I have my face shield on. People look at me like I'm alien here, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. Better safe than
it's a choice.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, that has been my pandemic situation. I stayed creative. That's the bottom line. I mean, because you know, depression can only knock. Because I was on my own.
Yeah.
I can't even see my family because there are no local flights to Iloilo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where your family is. Yeah. For sure.
So you can. I mean, I watch Netflix movies like at least 3 movies a day.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what else can you do, right?
Yeah, no.
I would go out to take the grocery every 5 to 5
yeah.
to 7 days. Yeah.
How does that work? Like, there's no DoorDash, so like, is it like one pass per household or something? Like, how did?
Yeah, yeah. But gladly, the condo building that I was in was right next to Walter Mart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I know which time to go, because like if you do the line to go in, so I can look at my window and just see if okay, it's clear. Let's go.
Yeah. Bro, I wish we could, well, we could continue drinking after this, but anyway, our time is almost over.
Yeah. It's 8.
Yeah, real quick. What are some of your upcoming projects?
Well, my upcoming film is also with Isabel Sandoval. It's called Park Avenue.
Okay.
It's on a different, separate, on the other side of the spectrum. It's about an ambitious immigrant who got married into the old money of New York, Jewish money, and the length she has to maintain, the length she has to go through to maintain power and influence in high society New York. And we have Sharon Cuneta to play that immigrant.
Wow.
She's signed, and Tony Labrusca and Jody Santamaria are the other 2 that will be coming from the Philippines. We will shoot here. Hopefully, if we get the vaccine before the year is over, we can shoot by spring next year. So hopefully it could be our follow-up to Lingua Franca. Again, showcasing the different stories of immigrants. But there'll be at least 2 A-list Hollywood actors to join them in the cast. So that's my next project.
That is amazing. Yeah. We're definitely looking forward to that. Anyway, so it's 5:00 now. Let me just give our final remarks. But thank you again for joining us. For Happy Hour, the Strengthen Community live charity event. Obviously, bro, thank you again for spending your time with me. I wanted to thank FilAm Creative, for having us, and those who have donated to the PWC COVID relief efforts. I'll be making an announcement later on who the winner is of our little Jollibee raffle. So please,
I want that.
yeah. Don't worry, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. So
I want palabok with chicken joy.
Oh no, it's like the Jollibee, it's like the Jollibee.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
so
cool.
It's not this one.
Nice.
But,
okay, that's cool.
Yeah. So, anyways, so please, follow Jet, which is at JHETT_TOLENTINO, and myself at I Am of the World. And please follow at SIPA Cares for updates involved, with our programs. That's it, bro. Everyone be safe, be healthy, be easy.
Wait.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Don't forget to check out Lingua Franca on Netflix.
That's right. Yeah. My apologies.
And appreciate the rating after you're done.
Yes. Definitely need to keep empowering, our creative talent. And definitely we appreciate your inspiration. Okay.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Okay, bro.
Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Dal Margana and I'm the Director of Live Programming for FilAm Creative. You're currently watching Strength and Community, a charity live stream for COVID-19 relief. And if you'd like to donate, we have an Eventbrite link down below where you could donate. And it's super easy. All you have to do is click the green tickets button and you could donate any amount that you would like. And yeah, any amount would be appreciated in helping out with this charity event. And yeah, we appreciate you joining us and we hope that you enjoy the show.
Hi everyone, it's Ronnie, Executive Director of FilAm Creative, and you are watching Strength and Community.
This is the Pinoy Prince, Manny Mars, and your current CWA Central Valley champion. And you're watching Strength in Community.
Hey, what's going on? There we are. Welcome back once again to Strength and Community 2, live stream charity event for COVID relief. I'm listening to myself right now. Sorry about that. I gotta turn that off. Yeah, once again, in order to donate, click the link below in the description. Also, the link that is pinned in chat as well. All right. Let me turn this on. Where's my audio coming from? Okay. I wanted to give everybody an update on the total amount that we have so far. Why am I hearing myself? Oh, there it is. All right. We are now at $550. So thank you guys so much for your donations so far. Once again, our goal for today, we're going to end at around 6 or 7 o'clock, is $2,000. Not quite there yet, but it's still very possible. So thank you guys so much. Up next, we have a very special guest. You know her very well. She needs no introduction. She is the creator and original host of Have a Band Today, executive producer, host, Janelle So. And so are we gonna cut to an intro video of for Janelle? Let me know, might do that.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for joining us today. showing up, showing solidarity and strength in community. I think the last few months have shown us our interdependence on each other, and because of that, our need for connectivity. We connect, we would love to connect in person, but since we can't, since March, since this global pandemic has struck, we have been trying our best to connect virtually. Also, connection in different levels. Connection can be emotional, connection can also be mental, psychological, but whatever it is that we do, we know that we need to connect to our community. And that's why I'd like to congratulate the hardworking men and women behind FilAm Creative for putting this thing together. I want to thank you all for inviting us, Sojanelle and my team, to participate. And so we value your time and we value your trust in us as well. Rodney Cahudo, the person who behind this, the brainchild of this, congratulations to you and thank you so much for the invitation once again. And of course to the other groups and individuals that are putting this together with our separate blocks of information, interviews, features, and stories. I am honored to be among this list of esteemed individuals and organizations in the Filipino-American community. For those of you who are not familiar, my name is Janelle So, and I host and produce a weekly talk show called So Janelle, which airs on 3 different channels: the Filipino channel on Sundays, Lifestyle Network on Saturdays, and KSCI TV LA 18 on Fridays.
Hello everyone, welcome to So Janelle. I'm your host, Janelle So.
Huwag lang kayong mag-give up. Huwag lang kayong mag-give up. Kahit na anong trabaho pa yan. Do your best. Ikaw dapat yung maging best.
So important to be grounded, be humble, be loving. Always equip yourself with love.
I was just like crying at her and she's like, "Did you get it?" I'm like, "Yeah, Mom."
In terms of emotional fulfillment and things that I feel I can bring to the stage and screen, they've helped monumentally.
I love that I get to spread joy and happiness around.
The warmth and the kindness and the camaraderie and the love that was shown for it make you feel better about yourself.
I've been doing this for full time for only about 1.5 years. It's been a growing process.
Yeah, just break them apart and then use it as a bed.
Brought a little Filipino flavor down here, and his brother.
So that's what I've been doing. I set up to invest my time and resources in the community to highlight stories of people who are inspiring, people that we can draw inspiration from. Also to highlight issues within our community and really just to celebrate being Filipinos, the Filipino spirit of resilience here in America. We have segments like So True that highlights the immigrant story. We have segments like So Inspiring, featuring the stories of Filipino Americans, those who were born and raised here or perhaps raised here from a very early age, but are doing well representing the Philippines, the Filipinos in mainstream America. And so we thank you for all your inspiration. Also, we have features like So Hot, which are up-and-coming trends, up-and-coming personalities within our community. Also, we have So Cool, a lot of different things, but one of the things that we have been focusing on because of COVID is So Informed. You know, during this time, we need not just information, not just news, but accurate news and information. With a lot that's going on, a lot of changing information and facts about COVID as scientists and experts discover new things about this novel coronavirus, we're there to give them to you. We are wanting to deliver stories in a culturally relevant way because during this time we lean on each other, right? We are trying to make the show a resource for helpful tools on how to survive during this pandemic and maybe even thrive. We have tips on perhaps, you know, homeschooling for the moms like me out there. We have tips on how to take care of finances during this time. We hope that the tools that we share on the show are helping you guys cope as well.
We are now entering week 8 of quarantine. The last few weeks have been absolutely disruptive. For now, we open the program by staying informed.
These cases and deaths that are reported are just a tip of the iceberg.
91 to 94% of people that die from COVID have an underlying condition.
This pandemic has definitely paralyzed our economy.
The best time, I think, to innovate or create something is out of need.
I told her, I go, I'll help you. I go, let's, tulungan.
We call them our frontliners, but they really are the last line of defense.
We were all exposed because we were very careless and we were taking it lightly.
This segment is brought to us by Toyota because they want to champion the nurses in our community.
Gratitude for properly honoring the dead, and then also people that are working to keep everybody alive.
When I first saw Kim call for his mother, obviously it breaks every mother's heart.
So we stand in solidarity with our African American brothers and sisters.
We need to pivot the storytelling.
For myself and my husband, this is the new normal. We're filming here on our front yard.
What do I know about coronavirus? Everyone's home because we have to stay safe. I hope you guys learned fun things in quarantine too.
We are celebrating our 3rd year. Very grateful that you have chosen to spend time with us.
We're experiencing a syndemic.
Gone are the days where we can just sit idly and be quiet.
What we're trying to do is fill this time with good memories.
So there's an opportunity there when you get to this place, you know, of being stripped down.
I'm your host, Janelle So, and this has been So Janelle.
One of the buzzwords that we have been talking about since this began in March is the word pivot, how people are pivoting, how people are adjusting to our new normal. For our household, since COVID began, we have also been quarantined at home. My daughter, who is 4, has been out of school, and so I have been her primary caregiver as well, as along with my 1-year-old son, Leo. But you know what? We're also cherishing this time of togetherness with family. We're also, even though it's been difficult to work from home while taking care of children, we're also thankful for the time that we can bond together. And it is during this time that I'm able to discover, my husband and I were able to discover Lily's love for talking, for speaking in front of the camera, and for doing videos. Here is one of her videos that we found so touching because we had been wanting to pay tribute to the frontliners who are, you know, sacrificing their time, sacrificing their lives, some of them, to take care of the rest of us.
Hi guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Everyone's home because we have to stay safe from coronavirus. But some people are not staying home because they're taking care of us. Here are just a few of them. These nice people drive around and give us stuff. so that we don't have to go out. They give us groceries and food, like mac and cheese. Sometimes they bring toys. Some people are still working in the stores, so we can buy what we really need. Like when Daddy forgot to buy diapers for Leo. Some people still go out in their cool trucks to pick up trash from our house. Imagine what will happen if they didn't. Ew. These are the people who take care of the sick people. It's not safe for them. They do it to help people feel better. Here's a big salute to all of the frontliners. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you all for watching. And don't forget to subscribe. Mwah!
Again, if you would like to see more of Lily, she is on YouTube, youtube.com, or no, she doesn't have her own channel yet, but of course, I hope that you subscribe so that we get to that point where she can have her own channel, but it's called At Life with Lily. She talks about life in quarantine from the perspective of a 4-year-old. Check her out at Life with Lily. Meanwhile, another thing that this pandemic has underscored is the importance of self-love, self-care, and most importantly, we can't talk about self-care without paying attention to our mental health. You know, it has been quite depressing. A lot of the changes, the lack of personal interaction with people, and it has affected our mental health in all sorts of ways. There are some people that are too anxious because they have maybe lost their job, lost their businesses, or lost their income. Some have lost family and friends due to COVID, and we sympathize with you. We also emphasize the importance of taking care of our mental health. And so we took it upon ourselves to talk to a mental health expert to give us tips on how to cope during this time. Here is Dr. Kagande. It was important before, but with COVID, a lot of losses, a lot of people getting depressed. There's a lot of darkness, sadness after COVID, or aside from COVID, there's also this social unrest, as well as a looming deep recession. So everyone's just so worried. As a mental health expert, what do you propose can we do?
First and foremost is self-care. There's this theory called oxygen mask theory, right? You know, everyone's gone on a plane and you're instructed by the flight attendant that, you know, if you have children or you're with someone, put your own oxygen mask first before you can put it on someone else. Because you have to take care of yourself first. You have to have a really good set of mind and mental health in order to take care of others. Along with self-care, you have to take care of your basic needs, and that's keep nutrition, you know, hydrate yourself. Sleep is very important. You should get enough sleep. Physical activity is very important. You should, you know, try to exercise as much as you can. And if you haven't before, you should at least do more now because, you know, we're all at home. Lastly, I have done much more mindfulness and meditation. And along with mindfulness is that pillar of acceptance. There's only so much that we can control. Obviously, we can't control, you know, the pandemic or the virus spreading, but what we can do is control ourselves from taking precautions and safety. Can't control others not wearing masks, but we can control our reaction of protecting ourselves and our own loved ones.
How do we help to take care, make sure that our children's mental health are in order?
More importantly, as adults or parents, we really need to model to children and adolescents how we cope with stress. Modeling calmness, you know, modeling self-care. Look for the positive things in life, those silver linings. This is a pandemic, but hey, what? We're at home together. Let's do something together. It's been a while that we've been playing board games or watching movies. Take those opportunities. Also allow children and adolescents to express their emotions. Ask how they're doing through this, and really listen to what they're saying. Should, though, limit a lot of that screen time still, and social media especially. Another thing is you want to keep some normalcy with the children. School was their normal structure. They had a schedule. You want to try to keep some of that at home, especially for the younger ones. Notice that if they're not at their baseline, they're no longer interested in watching sports or playing video games, or they seem really depressed. They might start talking about not wanting to live anymore. They become suicidal, and those are really a lot of warning signs that you want to get them to mental health professional for an evaluation.
How do we stay calm and sane when there's so much angst and hatred, bitterness?
Yeah, we really need to take media breaks. And it's almost that having the immediate access to social media and to constant news, it has rewired our brains to be more sensitive. Definitely connect with someone, talk to someone, help you process that information, and even self-compassion. Don't be too hard on yourself.
I'm only understanding it now that you've explained it. It's the media, right? Watching too much and seeing too much. It incites you.
It's almost like an appendage now. Our cell phones, our laptops, even when you're at work, you can't get away from it, right? You have that instant message notice, breaking news pop up, and then you're looking at it. And then again, it's that constant feeding of more anxiety provoking, where it's not necessarily have to be that way. You just have to take a break. And that is very important in modeling to your children. I think even pre-COVID, we have rules, right? Hopefully a lot of families have rules during dinner time. Put away your phone. This is a time where we don't have any electronics. If we could just model that to our children would be in a good place.
Right. Connectedness, and not connecting to the gadgets, but connecting with each other. So how do you see this playing out? And how do you think our new world will be?
We are in a very unique time because we're not only experiencing a pandemic, but we're experiencing a syndemic. And you mentioned there's so many other things that are going on aside from COVID-19, right? Who have not experienced such a disaster before, such as the Generation Zs and now the Generation Alphas, which is actually those who were born after 2010, right? Like your daughter.
Right.
So I'm optimistic that the new world will really be better in terms of mental health, more mental health awareness, better self-care, better coping, and having a sense of community. Because you hear, despite all the negative things that you hear in the news, there are also a lot of positive things. And that's what we really have to bring out more of the positive, renewed family bonding, kids going through this syndemic, I really believe will be okay. I heard a colleague recently say, positive growth and development can only really, really, truly happen if you go through struggles or challenges. That can help and promote resiliency and success in life. So, and we see this every day, but I think more so now than ever, this is a really true challenge for everyone, not just kids, but even adults. Like you said, adults react so much and get so bitter and angry. So if we can all get through this, I think it'll be fine. Hope is really what we have to instill.
And if there's one thing as well is this shelter in place, the lockdown, it's making us realize that we can really truly live with less, right?
Yeah.
And I like that we're ending on a positive note, which is hope and positivity for the future. We hope and pray that everyone survives and overcomes this period. And when we see each other on the other side, we will hopefully be stronger, more positive, more hopeful, and better as a community.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you once again, and more power to you. Again, if you're just joining us, my name is Janelle So. I host and produce a weekly talk show called So Janelle. Please join us. Keep our weekly dates on TV, Fridays on KSCI TV LA 18, Saturdays on Lifestyle Network, and Sundays on TFC. We are on social media. We have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/SoJanelle. We are on Facebook, facebook.com/SoJanelle. We are on Twitter, twitter.com/Janelle So. And on Instagram, we have two handles, instagram.com/SoJanelle and instagram.com/SoJanelle TV. If you want to know more about our guests, behind the scenes stuff, let's connect. Let's connect on social media. One of the things that we also featured not too long ago when we celebrated our 3rd anniversary called Sojourn. It was a virtual celebration that we organized. We had divided that into 3 parts. The first part is So Awoke, being involved in things, in issues that are currently being talked about. One of those is the issue of the LGBTQIA+ community. We also, despite the pandemic or the syndemic, recently celebrated Pride Month in June. And here is a story of a Filipino-American singer, trailblazer, transgender, who is also working on the front lines. Here is Angel Vanilla.
There are places I'll remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever's not for better. Some have gone and some remain. All these places have their moments with lovers and friends. I still can recall. Some are dead and some are living. That in my life I love them all.
Angel Vanilla, thank you so much for taking this sojourn with us.
Thank you for having me.
Angel, you have so far made a mark as the first transgender finalist of The Voice. And I know that before that, there wasn't any. What pushed you to go for it?
Well, since I was a child back in small town in the Philippines, I've always wanted to entertain people. And even before I started in the music industry, I was actually in medical field. And I love, entertaining my patients because it distracts them because, most of the people that comes to the hospital or some medical facilities, they are scared. So it kind of like distracts them.
And I want to ask you about that because the fact that you are a member of the LGBTQIA community, did that ever stop you from going for any audition or going for any opportunity that you might otherwise have not thought of if you were straight, male or female?
I always do believe that when you follow your heart with persistence and not giving up, everything is possible. I've always had a strong spirit, strong personality growing up because, I grew up with, thank God, and I'm blessed to have my family, especially my grandmother, who raised me with my parents with a lot of dignity and growing up that, believing in myself.
So the fact that it's you're a trans woman doesn't faze you, but I know that some people may have issues. Have you encountered any discrimination based on that?
I do. I mean, there's so many girls like me who's sometimes scared to go out or just to explore the world, but I always give them advice. Sometimes what you present to people will change their perspective. And I believe that. It's like business, you have to market and, you could change it's just like that.
And I see it that way. I know it's deeper and more difficult than that, but I always see it that way because if I focus on negative, I'll be just depressed, you know. Life is beautiful and I will leave the most out of it.
I know that in our previous conversations, you told me about an incident where you were discriminated against or you felt discriminated against in a cruise ship. Can you share with us that story?
Well, I auditioned for a part. So this is a musical production that performs in a major cruise line. And I pretty much got the part, one of the major roles. And they found out that I am a trans woman. So they decided to change my character to a wolf. Because, you know, actually it's the remake of Little Red Riding Hood.
Right. So the original role was for what?
For one of the major fairies.
Fairy. Oh, from fairy to wolf.
To wolf, because they said the wolf has no gender.
Oh wow. Well, how did you react to that?
I turned down the offer, and I was like, "Peace out." And thank God I did it, Janelle, because otherwise I won't make it on The Voice.
Ah, see, things happen for a reason, and I love that you're standing up for yourself, and not just for yourself now. You're traveling to speak about LGBTQIA issues. If there are those issues that have come up now more than ever because of the pandemic, because of the social unrest perhaps, what are those issues that you'd like to talk to us?
Well, this is even before pandemic too. Aside from singing, I travel America to speak on events, on rallies, and one of the memorable ones are in Texas. I was in Austin, Texas, to talk about because there is like a law that just because of your religious beliefs, if you need an emergency in the hospital, and for example, I'm a doctor, you're a trans, just because of my religious belief, I can just let you die. And that's legal.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's barbaric. I can't believe that people are still experiencing that. So I was invited for a rally to speak out for that. And, when I was speaking, I see people around me crying. Mm-hmm. Even like the regular, cisgender family, they're actually, they are very touched about what's going on.
Right, because nobody deserves that kind of treatment, right? Because we're all equal, we're all children of God, right? So, so if there's one thing to take away that you want viewers to always remember about LGBTQIA community, or if there's a message that you want to share with us, what would it be?
That we are human beings. We also wanted to dream. We want to live life. We want to be heard. And we do care.
Right. And you do care, especially Angel. I know that when this pandemic started, you actually went back to work as a medical frontliner to contribute to the society.
Yeah. Yes. Well, first of all, all my jobs are on hold. And well, I just want to be honest about it. All my jobs were on hold, all the engagement. So I was frightened. So I decided to go back in medical field. It's the best thing that I can do because, I'm able to give back and at the same time make money from it.
Exactly. And now the projects are slowly coming back. You're actually working on a new show for a major network. I'm very excited about that. And when you're ready, please come back and tell us about that.
I will, for sure. You'll be the first one to know.
For now, thank you so much.
I'd like to thank you, Janelle, for, because, it's been like 10, 12 years from now. I remember when you gave me an opportunity to be on your show, even though my name was unheard. You fought for everyone that I needed a spot, like my own spot for your interview on your previous show.
Right.
And I really appreciate that until now.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much. And you say, see, I knew then that you would go a long way, and I'm very, very proud of you. Keep making us proud, keep representing, and stay safe out there.
The meaning when I think of love or something new, though I know I'll never ever lose affection for people and things that went before. I know I'll often stop and think about that in my life I love you more. Oh, 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 though I know I'll never ever lose affection for people and things that went before. I know I'll often stop and think about that in my life I love you more. I love you more. I love you more.
Speaking of issues that are being talked about, issues that affect ours or our families or our friends' lives and even our community, BLM, Black Lives Matter, that has been the battle cry of everyone worldwide since that video of George Floyd dying. It was very difficult to watch, and I don't feel, and I don't think I should be reiterating what happened, because everybody knows what happened. But also what we want to highlight is the change that it brought about, brought issues to light, and people are now talking about it. People are now being involved. There are some changes that have slowly happened, but the sad part of it is it's still happening. Our Black brothers and sisters still dying at the hands of the authority, the very people that we look to for protection, and that should not be happening. We have talked about that several times on the show, on several segments, and here is one segment that really struck me to the core. That is the segment of a Filipino mom to Black children. And in this segment, Jennifer Taylor shares her life with us and her realizations and her learnings as a Filipino mom to Black children.
I feel like talking to best friends. You guys look like sisters. One of the things that resonated from the George Floyd video was his call for his mom. And that touched a lot of moms. It touched me as well, being a mom. But in my conversations with other moms, especially Filipino moms of Black children, I'm seeing that the rage is more. The outrage is louder. The wounds are deeper.
You know, when I first saw Kim call for his mother, obviously it breaks every mother's heart when their child calls for them in pain. But I think the difference between, everybody else and that particular situation is because Black men and their boys hold their mother on this pedestal. And so, there's, even when you think about the things that you don't say, the one thing that you don't say to a Black man or a Black boy, you don't use their mother's name. So when he called out for his mother, of course that's crushing, but for the Black community, it was like, calling for your mother on steroids.
I've always thought that motherhood is such a universal thing. You want to protect your child. You want to keep him or her safe. You want to teach him the ways of life. But for a mom of a Black child, it's more. What are those things that you specifically tell your children that some of us may not even think about telling our children.
There's so many different things that are different, but the one thing that does pop out at me is that most people that don't come from a background of being people of color, you get to choose when you have the discussion about racism with your kids. When you have kids that are Black, there's no choice because they feel it at a very early age. Either something was said to them, something was done to them, but the idea of choosing the time that you get to talk about racism, you don't have that luxury.
Jillian, you're beautiful. You're 19 years old, smart girl, and you're Filipino Black. At what age were you made aware that you are Filipino and Black?
I think I was about 5, so in kindergarten is like when I started piecing things together because my classroom was fairly big. I think there were maybe 25 to 29 kids in that class, and I instantly saw that I was darker than all the other girls in my class, and like that didn't really change anything because we were children and we didn't know any better, so like race didn't mean anything to us. Like we were just kids like having fun, but I knew by like the color of my skin, the way my hair was.
Before all this happened, the killing of George Floyd, the protests and everything, do you recall the last time that you were reminded of this racial inequality?
It's very apparent in a lot of professional situations, especially like in school. So like my first year being at the University of Arizona, there's not a whole lot of people of color at the school. It's a lot of, it's predominantly white school. So like, especially in my smaller classes, like English class, I would usually be the only Black girl or the only Black person or person of color in my classroom. So, and it's kind of like, in college, it's kind of like cliquish, like you kind of only hang out with the people that you really resonate with. So in those classes, like I wouldn't really have a partner to, you know, do projects with or to talk to because they would turn to people that look like them. So I would kind of be the only one sitting in class, like not having a partner, and the teacher would, or professor would come up and say like, oh, where's your partner? I was like, well, I didn't really mash up with anyone.
When it's that apparent, do you voice it out?
I think first I voice it to my family and my friends because I think they understand the most. And then if it starts getting to a level where it's interfering with my schooling, with my education, or if I'm trying to get somewhere and that's a roadblock, then it's definitely going to be brought up to whoever is in higher power, like a professor or a teacher or a counselor. Like, yes, I'm going to say something.
I was raised where I couldn't question authority. I couldn't question my parents' decision. Is that how you're raising your kids? Because that's how, as a Filipino, we're taught to raise our kids as well.
No, absolutely not. I think one of the things I learned, you know, being Filipino American and being raised in a westernized environment is to be assertive. And that's something that not only is that something that my husband and I teach to our kids, but it's also something that whenever I get the opportunity to tell the older Filipino generation is to speak up for yourself.
I became a fan the moment I heard about Swirls for Girls, because here you are, a Filipino mom bringing up biracial children, African American children, and you're not stopping at just crying foul, you're not stopping at the outrage, you're not letting your emotions get a better view, because in fact you're thinking, and that's how you started Swirls for Girls.
Swirls for Girls was started back in 2008, and the thought behind it was I'd already been reading books that said when children of mixed races turn 10 years old, they'll start to realize that they don't look like the rest of their environment. And, you know, being forward thinking, I knew that there were going to be some experiences that my children who are Black would experience that I wouldn't even be able to relate to. And so the thought was to create this environment where girls that look like each other could come together. And it's focusing on self-advocacy, identity, and social consciousness for girls. What I love about the story about Swirls is we created the organization to prepare and protect our children for this moment and for every moment in between, because we wanted the girls to be able to cope with the ugliness of life, but also to celebrate the great things in it. So our girls that we service are between the ages of 6 to 16. And then after 16, once they're 17, they become mentors. So we have monthly meetings We do cultural outings. We focus on higher education.
It made a space of support, love, and understanding within myself and with the girls. And we've all really bonded together so closely that we're all sisters now. And it did make me aware of like the things that were going to happen when I got older that I learned as a child, like how I might be treated differently in a professional setting, like in terms of getting a job and being ignored over like a group of like, let's say, white men that are applying for the job. Like I'll probably be overlooked. Yeah, I think it really just made me understand like what type of girl I am, like in terms of ethnicity, but also like in terms of like my personal values. Like it made me learn a lot.
I overheard a mom say that she's raising her children to be more aware of their blackness over their Filipino-ness because it's easier to navigate being Filipino than being black in America. Your thoughts on that?
Everybody parents differently, and the way that my family and my husband and I decided to raise our kids is to celebrate their race, their ethnicity, their nationality, and their culture. We're doing our children a disservice if you're not providing them pride of who they are in whole, which then turns into self-confidence, right?
Now that you've graduated from Swirls, you're now a mentor. What do you tell your mentee or mentees?
So to the younger girls, I just tell them to learn and educate themselves as much as they can about themselves, their family, their culture, and also society, because that all comes together like when you get older, when you find your place in the world.
I love that. What about you, Jennifer? For people that are watching, especially Filipino immigrants who may still have biases, our parents?
Everybody should really look at life with their own unique set of lenses. And then beyond that, continue to tell your kids that, they're Black, they're beautiful, they're strong, because as you're seeing what's happening in this world is more often than not, most people are telling them that, they're less than, the color of their skin discounts them. So, as a parent, be kind to your kids, but also remember that when they grow up, that inner voice that speaks to them is the sound of their mother's voice.
And in the issue of Black Lives Matter, of course, we can't just take it sitting down. We are each on our different levels of journey. Some are learning, some are unlearning, some are doing both. Some are more advanced in the understanding of Black history and the issues that confront our Black brothers and sisters. One of them is a Filipino, Patrick Jason, who actually formed a nonprofit organization with two of his Black best friends. And this is Strategy for Black Lives, and here are their thoughts.
We have said time and time again that right now we're fighting two pandemics, of course, COVID-19, but also we're fighting the pandemic of racism that has been plaguing this country's history forever.
Be mindful of the world around you. As Filipino Americans, we should be able to be aware of what's going on, and we should be in strength and solidarity with the Black community.
Patrick, Tim, and Francie, thank you so much for joining us today and talking to us about Black Lives Matter. I think that the world has been awoken by recent events, and most of us are jolted, shocked to see what has been going on. And even for me personally, it's even more sad to know that this has really been going on.
This is an issue that has been a problem in our nation long before I was born and the generations before me. And as I'm growing older, I just recently graduated college, these issues are now becoming more and more prevalent as I adapt and try to navigate in a nation going forward.
There was one time recently we were marching in the Bronx and hearing, some of the reactions from some of the people that saw our protests. I mean, we were chanting Black Lives Matter, and, someone came directly to myself and a couple of the protesters and said, who do Black Lives Matter to whom? And hearing these things in the middle of a movement after seeing thousands of people across the world, marching for these things, it just sinks in that there are still some people that will be stuck in their ways.
Patrick, you're not necessarily Black, but you are a person of color, being Filipino. How did you find yourself in this movement?
I was born to Filipino immigrants, and I was born and raised in Canarsie, Brooklyn, New York, which is a predominantly African-American neighborhood. And I grew up there with Franzi. We went to the same middle school together. We ended up going to the same high school together. So I've seen things over the years that have kind of like prompted me to want to get involved, to want to use whatever voice I had to fight for those who are, disadvantaged by our institutions.
How did you start, and why did you start Strategy for Black Lives?
So the day after the George Floyd video had surfaced, Franzi and I were with a couple of friends at a small gathering at a barbecue. And, Franzi looks up at me across the table, and he's like, "Pat, did you see this video?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's ridiculous, right?" And, as we were letting it sink in, what stuck out to us the most and kind of resonated with us was how George Floyd was saying that I can't breathe. And that kind of brought us back, because in 2014, that was when me and Franzi went to our first ever demonstration protest. And we were walking through the streets of Manhattan from Washington Square Park uptown saying the same thing, I can't breathe, for Eric Gardner. So the fact that 6 years later, another African-American man had to die at the hands of police violence, saying the exact same thing for the exact same reason, I think that's what kind of, prompted us to want to do something.
As an organization, our mission is to organize, educate, and engage communities to bring awareness to America's historical mistreatment of marginalized populations, especially the Black community.
And I think that it's super important that we look at what allies can do in this movement and how we can kind of all support each other here. And I think that there are three, major things that we can all do. I think number one is, first educate. I think it's super important that everyone learns about different ways that racism presents itself in our society. Then we can start having the conversation about what type of equitable changes can we now bring to society that can change those things. The second thing I'd say is again, participating, whether that's getting involved locally in your community board. It allows us to kind of get to a space where we can now just be a little bit more proactive in our democracy and hold everyone accountable for the change that we actually want to see. Last thing I'd say is that definitely donate, whether that's time, resources, or funds. Those are all things that are very crucial to sustaining the movement.
Right. And participation can also be as simple as starting a conversation. And these conversations can be very uncomfortable, especially among Filipino households, Patrick, because we're not used to hearing about racism. We have a different kind of racism in the Philippines. How can we continue these uncomfortable conversations within our Filipino American community?
The number one way that we can start having these uncomfortable conversations is to have them. It's not going to take a day for change to happen in someone's mind. It's not going to take even a week or even a month, but just the mere fact that you start this conversation and you're persistent with it, and you're saying that mom, dad, or whoever it is in your family, this is an issue that's important to me. I think that just taking that first step is powerful and empowering in itself. And that's one way that the Filipino American community can kind of, be allies in this movement, is to kind of put a stop to the racism or the biases that we have in our households. And that's how we can kind of progress as not only a Filipino people, but also as a Filipino American community here in the United States.
If there is one thing that you want people to take from this movement, what will it be?
As the United States of America, this country was built and would not exist and be this grandeur, industrialized nation without the sacrifices that Black folks and Indigenous folks have contributed to build it to the place that it is.
Think of this movement as just a movement, but an actual, real change in the course of our history. And the fact that, it's important that everything that we're doing moving forward reflects, the best interests of our communities. And I think it's important that we take a real close look at, what impact we want to have on this movement. And how we kind of want to make sure it's the narrative of young people and young people of color and allies coming together to tackle all these systemic problems that we're faced with by coming up with real tangible solutions. And I think that's something that we always need to keep in mind moving forward.
And I'd say specifically for the Filipino American community, one thing that we should be taking away from this is that gone are the days where we can just sit idly and be quiet about things like this. It's very important for us as allies, and even though we're non-Black, but as non-Black minorities, to kind of stand in solidarity with the Black community. A lot of these issues are so interconnected, and it only makes sense for us to stand with each other.
I love that. We shouldn't be indifferent to other people just because it's not affecting us, because we can't look at it that way, because whatever we do affects our community. I think if there's one thing that this pandemic is making us realize is that we need to connect. We need to connect to others, we need to connect to ourselves, and we need to connect to issues. Again, reminding everyone that these are just snippets of our conversations on Sojanel, also mixing it with the conversations that we had for the 3rd anniversary of our program called Sojourn. The full 3-hour, I know it's a long video, the full 3-hour event is still up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Sojanel. And the extended versions of these interviews are on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Sojanel. So please catch us there. Don't forget to subscribe, to like our videos, and hopefully you can share it with your friends and loved ones as well. I know that we are airing on 3 channels currently, on TFC, on Lifestyle Network, and LA18. But outside of the United States, outside of the cable channel, please share Sojanel with them. We are available globally, online as with others. We are on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Instagram. And speaking of those inspiring individuals that we feature on the show, I'd like to end our hour with this woman. She is full of positivity. She is full of color, full of beauty. She is known as the makeup artist of celebrities like Beyonce, and she is a successful entrepreneur selling her makeup line on QVC, and she is also known as the Positivity Preacher on Instagram, where she shares her positivity with us. I caught up with her. It was a fun thing as she gave me a tutorial on how to use her makeup products, but she also talks about being positive during this time. So here is Mally Roncal.
So I love this because you're a mom and we're busy. Some days you just have to get it on, get a little bit of something on and just get out the door. But you just want to feel put together and you want to feel like your skin looks good. So first you have this. It should be a neutralizing primer. Put it right in the center of your hand, your fingertips or whatever, your hand. That's fine. Yeah, there you go. Very quickly, starting in the center of the face and blending out. That looks so pretty. Yeah, I know. You should have something that looks like this. Go right underneath your eyes like this. There you go. Yeah. And a little bit here. 8 hours of sleep in a wand.
Okay.
Put it right on the apples of your cheeks like that. And basically just get a little pink glow and blend it out. Yes, so pretty. These are a game changer. And just start with the lighter one and just go right on your lash line like that.
Okay.
There you go. And that will give you a little pop of brightness. There you go. Oh my gosh. Okay, then you're gonna take the darker one. Just basically kind of start to create the crease a little bit like that. So just go use it to create your crease. There you go. Oh yes. And a little goes a long way. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yes, made a big difference. If you want, you can do the bottom. There you go.
Love this, Mally.
Isn't it great? And it's so fast.
Awesome.
You look so beautiful. Yes. Oh my gosh. Just do the mascara first.
Okay.
And then just take that and put just a couple of coats or one coat on the top, whatever you want to do. The highlighter, which is this one right here, the light one.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're just gonna put that right here on your cheekbone like that. This is fun. I feel like we're in the bathroom together in high school.
I love this. Oh my gosh, Mally. Right. Game changer. And all you need is in a pouch.
Yes. Right. That's it. You get that for free.
Yes.
It is your mattifier. Take your sponge and pat it in like that. There you go. And then just press it into your skin. There you go. Isn't that great?
I saw the difference.
Yes.
Right?
Perfect. Yay! The whole idea is once you know how to do it, you get it on, you're done. You don't have to think about it all throughout the day. Oh my gosh, you look like a Disney princess.
Oh. For people that are joining us right now, you can look like this as well with the Mally Glow Kit. I love it, Mally, that you are helping women not just to feel beautiful on the outside, but beautiful on the inside. Thank you for accepting our invitation to join us on this sojourn. So everyone has been affected because of this pandemic. It has turned our world upside down.
Can you hear me?
Now, what
I can
about
hear you, Kit. My name's Chris Johnson. I'm going to be
you, your family. My first knee-jerk reaction is always to look at the positive. See, what are we going to get out of this? What is the silver lining? Now, truth be told, that can be very, very difficult. That's going to come. But you need to protect your spirit. You need to find even just the little ways that you can find joy. I always call it chasing the joy. My mom was diagnosed with breast cancer before I turned 1 year old. And they gave her 6 months to live. And she ended up living till I was 17 years old. Woohoo. Okay, yeah. So between the power of God, the power of prayer, the power of fierce Filipino strength, she lived until I was 17. I never wanted to have that moment of saying that the last moments we had together, we were worried or crying or sad or scared. Use your fear, use your worry, use your insecurity to
change
forward. Yeah.
The positivity, are we born with it? And in your case, and I think in everybody else's case, you nurture it.
It is a muscle. It is something you have to practice. It is something that you have to try for. Very few people are born just automatically like that. So you do have to work at it.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes work.
Right. So it's like training yourself to actually catch yourself when you're being negative. I think that's the first step, right?
It's a balance. Life is always a balance. You don't have to be positive all the time.
Correct.
And that's part of being human.
Right.
But if you focus mostly on the positive when you can, it is inevitable that more positive things will come to you.
How do you see this playing out?
Well, when it comes to the world, the physical world, I don't know, because that's not my area of expertise. But what I do know, and what I do believe, and what I am putting out into the world is that mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, we are going to come out better than we went in.
Right.
Because we have no choice but to adapt to the world that is changing in front of us. Please, if you can, take some time to rethink about your mental health. We've lost a lot of people. We've lost a lot of jobs. The economy is struggling. I know all this. You have to find the positive in it. And what you can do is control what's going on in here.
Thank you so much, Mally, for all the positivity and for the glow.
You're bourgeois, as we say.
Once again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for spending the last hour. And please stick around for more of Strength in Community. This is where individuals and groups in our Filipino American community, especially here in Southern California, are coming together to connect with everyone else. And again, as I open the program, I am humbled that I was asked to be part of the stellar lineup of esteemed Filipino American individuals and organizations who are leaders in our community. Thank you so much to Rodney and the rest of FilAm Creative for putting this together, and congratulations to you all. Again, thank you so much. If you want more, catch Sojonel on TV and on social media. For now, guys, thank you once again. Maraming salamat po. Continue to stay healthy, stay safe, and more importantly, stay positive. God bless. For now, guys, thank you once again. Maraming salamat po. Continue to stay healthy, stay safe, and more importantly, stay positive. God bless.
Looking. Oh, hey, look, there I am. Hey, thank you so much, Janelle Soul, for that, for hosting that hour. So awesome. Thank you for sharing all of those messages. Awesome. We are now in the 8th hour of our Strengthen Community live stream charity event here. Thank you to those who've stuck around this long. I don't know if anyone's actually done that. Definitely probably held a record. And for those of you just joining us, once again, if you want to donate, please click the link in the description below if you're watching on Twitch. The link is also pinned, or it should be pinned to the Facebook chat. If not, it's in the FilAm Creative's Instagram page as well as their Facebook page. Just click on the link. It's gonna bring you to an Eventbrite page. You're gonna purchase a ticket, but what you're actually doing is leaving a donation of any amount that you would like, and we're gonna add that to the tally. And for right now, we are up to $575. So thank you all so much for donating. Our goal is $2,000, but we should also let you know we have an hour left in our charity stream today. But
hi everybody,
that Eventbrite link will stay up even after this stream is over. So you can continue to donate, share the link with your friends and your family, let them know what it's all about. Once again, if you don't know, all the proceeds are going to Filipino Workers Center and their COVID-19 relief program, which is giving food and supplies to the most needy in our community, specifically here in Los Angeles, historic Filipino town. Okay. Shout out to everybody that's in chat. Shout out to everybody who's watching right now. Shout out to everybody who's sharing it. Please, if you haven't, share this with everybody. We have an hour left. And honestly, I'm really excited about this next block of hosts as well as guests. Pacific Rim Video has been doing it for a very long time, but I'm gonna go ahead and let them introduce themselves and introduce their guests. It's gonna be an entertaining one, guys, for the last hour, all right? So stick around. Once again, I'm Arnold Basingat. So Pacific Rim Video, here we go. You ready? What's up, Chris?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you. We're just gonna wait for the video to switch over. Yes, they're getting a behind the scenes listen to what's going on. It's fine.
Hi everybody, my name is Peter Gonzaga, producer of Pacific Rim Video. We're glad you're joining us for our segment of Strength and Community. The biggest thing why Pacific Rim Video is joining this event is because personally I've survived COVID-19, and it is important to be part of the community to help solve and help fight this pandemic with politics aside. So right now you'll get to hear from a lot of great guests with Chris Tronson, our host. Chris, go ahead and take it away.
All right, Chris, you're up, buddy.
Hello, am I live? Am I ready to go? Hello, everyone. How are you doing? That was Peter Gonzaga. So he is one of the co-founders of Pacific Rim Video, along with Stanley Mirador. And like he said, he actually got COVID-19, also is a survivor of that. He is a good friend of mine. He is also producing our segment. As you can see behind me, I have on my TV screen one of our logos, and we've been doing, bringing you Hollywood coverage. We've been to different award shows. We go to different red carpets. We bring you Hollywood coverage, and we make sure to focus on Asians in media, Filipinos in media, as well as minorities, to make sure that they get representation in Hollywood as well as other people. So Thank you so much. I'm excited for this hour. We are bringing you a lot of different celebrities, frontliners, and we're just really here to give you a good show for about an hour, but also we are here for a good cause. This is Strength and Community. It is raising money for Filipino frontliners, their families, and it's just for a really, really good cause. So thank you for joining us. Make sure to donate. The link is below us at any time throughout this broadcast to support what FilAm Creative is doing. So let's get started. I am absolutely ecstatic and honored with my first guest. My first guest, I'll let her introduce herself. Her name's Kit. She is a frontliner, medical frontliner, so personally one of my heroes. She also happens to be the daughter of the king of Philippine comedy, Dolphy. So welcome, Kit. I'm so excited to have you. How are you doing? Oh no, Kit is muted. Kit, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can. So Kit, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay.
I'm so honored to be with you.
Okay. Same. Likewise. My name is Kit Kizon, and I am a dialysis technician for 22 years. And I'm working in one of the biggest hospitals in Los Angeles. I'm not allowed to mention the name of the company because I can get in trouble for it, but that's what I do. And I'm also dealing with COVID patients in the unit. So, and thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely, Kit. Well, we're honored to have you. I mean, I can speak on behalf of Pacific Rim Video to say that you are our heroes. We know that you are out there working very, very hard to keep the community safe. Can you start off by just giving, a lot of people only get their information from the media, but you are actually a frontliner. Can you give us a little bit of background about what you're seeing here on the ground with COVID-19 patients?
Okay. We are a dialysis unit. So we have patients that have tested positive, asymptomatic or symptomatic with COVID. So majority of them are confined in the hospital to begin with until they're much better to go back for dialysis. So we've started with like 10 COVID positive patients, and now we're down to 0, which is really good. But you know, we have 2 new cases the last 2 weeks, and both patients are still in the hospital with in the ICU, and they are both intubated. So we don't know as to when they will be coming back to the unit, or depending on how they will recover in the hospital. So
what would you like the public to know, and everybody watching this live stream? I know there's a lot of different information out there, but what is something that you wish the public understood?
Okay, being in the medical field, you know, I have to let people know that COVID-19 is real. Okay, it's not a joke. It's not something we should take lightly. You know, we all have to be responsible to do the right thing, and by complying with CDC guidelines, like such as social distancing or staying at home, practice infection control by properly washing your hands, using hand sanitizer, disinfecting surfaces, and more importantly, we need to gear up with proper PPEs, not just for our own protection, but also for the protection of the people around us, especially our family members, our parents or grandparents who have pre-existing medical conditions. They are more vulnerable. So we all can fight this virus together by participating, being compliant. Don't be pasaway, or don't be stubborn, and do the right thing.
As we know, many Filipinos are on the front line. There's a lot of Filipino nurses. This is affecting the Filipino community. Specifically for the Filipino community, our event today is called Strength and Community. What is your message to the Filipino community that is, really struggling with this virus and being affected as frontliners as well?
Okay, let's not fear take over us. We have to face up to this virus head on. Like what I said, it could happen to anybody. It doesn't discriminate. It could attack people of all ages. So we just really need to have to protect ourselves, like by following guidelines and doing the right thing, using PPEs, and it's a big sacrifice for everybody. But then again, it's all for our own good. So we need to fight this together. It's not gonna disappear anytime soon. It's going to linger for a while, that's for sure. But then we have to face up to it, and let's not be scared of it instead of trying to be paranoid about it. We have to like face up to it and deal with it. This is the reality of our lives right now that we really have to face up to.
And how about for you personally? How are you handling the long hours and the stress and being on the front line? How are you taking care of yourself?
As soon as I get home, I go straight, take a shower, and I try to get enough sleep so that could boost your immune system. And I've been drinking a lot of green tea with lemon and honey. And right now I'm taking supplements too with echinacea, elderberry, vitamin C, with garlic bulb, all kinds of stuff I'm trying to eat healthy as well. But more importantly, rest is what we all need to boost our immune system. So, and that's what I've been doing.
What is the message out there for everyone to help stop the spread of the virus? What do you hope people start doing to help us get these numbers down?
Well, like what I said, let's not be stubborn. Don't be pasaway. Just do the right thing. Cover yourselves. If you see somebody without a mask, stay away from them. Keep distance from them, because you can get it from them too. So if they don't want to protect themselves, you yourself should be responsible. It's a must that you do your part by protecting yourself. And this way, you're protecting people around you as well.
One difficult thing is there have unfortunately been some people blaming the Asian community, and we've seen some unfortunate, nasty attitudes. There was a Filipino woman that was verbally attacked in Carson and stuff. How does that feel, being somebody that's working so hard to help people, to hear stuff like that from the community?
As a matter of fact, Chris, I have been accused by one of my patients that she got the COVID from me. Because I guess the fact that I look Chinese, but I don't let that get to me. I don't take it personally. Even despite that, I still say hi and greet her with respect. But I guess it's just people will continue to judge you. I guess because there's always like racial tension anywhere. But let's not take it personally. Instead, let's just ignore it or just walk away from it, because it's not going to do us any good, fighting or arguing with these people. And besides, you can't change their minds. If they're set at that comment or perspective, there's nothing you can do, but you just, as an adult, just walk away from it and don't incite any further animosity or conflict with them.
Absolutely. Wise words. Well, the frontliners like you are our absolute heroes at Pacific Rim. We thank you so much, because we know how much hard work you are to help, that you're doing to help everyone. Any final thoughts for the community or people in general that you'd like people to know before we go?
Well, just like what I said, together we can all fight this good fight by participating and being compliant, doing the right thing. And lastly, we can only hope and pray that one day this virus will be over. That's the only thing we can hold on to right now. So, and deal with it with strength and determination. So you never know. Just like what President Trump said, it one day it'll disappear like a miracle. It could happen. So.
Well, look, I'm hoping it's going to disappear one day. I know we're getting through this, but it's been a while, and everybody, wants to see people safe and those numbers down. But thank you so much for coming out today for this live stream. Thank you for kicking it off. We definitely wanted to start our segment with a frontliner because of how appreciative of all the work you're doing. So thank you so much, Kit, for coming by.
Yeah, you're very welcome, and thank you for having me on your show.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much. Keep up the hard work.
Okay, stay safe and be well. All right. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kit.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was Kit. We were so excited to kind of start off the Pacific Rim video segment with Kit. We really wanted to appreciate our frontliners who are out here really supporting us. But that was just one of our interviews that we have for this hour. So we are excited to bring you even more content. Our next guest, it was an absolute honor to interview both Ruben and Janet Napoles. So Ruben and Janet Napoles are husband and wife power couple in Hollywood. They're actually the only Filipino members of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. They are always out there in Hollywood making sure to represent Filipinos, and they definitely wanted to talk to everyone here today about how Hollywood has been affected by COVID-19. So here is Janet and Ruben Napoles, who help each year at the Golden Globes as part of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. Let's talk to Janet and Ruben Napoles.
Everyone, and thank you for inviting us. I'm Janet Napoles, and I'm the current treasurer of the Hollywood Foreign Press, and I've been a journalist for quite a while, covering Hollywood, and my outlets are GMA7, and I'm writing regularly for them and covering also television.
Hello there, I'm Ruben. I'm also better known as the husband of Janet Napoles. I'm the executive secretary right now of the Hollywood Foreign Press. I was the first Philippine member of the Hollywood Foreign Press. I write for Rapper and also for Smile Magazine, the magazine of Cebu Pacific Air, among other things.
Absolutely. And, just for everybody that is watching, I mean, the Hollywood Foreign Press, obviously they do more than just the Golden Globes. I would say that's probably what everybody knows it for, is the Golden Globes, but you guys do so much and make sure. Why is it important to have Filipino representation with the Hollywood Foreign Press Association?
Well, as you know, the film community is an international one. So we have to make sure that we are represented in these kinds of associations, because, we have to represent, we have to make our presence known. And, we also have to say that there's such a country as the Philippines. And we also have a film industry in the Philippines, and, our interests are the same as virtually the other people around the world.
And I'm also the first Filipina member of the Hollywood Foreign Press, and it's nice to represent the Filipina and the Philippines in the association, because a lot of actors now are coming out in the industry, and people are more aware now of the Filipino talent because of our presence there, and also because of promoting the Filipino talents in our articles and interviews.
Absolutely. And I was going to say, not only, you were talking about Filipino talent, that's one thing that always seems to be very important to you, because on the red carpet, you're wearing Filipino designers. You bring some of the top Filipino talent to the Golden Globes each year. Why is it important to really represent your culture at these event shows where some of Hollywood's top stars are seeing your fashion and meeting the friends you bring?
Yeah, because sometimes they don't know that the Philippines is one of the best fashion designers. And when I interviewed them on the red carpet, instead of me asking them the question, who are you wearing? They ask me, who are you wearing, Janet? And they get excited when I introduce to them the actual Filipino designer who did the dress. And in a way, I'm also helping the Filipino designers, because they get to be known, and they get more clients from the Golden Globe. So it's really important to have Filipino presence at those kinds of high-profile events.
And right now, as the need to highlight people of color and people from all over the world, to make sure that there's an equitable representation of everyone, it's important for us to highlight Filipino talents, or not just Filipino talents, but other talents of color. That's why, although we do write about Hollywood stars, we also write about aspiring talents, or talents from all over the world who are making it in the international scene.
There are a lot of TV shows now featuring Asian talents also.
Absolutely, which is really important. Representation matters. You guys, and both of you are such a big part of that. So, thank you for all that you do. Today, FilAm Creative put together this live stream to really support Filipinos in the community that have been affected by COVID-19. We know that this pandemic, has really hit us hard. How about for you two personally? How was it, when it first happened and you had to quarantine, and how has it been for you now? How have you been affected by COVID-19?
Yeah, first of all, we don't travel anymore. So we do a lot of our interviews by Zoom, and then I cook a lot now.
I've seen some really good Filipino food.
Yeah, a lot of cooking on Filipino foods, learning new recipes, and things that I haven't done before, cutting Ruben's hair, being more independent and learning to be surviving this COVID and doing a lot together more.
On a professional level, you know, the media industry is hurting. It was hurting already, and then came this pandemic, which further slowed down the financial activity, and especially print businesses are badly hurt by this slowdown. Very few advertising revenues these days, so that in a way affected all of us significantly.
And I was going to ask, I know you touched on it, but how have you seen Hollywood change during the pandemic? What have you seen maybe it be able to do, and what are some things that maybe it hasn't been able to adapt with everything going on?
Yeah, since a lot of people are reinventing themselves, like our fashion designers are now making masks instead of gowns, which is very helpful. And designers are also creating their new websites to help other people, like a Teach Me or a learning thing, teaching them how to do styling. And a lot of the things that we now know are being done virtually. So all of them are doing that, even virtual screenings or virtual parties or premieres or something like that.
And in our interviews too, the stars, they always acknowledge how lucky they are, how they feel blessed that they have actually extra money in the bank. So most of them say that they do their best without even championing what they actually do, but they do say they help, you know, organizations or even their immediate family or associations that need help. And for the HAPA, you know, this is a very hard time, especially for journalists. So in association with the LA Press Club, we donated emergency grants so that LAPC by itself can donate emergency funds to struggling journalists who were hard hit by this pandemic.
And also, like Sean Penn had created an organization to help COVID victims by having free testing. And also Mark Ruffalo did the same, and by promoting and doing some care packages, giving care packages to some of his friends who are badly hit, and even sending a check sometimes to his friends or relatives who are badly hit by the pandemic.
You know, FilAm Creative put together this event to raise, you know, awareness and donations for the Filipino Workers Center so that they can donate food and boxes and care packages to Filipinos affected. And they titled it Strength in Community. What does strength in community of the Filipino community mean to you?
It's very important, especially at this time, for the community to get together. This is what we call the bayanihan spirit should be coming forward. And we should not politicize anything that's going on right now, but just forget about that and just unite and help each other, whatever means you can help. If you can provide food for the frontliners or provide clothes for the ones who are, you know, in need, then you must do that right now. This is the time to shine.
And to echo what Janet said, this is not the time for us to be divided. So this is the time for us to unify for a change. So especially what Janet and I do, for example, is to support Filipino-owned business, for example. Especially, for example, when it comes to food, for example, I hope our providers are aware that, you know, these restaurants are affected very much by the pandemic. So most of these restaurants are not closed. They're open for takeouts or pickups, you know, or by phone, they can actually deliver to you maybe. Or maybe some of them are actually on Postmates or Grubhub and all that. So Janet and I do our best to support Filipino-owned businesses.
What do you think is going to be kind of next for like the industry and also just, you know, the Filipino community in general?
Well, first of all, we hope that there's a vaccine that's going to be invented and everything will be back to normal. But what we learned from this experience is that everything has a reason, and probably this is the time where we open our eyes and we see that not all of that is important, but be at heart with everybody, be together, be united. And this is the time to show our, you know, our love for everybody, for all our colleagues in the industry, especially those that are suffering right now.
I'll speak first on the industry level and then on a personal level. I do hope that things go back to normal because a lot of people are out of jobs, especially in the entertainment industry. So I'm hoping for that we go back to normal. I hope we finally get rid of this coronavirus pandemic. And then on a personal level, thanks to this pandemic, ironically, have a surprise coming up. I was able to work on the projects, which I can't wait to share with all of you guys. So I finally had time to do something that I've always wanted to do. And so that's a surprise. That's what I was able to do when we go back to normal. Hopefully
Yes,
soon.
well, you'll have to let
We'll get the
Pacific Rim
scoop.
Video know. Yeah, you better give us a scoop, Ruben. You better let us know. You can't act brand new, and we'd love to find out. Well, before I let you go, where can people keep up with you? What's the best place for them to either read your articles, watch your footage, or just keep up with you personally?
Yeah, you can find my articles in GMA7 and my TV interviews as well in GMA7. And I'm also in social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
My column is now on Rappler. That's rappler.com. They can just search there for Ruben Nepales. And I'm also on Twitter, Nepales Ruben. That's Nepales Ruben. And then also on Facebook, I have a public page there. Just look for Ruben V. Nepales.
Any last words for the Filipino community before I let you go?
For me, it's on a poignant note because, as you know, a lot of our front care healthcare workers are Filipinos, thousands of them in the U.S. hospitals, and most of them are in ICU. So there's a disproportionate number of people who have been affected. Maybe even their lives were, taken as a result of this pandemic, while they are serving patients, while they're doing their best to serve us who are in need of healthcare. So my heart goes out to all the families who have been affected on a personal note, to all of them. And thank you for your service. To those nurses, doctors, and all the frontliners, my heart, Jana and I say thank you, salamat, mabuhay.
Yeah, magkaisa tayong lahat.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for lending your star power to raise awareness and obviously to support the Filipino community. So good seeing you, and take care of yourselves. I am so excited to, I was going to say, not only is she a celebrity, but she's a really good friend of mine. So I'm so happy to introduce you to a good friend of mine. I'm going to let you introduce your name because there's been additions to it now.
Yes.
So, yes, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name is Ana Maria Perez de Tagle. That's what I'm mostly known for, but I got married last year, so I'm Ana Maria Perez de Tagle Klein.
Yes, that is a tongue twister in a lot. First of all, congratulations on the marriage. I know a lot of people watching this obviously saw you, you started when you were really young, and they're like, wait, she's married now. I mean, how has married life been?
Married life has been really fun, and since we are both in quarantine still, my husband is still working from home, I'm also working from home. Surprisingly, we have gotten closer. Our relationship has gotten stronger. Surprisingly, we're not sick of each other yet. But yeah, we're really happy with our everyday routine, and I'm happy to be quarantined with somebody that keeps me sane.
Yeah, fresh newlyweds, you have a new home and stuff. Well, I wanted to start off by that. Obviously, with the coronavirus, COVID-19, things have changed in your industry, but just as a person, how have you been personally affected just by the drastic change with COVID-19 and handling quarantine?
Well, back in March when the whole world shut down, I was in the middle of pilot season. And pilot season is very important for actors and actresses because it's a time where you audition for these potential TV shows that are going to get picked up by big networks. So I had a great routine of auditions and meetings and callbacks. And for all of that to just shut down completely was very difficult to adjust to. But it's better to be safe than sorry, right? So yes, we are still in quarantine, and I actually am such a homebody, so I love staying home, and so does my husband. But because it is our first year of marriage, we had so much planned for this year, which involved traveling, and that obviously has changed as well. So we're just staying home, and we're just happy with what we're doing right now.
Have you, anybody either in your life or your family or your friends or anything been specifically affected by COVID-19, either unfortunately catching the virus or maybe economically, struggling with that?
As far as I know, none of my immediate family has gotten COVID-19 or was heavily affected, thank God. And I know that Scott's cousin actually got COVID-19. He was working in a lab, and he quarantined for 6 weeks before he fully recovered. And it's just kind of scary to think about that anybody can get this COVID-19. And, of course, all my other friends in the industry are struggling with the fact that we don't know when our industry will open, and it's affected us mentally and physically. So I'm truly hoping that a vaccine will be tried and tested and will hopefully help halt this pandemic soon.
Yeah, your industry is taking a big hit. I mean, I know obviously like movies aren't being, pushed in theaters. Theaters aren't open. A couple Netflix shows were canceled, even though their numbers were really high because it stopped the whole filming. What is that like to just see an industry that you've been in for a while now? I mean, this has been your home for so long to shut down. I'm sure in your wildest dreams, you couldn't even imagine that occurring.
I never thought that I would live in a time like this. And every year I'm always busy with things like auditions and everything. Right now, we are actually still doing self-tapes, and I'm sending those into the networks through my manager. So I'm thankful for that. And obviously I have a fallback of social media. So I am doing TikTok too.
Yes, we're going to talk about that.
Yes, which I started because of quarantine. I was just bored and I decided to post some funny ones. And then it kind of blew up when I started posting things that pertain to my Disney career. And now I have close to 500,000 followers, which is insane. I never thought it would be a job. So now that it is, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was going to have to touch on that. I mean, I think what's so awesome, first and foremost, is people that were fans of everything you've done were able to kind of reconnect with you in a personal way. So how has that been? Obviously, when you were in these films and these TV shows, I mean, the movies and the TV shows, you didn't get to meet your fans so directly, but now they're able to comment and be like, oh my God, I always liked you and you sing so great and you were my favorite. What has that been like to get that personal love, more kind of like direct connection that way?
It's awesome. I will say that the community at TikTok is my favorite. I mean, I love IG, I love YouTube and Twitter, but I think that I connect more with my community on TikTok because they're also supportive. And I've never felt that support really in my entire career because there wasn't really such a thing as that back then. Social media back then didn't really exist when I was on Disney Channel. So I love that I'm kind of proving, my character and everything to all my fans and followers. And it's nice and it's very heartwarming to know that I was an inspiration to a Filipino girl growing up. And, she kind of would look up to me on the Disney screen and say, I look like her. So I am very, very happy. And I still continue to make TikToks every day. I post every day because I owe it to my followers. So again, I love it on TikTok.
Yeah, and that's what some of the comments have said is like, hey, watching the Disney Channel, watching these shows, I mean, you've been a trailblazer. Like you allowed so many millions of girls and guys as well to see someone who's Filipino, see someone who's Asian. Why is that important? Why has that been important? I know it's meant a lot to the people who support you, but for you as a person to know you were a trailblazer in that industry.
I think it's important because representation matters, especially now. I feel like in these last few years, the Asian American community, not just Filipinos, have really been heightened. And I'm very proud about that. And I'm glad that I was part of something so huge on Disney. And to be able to say that is awesome. And I just feel like now I can only go up from there. It's just all about waiting for the right opportunity and when this industry will open up. But it's very important that, representation matters. And we are all trying our best to get those big roles and showcase what Asian Americans can do. We're all so talented. Why not?
Before I let you go, FilAm Creative put together this live stream, Strength and Community, to really support the Filipino Workers Center to provide resources and food and items and stuff for those in the Filipino community struggling because of COVID-19. When you hear Strength and Community, I mean, you've always been really celebratory about your Filipino roots. Why is it important for the Filipino community, not just for this live stream, obviously, but just in general to come together during times of need to support one another?
Oh, well, the Filipino community is very strong. They are very supportive. And I think strength in community during this time means working together to stop the spread of this worldwide pandemic. People of color, whether it is Filipino or African American, and the elderly are the ones that are the most at risk. So I think as a community, I think first and foremost, we should wear a mask.
Yeah.
And also take the precautions to stay healthy. And lastly, stay home if you're not an essential worker. So as a community, I think let's do our part to help lessen the spread of COVID-19. And I know that Filipinos are very, they work very hard to do that. And I've seen that within my family and some of my Filipino American friends.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for lending your star power to this. This has been huge. It's been fun. It's so good to reconnect,
Yes,
obviously.
thank you so much.
Where can people keep up with you? What's the best place to kind of follow and just, stay in touch?
Well, my IG is Anna Maria PDT, and Twitter, same thing, Anna Maria PDT, and TikTok is the one that I'm most active on because I post every day, and that is Anna Maria PDTK because somebody took my username.
No.
But, yeah, I know. So I added a K. I mean, I am a Klein now, so you can find me there. And I just want to thank FilAm Creatives for setting this up. If you can, please donate and help in any way that you can.
Absolutely. So to leave us with a treat, we're not going to tell them which one, but like you said, a lot of people have been surprised just at the caliber of your voice. I personally heard it before in person. You are an incredible singer. You come from an incredible family that can sing. So that's how we're going to end, obviously, the interview. We're going to have one of your videos of you singing play. But before we do that, I just want to say thank you so much for taking your time, your star power, and supporting us.
Thank you.
All right. Bye. Thank you so much.
2 weeks later in the living room stressing, my father's stone-faced wire asking for his blessing. I'm dying inside as you whine and dine, and I'm trying not to cry cause there's nothing that your mind can't do. My father makes his way across the room to you. I panic for a second thinking we're through, but then he shakes your hand and says be true. Then you turn back to me smiling.
All right. So, okay. So before we get on to my next guest, obviously that was incredible by my good friend, Anna Maria. She's an incredible vocalist. She is a trailblazer for Asian children on the Disney Channel. Everybody knows who she is. She put a face to so many kids looking up to her. So I'm proud to call her a friend of Pacific Rim Video, and we were excited to see her sing. But I'm so excited about my next guest. If you are under a rock, then get out of it so you know who this guy is. But last season of So You Think You Can Dance, there were so many talented dancers. I'm not gonna lie, Pacific Rim Video and myself clearly had a favorite. We've known this guy forever. We've interviewed him since he was a kid. Not only is he an incredible b-boy, but he's an incredible dancer, person, inspiration. We were so excited when he took home the championship. And he's the reigning champion since season 12 isn't happening because of COVID. So he's still our king. Welcome, Bailey. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Chris? How are you?
Dude, I am so excited. We've been wanting to get Bailey for a while. Then obviously the new date was today. So we are honored to have this guy. He's a good friend of ours. How are you doing?
I'm doing swell. It's so great to see you, Chris. And I believe since season 16, it's been a year since we last saw each other. And this will be like our year anniversary.
I know, crazy.
So crazy, but I'm doing great. Besides everything going on in the world, yeah, I've just been good and focusing a lot on myself and family and just trying to find that balance during this crazy time.
Yeah, before we get into maybe some serious stuff, let's backtrack a little bit. It's been about a year since you won last year. I saw your post talking about that. What is that like a year later? Millions of people, it's one of Fox's most popular show. People tuned in, Filipinos and everyone else, to root you on. What is that like 1 year later? Walk us through maybe the night you won and then how it is a year later for you.
Yes. 1 second, let me fix my camera.
No, it's all good.
No, but yeah, it's just been so surreal. I mean, So You Think You Can Dance has been a childhood dream of mine. And if you watched the show, it was such a big deal for me and especially my family and for the Filipino community as well. Looking back, being it a year from now, it's just, I still can't believe that happened. And just like watching, like I would post different videos on my IG or TikTok, just like reminiscing on those memories that I got to experience. And like I said, it was a dream come true. And it's something that I've always dreamed of as a kid and what inspired me. So yeah, it's just crazy. Still surreal.
Absolutely. Yeah, and one of the exciting parts about winning and being part of the family, I mean, you see people like Dietrich, who, was a contestant and then came back as a host, and then they always have some of the alumni come back as family and either choreograph or perform. I think all of us understood, obviously, but our hearts were broken that season 12 is on hold because of COVID. How was that for you when you found out that unfortunately they couldn't have a season 12? Season 12, right? No, I'm
season
probably
17.
wrong.
Season 17.
Oh my God.
I know.
It's crazy because we've been part of the season since like 6, so they're all blurring. I'm sorry. You won season 16. This would have been season 17. Okay, that's right.
That is okay.
What was
There's
it like
so
for
many
you?
seasons.
Right. What was it like for you to hear that unfortunately they had to put this season on hold?
I was just so devastated. But first of all, season 17 came back. They were trying to work out a top 10 and work everything virtually, but everything just wouldn't work based off a duet type of competition or a solo competition. It just didn't work out this year. And when I found out, it was definitely devastating. But what I was more devastated about is that, dance has been an outlet for so many people. And So You Think You Dance has been such an amazing platform for dancers. So especially with the time we're dealing with COVID and everything, dance being an outlet for that and expressing that through art. So I think that's what devastated me the most. And, I would be like an alumni. So I didn't get to see any of the live shows. So that would have been so sick to see. But definitely, it's unfortunate that season 17 is not happening this year.
I know. Do you know, I mean, maybe you don't know yet, but have they talked about having season 17 come back when COVID is done, or is it kind of up in there? We don't know yet.
It's definitely up in the air. So I pray we'll come back next year. And yeah, that's all I know for now. Absolutely.
Maybe tell me a little bit about how has COVID-19 affected the dance community? Because obviously besides just being, So You Think You Can Dance, I mean, you've been part of the dance community for a long time since you're a little one. You're no stranger to obviously television, but you're a big part of the community itself. How have you seen the community adjust to COVID-19? What are some of the differences that you've seen?
Well, for me, I think the biggest struggle for like the dance community is like, because dance like brings everyone together. So basically like events are canceled, battles and competitions are canceled. So it's still hard on like that standpoint of dance to like kind of reunite, but everything has been virtually. And you see the Instagram, the TikToks, there's like live battles on Instagram. Like everyone's getting so creative and trying to like have alternatives for everything that's going on. But it's definitely a little bit weird, but I think it's cool that we're making the best of what we have. So yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the community kind of have to step up, right? Like, unfortunately, because of everything going on, you've seen people teaching classes virtually. You've seen people do dance battles virtually and stuff like that. How do you feel like being part of that? Do you feel like it still has the essence of it? I mean, what is maybe kind of missing, or what maybe is like my thinking is, what's maybe this opening up for in the future? You know, there's a lot of people that live in countries and areas that can't get some of the best classes and best teachers in LA and other areas. So what do you see maybe the down part, but maybe what's going to open up with these changes?
I think social media and the outlet of the internet, it's such a big outlet. And if you want to like learn about dance and especially TikTok, like dance and TikTok, like it's so big now and it's so cool to see. But yeah, it's different because dance comes from like energy and an environment. So it's different having that kind of like having people and feeding off energy in a way. So that part is definitely different instead of like taking like a virtual class. So it's different. It's very one-on-one. But I'm just so blessed to have this art in this art form to express. Like I could just dance in the house or dance in the shower just to keep me going and moving. But I don't know. We'll just see in the future. Maybe people are gonna get even more creative with this whole, you know, like virtual type of thing. But yeah, we just got to see with the future for sure.
I was not going to let you get off the hook not talking about TikTok. I mean, I think that's what's been so cool. You know, we just talked to Anna Marie Perez de Tagle Klein. You know, she's been able to like revamp her, you know, some of her fans. She, you know, she's always been a star, but she's been able to reconnect with some of her fans from Hannah Montana and from Camp Rock using TikTok. And what we like is the TikToks you've been doing with your family and the TikToks you've been doing for yourself. So tell me a little bit about like how the family got involved and how it's been to be able to kind of bring them into your world and share that with all your fans via TikTok and other apps.
Yeah. So what's crazy is that, you know, 2019, that whole gap, I was So You Think You Could Dance live. So I was basically just in that room or on a tour bus, basically. So then when I got home, I saw this whole thing on social media, like TikTok, your family has to join TikTok or you got to join TikTok. So I was like, I was avoiding it for months ahead. And then this COVID happened. So I was all like, what can I do to, you know, feel inspired, get my family, you know, something that we could do and pass time. So TikTok became kind of like our family bonding time. So that's when I started TikTok basically. And that just like, it just grew. I think we just did it just because it was so fun and it's something for us to do instead of like, oh, we want to go on TikTok and like blow up. So, but it ended up like that. And I think it's just so fun. And TikTok is so positive. I mean, there's like, when you hear the word TikTok or the app, you just think so many positive things because, and it's creative too. People get so creative with TikTok. But in a way, TikTok has been such a beautiful outlet for my family. And yeah, we have a blast on there.
Do they know that you're still the best dancer in the family? Or are they trying to take your title?
I think I gotta sign my dad as like as a dancer or something. I gotta get him an agent in
I know
in LA or something, right?
What are we gonna do if he starts taking your gigs, man? Like suddenly your dad's everywhere, blowing up.
I swear. You know what? Good for him. I'm glad I inspired him. No,
Absolutely.
But yeah, he's an amazing dancer. It's crazy because he says like he wasn't a dancer back then. But I gotta look back into his past. I'm pretty sure he was a b-boy for sure.
Absolutely. What, you know, I know everything's a little bit on hold right now, but what would you say is kind of your goal next? Like once this clears up and opens up, obviously season 17, you're going to definitely have a big role in that. We're excited to see you with that, you know, if it comes back. But for you just in general, like what is kind of like your career aspirations? What do you hope to start doing once everything lifts?
Yeah. So I've been blessed enough these past 2 months to be somewhat in and out of LA, just picking and choosing because of COVID and everything. But what has been coming up in my plate a lot is choreographing. So I got to teach for a guest faculty at Tremaine Convention. So that's something that like I've never really thought of, which is like choreographing or teaching. So that opened a whole new kind of door for me and to look for my dance career. So that's definitely in the books for me now. But obviously I miss performing. As a dancer, being a performer is like one of my favorite things when it comes to dance. So not having that is kind of like a little piece of me is missing in a way, but definitely looking forward to like performing again. But choreographing, creative directing, maybe acting, because I still look like I'm 12, so maybe
You
I could
do.
be from
You
there.
do.
So we'll just see, everything. I'm still always dreaming and always setting new goals for myself. So just, just taking my time and when the opportunity comes for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are so excited. Your career is obviously just starting. There's so much opportunity. I wanted to shift a little bit. For you personally or your family, have there been anyone you've known that's been affected by either COVID-19, the virus itself, or obviously we talked about how your industry is affected, but maybe either the virus itself, or obviously, unfortunately, a lot of people are struggling with jobs and the economy. Like, how have your friends and family been holding up?
Everything has been kind of chaotic, but I don't know anyone personally in my family that has got COVID, but I know like one or two friends, dancer friends that got COVID. So it was so crazy to hear that, and I was sending all my loves and prayers to them, and they're all better now, so which is good. But for the most part, life is just adjusting, whether you're a dancer, a nurse, which is a lot of Filipinos are.
Absolutely.
We're just trying to get used to this whole world and be safe, take all the precautions seriously. And but yeah, it's just so unfortunate still, always.
Yeah, and tonight's event is called, Strength in Community. It's really about supporting, as you said, there's a lot of Filipinos who are on the front lines, their family, they're being affected. This event today is going to raise not only, money, but it's also for food, it's for items for the frontliners and their families to really help the Filipino community and to give back to them because they're giving so much to everyone else. As a Filipino, why is this important to be a part of this event and to support your community for sure?
Oh, this is so amazing. Being a Filipino, we are so supportive and proud, and no matter if you need help, there's always like a Filipino that's there to, it's somewhat reunite that. But it's so important, and the Filipino community is so strong. So it's so important to donate, especially this time, because everyone's having a hard time, and yeah, I'm so happy to hear about this event, and please donate, everyone.
Well, I couldn't let you off the hook because obviously your season, there was a little bit of romance between you and one of the dancers. So I wanted to check in with that, and also just have you been able to keep in touch with your whole season?
Oh, yes. So we did actually a top 10 reunion. Well, we tried. We only had 50% of the people that came. We were in Utah. We just went to a lake and we just like isolated and quarantined. And we just, just ate a bunch of food and just talked about life. But my partner, Mariah, yes. Unfortunately, we are not together, but we are still the best of friends.
Yeah.
But we actually just did a job together last month. So our first job this year together, especially through everything that's going on. But yeah, it's always great to see her, and still my partner for life.
Absolutely. And hopefully, obviously the top 10, it's hard because Utah, not everybody lives there, but maybe you guys, especially after COVID, can have a reunion for sure.
Yes, definitely. That's definitely in the books.
I also saw on your social media you did you lend your dance talent to another charity. I believe it was for a heart foundation.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that? Like just what got you involved with that and why that was important for you?
Yeah, so the American Heart Association reached out to me. Actually, Nigel Lithgow, he's teamed up with the American Dance Movement, American Heart Association, and the Kids Heart Challenge. All have this challenge, and I believe that will be coming out soon, and will be teaching for like 300,000 kids, especially virtually. So this will be like their curriculum. So yeah, I think they announced it. So it's going to be me, Comfort, and the new winners of World of Dance this season.
Yeah.
So we taught a little class for elementary, middle school, and high school. So I'm so excited for that.
Did you enjoy World of Dance? Do you enjoy watching? I know you've been at World of Dance, obviously the event, but did you enjoy the show?
Yeah, I enjoyed the season, and I'm so proud for the people that won this season. That so deserved, talented 3 dancers. So I was happy with the outcome for sure.
Awesome. Okay, before I let you go, obviously, where can people find your TikTok, social media, and keep up with everything you're doing?
So my TikTok, Instagram, no MySpace, is at Bellrock.
The MySpace. What if there's 4 people that wanted to follow you on MySpace, man?
Hey, you know what? Sure, go ahead, MySpace. But it's BAILROK. And then if you wanted to follow my family, it's We Are the Munoz family too. So I'm putting that out there as well.
Absolutely. They got to support you and your family. We love seeing your family together. They're definitely going to go and check out, your TikTok. Any last messages just for everybody watching, the community in general that supports you? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, shout out to the amazing Filipino community. Thank you guys so much for your support. Absolutely means a world to me. You guys are the best. And I hope to be home soon. And I'm praying for everyone that's been affected by COVID, and sending all my love and prayers to everyone. Keep spreading the love.
Absolutely. Well, Bailey Bellrock, obviously it's been an honor to see you again. I've missed you 1 year. Congratulations. That's huge. We love following your journey. Please don't be a stranger as soon as COVID's done. We would love to catch up with you on camera, off camera. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy yourself. Tell the family you said hi, and tell Dad to not take all the jobs from his son. I mean, I know he's a big time now. He's popular, but you can't
All right,
take
thank you so much, Chris.
It's been an honor. We appreciate you. Thank you so much to Bailey. Obviously, Bellrock, he killed it. Season 16 of So You Think You Dance. He's the winner, still the winner, and we can't wait to keep up with everything he's doing. So we thank you so much, Bailey, for putting your star power here to raise money and support for the Strength and Community fundraiser. So next, we actually have some comedy for you. It is everybody's favorite Filipino tita. Obviously, it's our good friend, Tita Che. All right, so I'm here to welcome my next guest, Tita Che. So who is Tita Che? Well, she is that one Filipino aunt that everyone has, the one who thinks she's all that. She always pretends to care about you, but also has a backhanded compliment, and she is so entitled, but we love her anyway. So Tita Che, welcome to Strength and Community. How have you been doing during the global pandemic?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here, that. And I'm doing well now, but in the beginning of this pandemic, it's a little bit scary. I was a little bit sad, nervous, because it's very scary out there, you don't know, really, that. So I'm scared for my family, scared for myself, my husband, my children, but we did our part, and we adjusted to what was needed for us, and we keep us safe, and the community is safe, that, because, we believe we have to help each other through this, that, and I know we will, and it's going to be over soon. We just have to keep hope, that.
So Tita Che, you have become a social media superstar. Why do you think that is?
My gosh, social media sensation. My God, sensational. My gosh. I don't think of myself like that, that. And I know I'm popular, that. I know that. But sensational? But, I think what clicked for everybody is because I'm familiar to everybody. Because, all of our titas are the same, that we're similar to each other. So, I'm very, creative when it comes to that. Because I know how to relate to the other titas, that. And we're all fabulous in our own ways, that. Che.
So while you have self-quarantined, what has a typical day in your life been like? Because I know you like to show off.
My gosh, I'm not a show off, that I am who I am, and it's not my fault if you pay attention. Che. But a day in a life for Tita Che during quarantine, pandemic, like that, I wake up, I have my coffee, that I love coffee. And I talk to my plants for like 3 hours, that, because my family is always around, that. And then I see if my family's hungry, they have to eat, I have to cook, that. And then I make sure the children is situated with their virtual schooling, that. And when everything is all said and done, I go on a Zoom or some, a FaceTime like that, and I call my amigas, and we, chismes for, you know, a couple hours like that. Then I cook dinner for the family and we watch TV till we fall asleep. That's the day in the life. Check.
And on a serious note, have you had any friends or any family that's been affected by COVID-19?
Yeah, you know, I do know some people that have been, you know, impacted by a COVID-19, you know, that I know some friends and family, and, you know, family of friends that have been affected by that, have been, you know, suffering from a COVID-19 like that, you know. It's very hard on them, on the family, and, you know, I have many relatives and friends that are frontliners, so it's very hard for them too to go into work, and it's like chaotic all the time, you know that. So, you know, we can only wish and hope and pray for the best, and just keep praying for them and hoping for the best for them to get better, and to, you know, we just have to uplift them always, every day, every hour, every minute of the day. We have to uplift each other.
Why is it important for you to be here at this event and be a part of it today?
You know, Filipinos are a big part of our frontliners, not only here in the United States, but in the whole world. Filipinos are a big part of, you know, hospitals, of all essential work. There's always a Pinoy there, I'm sure. And, you know, they're keeping us safe, keeping our community safe, keeping our loved one safe. And, you know, they're going into work, putting their lives on the line for us to be safe, you know that. And, you know, for them to do that every day, and, you know, to put their lives in a risk for us, for the community, we owe it to them to give back to them, because, you know, we have to uplift them, like I said before. That's the only way. We have to give back to them and show appreciation, show love, and show uplifting. You know that? So do it.
Everyone is going to want to keep up to date on what you are doing, Tita Che. You are a celebrity. Where should they follow you if they want to know what you're doing?
Well, of course, you know, you have to follow my manager, content creator, Mr. Jeppy Paraiso, you know, because he's the brains behind all of this. I love him so much, so talented. You have to follow him at Jeppy Paraiso on all social media platforms, you know, that will entertain you and will sing for you and will keep you laughing. So follow us, you know that. We'll see you there.
All right, Tita Che, thank you so much for supporting Strength and Community, this incredible event celebrating and supporting all the Filipinos who are frontliners, their families. Also, thank you, Tita Che, for supporting Pacific Rim Video. We really appreciate having you. All right, so that was our good friend Tita Che. I'm learning. Help me out here. I'm a little, you know, helping with the name, but Tita Che is hilarious. Please, please, please follow her on social media. I don't even have a Tita Che, but now I want one. So, all right. Well, I'm really, really excited for my next guest. We have so much more talent. We have a couple more people for this hour of Pacific Rim Video. So I'm excited about my next guest. I'm going to actually intro him, but he has a lot of awards, so I might have to sneak a little bit script. So the next person we have is singer and songwriter Garth Garcia. Not only are we going to get to talk to him and have a chat before, then we're going to play one of his music videos, so you're going to get some of the music. But he is known as the FilAm Prince of OPM. Some of his songs have been featured in different Filipino teleseries. He also is a winner of various awards. So he has awards including the More 101.9 Best New Artist. He has the Asian Excellence Award and the W Copa multi-medalist. So we are absolutely excited to have Garth on the show. So Garth Garcia, welcome. We're excited to have you. How you doing? Garth, they muted you. I'm sorry, Garth. Can't hear you, Garth.
There you go. Can you
You're
hear me?
a singer. I have to be able to hear you. Yes,
Hey,
absolutely. I love
are you,
this shirt.
Chris?
This shirt is
thank you.
incredible.
Thanks.
You're outstaging me, man. What are you doing?
Well,
I'm mad. So no, I'm just kidding. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you for hanging in there. Obviously, we have a lot of talent today. We are so excited to have you. So I just listed off some of the awards you have. I mean, how has it been just in your career and all the different awards and the honors that you've received as a incredible singer and songwriter?
Well, thank you so much for having me here, Pacific Rim, FilAm Creatives, and of course, thank you, Chris. Well, I miss a lot. I miss singing a lot, especially with the live audience. Most of my singing and sharing my music is on this kind of platform lately. Yeah, pretty much I miss actual singing with the live audience.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. I mean, one thing we've talked about is obviously we know how COVID-19 has affected people's health and it's affected people's careers. And that's one of the things that, we wanted to represent here at Pacific Rim Videos. There's so much incredible Filipino talent and in entertainment in different ways that are affected. So how has the music industry been affected? How has it affected you personally? And what has that been like to have to sort of switch the way you do things to be able to keep up with the changing times because of the coronavirus?
Well, for example, on my case, there's like 8 to 10 concerts that were canceled because of the coronavirus. It's not just the artists, but also the producers that are losing money. Even the simple musician, the other musicians like the guitarists and all that. Everyone's really affected. But Filipino Americans are really creative. We release music through digital platforms. We also support a lot of benefit concerts or benefit shows or events like what we're doing right now. So Filipino Americans are known to be resilient and creative. So that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, besides it affecting obviously your career in music, how has it affected your friends or family? Have you known anybody that's either unfortunately gotten the virus or maybe has been affected in other ways by COVID-19?
Yeah, one of my good friend, you know him for sure, Peter, right? He got the virus, but he shared positivity. He shared his experience. My grandfather, he got the virus. He's a nurse, but he's okay. It was hard for him, but he was able to cope up and learned a lot of positive things out of it.
Yeah, we spoke with Kit, a frontliner, to open up our segment. We're going to end with Nico in a second, another frontliner in our segment. Filipinos are frontliners. So a lot of them are out there. How does it feel, as a Filipino, just to know that your community is doing so much to keep people safe and healthy during these difficult times?
I'm just so proud that most of our Filipino Americans or most Filipinos are into the medical field, are frontliners. Myself, me and my wife, we have a medical business. We have a mobile doctor company that sends doctors and nurse practitioners to patients' homes to test, as well as we do COVID testing for patients at home. It's just so uplifting and proud to know that most of the frontliners are Filipino Americans, risking their lives to help people. So it brings a lot of pride, especially for me.
Absolutely. What are you most excited about right now in your life, in your career? Like, what are you focusing on? Obviously, some things are on hold because of COVID, but how about for you all around? Like, what are you focusing on currently?
Currently, we're more focused on the business, aside from the singing. But I just released my latest EP. It's called Collab Sessions. And it's 6 tracks. Most of the songs are collaborations with different Filipino American artists. I just released 2 of the singles. And yeah, I just shot a music video despite the pandemic. We shot in Santa Monica. So I just released a song.
That is so exciting. Tell me, people that may not be familiar with your music, what type of music do you do, and what can you expect if you're listening to Garth Garcia?
It's my music is more into OPM pop. So OPM is like original Filipino music and pop. So if you listen to my music, it's most of the songs are in Filipino, but it has a pop sound on it. So if you guys want to listen to my songs, it's on Spotify. It's called Garth. Just search for Garth Garcia.
Absolutely. Where can people keep up with you on other social media? Obviously, they can listen to your music on Spotify, but where else can they go to keep up with you?
Oh, so Spotify and iTunes, Garth Garcia. I'm also on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Just search for Garth Garcia. It's Garth.
Absolutely. Lastly, what are you most proud of yourself so far that you've accomplished in your career? And then second part to the question, what do you hope to do next?
Well, so far, my music has been receiving awards locally in the Philippines and internationally at the Asians on Film, also on Asians Excellence. Right now, I want to try, trying out my career here in the U.S. since I'm already here and I'm decided to move. I wanna release Western songs. I mean, more of the international scene. So, yeah, I hope everything goes well.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for talking with me, but we are actually going to throw to a music video clip. So do you want to kind of hype it up so people know what they're about to see?
No, it's just a cover. It's a cover of a Disney song called Colors of the Wind.
Of course. Famous.
I'm not sure if that's the video. Yeah, but I think it is. Yeah. It's a male version of Colors of the Wind.
Well, I'm super excited. So thank you so much for talking with us. And they are now going to be blessed by your vocals. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you
and
we're
soon,
excited
Chris.
to see the video. Absolutely. Good to see you. Thank you
Good
so
to see
much.
you again.
All right, here's Garth Garcia. Here is his music. Let's
You think you own whatever land you land on. The earth is just a dead thing you can claim. But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you. But if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you learn things you never knew, you never knew. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue cold moon? Or asked the greening bobcat why he greened? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountains? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? With all the colors of the wind. Come run the hidden pine trails of the forest. Come taste the sun-sweet berries of the earth. Come roll in all the riches all around you. And for once, never wonder what they're worth. The storm and the river are my brothers. The heron and the otter are my friends. And we are all connected to each other in a circle, in a hoop that never ends. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue cold moon? Or asked the greening bobcat while he greened? Can you sing with all the voices of the with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? How high does the sycamore grows? When you cut it down, then you'll never know. Have you ever heard a wolf cry to the blue cold moon? Whether we're white or copper skin, we need to sing with all the voices of the mountain. Need to paint with all the colors of the wind. Oh, you can own the earth and still all you own is earth until you can paint with all the colors of the wind.
All right, that was the incredible Garth Garcia. Thank you so much for lending his voice. I really like the good old Disney covers. Always gets me in the spot. It's incredible to hear him sing, and I just want to thank obviously Garth for coming out and supporting our live stream. So please, if you can, donate. Strength in Community is a great cause. It is supporting Filipino frontliners and their families. They are giving so much to our communities, and this is our way to give back. So we're absolutely honored to be here today. Pacific Rim Video really appreciates the time. So we started with the incredible Kit. She was incredible. She's a frontliner. We were able to talk to her. And now we're going to round it out with another hero. I'm absolutely ecstatic to talk to Nico Pierce. So Nico Pierce is a medical frontliner. He is a respiratory therapist, and we are honored to have you here today, Nico. How are you doing? Your mic isn't clear. Shoot, I can't hear him very well.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, perfect. Yay.
Okay. I think it was the headphones. Sorry about that.
It was headphone. I'm telling you, you didn't get the Apple. You didn't get the Apple AirPods. You came out with the Target special, and they didn't work. I'm just totally messing with you.
But I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are ecstatic to have you here today because really Pacific Rim Video, as you know, Peter Gonzaga, our producers producing this segment. He himself has dealt with COVID-19. There's people and our friends, our families that have gotten it, and nobody would be anywhere without our frontliners like you. So maybe just give me really quick, what has it been like for you to really be on kind of ground zero and see this face to face?
Well, for us and for the respiratory therapists, we're the ones that are like always there since the virus is a respiratory virus. So, you know, like any patient that, you know, is having a hard time breathing, anything like that, like we're always going to be there, you know, or they call us because obviously, you know, we have to try to fix their breathing. So it's like any night, you know, if you have a patient that's not doing well, it's going to be hard, but, you know, you just got to do your best to try to help them, and focus on the breathing aspect of the whole virus.
Absolutely. And you're seeing it face to face. Obviously, most people are just seeing what they, you know, hear on the news, et cetera. What do you notice that the mainstream people think, but you wish they knew something else? Like, what's something everybody should know about what's going on that you think maybe they don't know because they're not a frontliner like yourself?
I feel like they think it's something where you get it and you could kind of get over it. But the people that have a hard time with the virus are, you know, like the breathing is just, it's just so difficult for them that we have to intervene, you know, whether it's like a high flow, a BiPAP, and then obviously a ventilator. And I think that's what the media doesn't really see, or the people that don't know about it, is the ventilator part. Because, you know, once we put them on a ventilator, it's definitely hard to try to get them off, or, you know, strengthen them and everything to get them back to normal. And it takes weeks, and some people are in there for weeks and sometimes a month, you never know. It really depends on how they recover.
What are some of the things people watching, how can they protect themselves and keep safe? I know there's a lot of information out there, but from what you've been, been learning and what you've known from your training, what is the best thing people can do to stay safe?
Definitely the mask, what everyone says. Definitely keep that on if you can't be far from someone. The social distancing, obviously. Try to keep everything within, your household. I know people want to go out and see each other and do stuff, but it's just, you don't know who they've seen. So you kind of just have to be safe and be smart about it, use a little common sense with that.
How have you seen it affect your friends and family? Obviously, a lot of people have been affected by the virus or they've had loved ones affected. The economy's been affected. Obviously, when you're there on the front line, but how about just in your personal life, your friends and family, have you seen them affected by the virus?
It's just more that, we can't really see each other or, we have to do Zoom calls or FaceTime. And especially when everything was happening, like we didn't know what was going on. So it's been tough sometimes, but you kind of just got to get through it and make the best of what you have. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, we were talking earlier, the Filipino community obviously really has stepped up and supported so many people. And today we're talking about strength and community. What does strength and community mean to you? And what does it mean to you just to be part of the Filipino community and really helping out everybody during these difficult times?
I'm glad our Filipino community is like coming together, and I feel like we're more recognized now since we are in the medical field. So I feel like we've been really appreciated, especially for the therapists, because everyone knows nursing and doctors, but I feel like the respiratory therapist is like people that they don't really know about, So I'm glad it really put like a light on us and what we do in our career now.
What first got you into wanting to be a respiratory therapist?
So a lot of my family and friends are nurses, and I kind of didn't want to go that route. But then I had some friends, they were doing nursing, and I told them about it. And they said, why don't you check out respiratory therapy? And then I looked into it. I got into the program, and I just ended up liking it. And ever since, I've been doing it for 6 years now. And, I'm not burnt out yet. We'll see what happens after the pandemic, how I feel.
Well, I was going to just ask you, like, once this pandemic is done and you finally get to focus on yourself and take a breath, like, how are you going to self-soothe, self-care, just relax? Like, what is kind of the thing that you want to do when this all dies down and you can take care of yourself?
I think it's definitely a nice long vacation with like my girlfriend, because we had something planned. We were supposed to go to Hawaii this year. I know there was like a bunch of the weddings lined up that got canceled. So I think just a good vacation away from here, away from work, whatever. And that's about it, just relax.
Well, first of all, shout out to Dyrene. She is a good friend of ours. Obviously, she's the niece of Peter Gonzalez, our founder. So shout out to her. We always like seeing her. So we're sad you guys couldn't go on this trip, but you guys will absolutely get a hit up Hawaii when this is all done. How about on a day-to-day basis? I mean, obviously, when you're there, there's so much going on. How do you kind of de-stress and relax after everything, hard day?
So after a shift, since I do the night shift, I just come home, like Kit said, just take a shower, have a nice sleep. And then when I wake up, I still try to work out, even though the gyms are closed and things like that. I try to make everything kind of the same as they were. It's just not as much as, going out and everything. But I've been saving money, so it's okay. That's like the highlight of it.
Any purchase, anything you're like, okay, I'm going to treat myself in a purchase when this is done?
Oh, man. I actually bought myself a new car. Bought a little Tesla.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to respiratory therapy. What?
Yeah, but don't let it fool you. Respiratory therapists don't make crazy money, but it was just something I needed for myself.
Absolutely. Well, look, you guys are putting yourselves out there. You deserve it. How do you stay safe? I mean, that's one of the things I personally worry about. I know so many good people in this industry, and you guys are incredible human beings. How do you keep yourself safe and make sure that you're not getting affected?
I just try, when I go out, I try to make sure, my hands are clean. I have hand sanitizer in the car, just always wear my mask. And, I try to stay away from people, just in case I have it or that, not that I have it, but, I'm exposed to it a lot. So I try to stay away from people to, to like lower the risk and everything. So it's just, yeah, pretty much that social distancing and stuff.
We had Garth Garcia just perform. Are you a singer? Do you like to sing? I know Filipinos are all incredible singers. I'm always jealous. Like, do you have any secret talents like that?
I cannot sing at all. Maybe sometimes in the shower I try to do something, but other than that, nah, it doesn't leave that.
To a lot of us, you guys are heroes. I mean, I think the one most honorable thing happening right now is obviously a lot of the frontliners are finally getting the due respect and appreciation that you guys have, I think, always deserved, but really it's being highlighted currently. How does it feel like when people thank you or call you guys heroes? Like, how is that personally for you?
At first it was kind of weird, but then when I realized it and I talked to friends and family, they just said, just enjoy it, or, just take it all in type of thing, because I don't know, maybe when this is over, it's just going to go back to working in the hospital and we're just medical workers, but it's been good, especially the perks. I think they fed me so much, and they definitely made me gain some of that COVID-19 pounds, all that food.
Any good Filipino food, or it was just general food?
I think it was just all that free stuff from McDonald's and all those discounts over here and stuff. But yeah, my family, they'll send me Filipino food too. So, I got to eat all that.
Speaking of friends and family, so we got some shout outs from like Kevin, Neela, Linda, Patrick. They're all saying what's up in the comments, and they're demanding that you sing a line. I don't want to force you to do that, but your friends are saying it, man. So they want you to hear it. They want you to sing.
I don't know what singing they're talking about. I don't even know what they want. I think one at B. It's just a chant because we play video games, so that's it. That's all I can think of is what they're asking for.
We'll get a duet between you and Garth next time for sure.
Oh.
Lastly, what do you hope everybody? What do you hope to see change? Maybe obviously there's a lot going on in the world when it comes to COVID-19 and stuff. As a frontliner, like, what are you hoping everybody that watches this, what can they do differently just to kind of help you guys out to make your job easier?
I think they're doing a great job of just like listening to what people have to say. Mostly listening to frontliners, because we'll tell people and we'll give them advice. And if you're hearing it from us, then you could rely on it, and just keep doing what they're doing. I feel like in my hospital personally, it got really busy and it's kind of slowing down. We still have our cases, we still have critical patients, but for the most part, compared to when it started and everything, it's been getting a lot better. So I feel like we're doing a good job.
Lastly, what do you want to say to the community? What do you want to say to everybody watching, like people that are supporting the frontliners and just Filipinos in general? This event is obviously for you guys, Strength and Community. What do you want to say to everybody supporting?
I just want to tell everyone, keep up the good work, stay safe, wear your mask. For the people in the medical field, put on that PPE properly, don't let yourself get exposed, don't bring it home. And that's it. And I want to say thank you to you guys, Pacific Rim, everyone that's watching, for the support. You made me really nervous, but hey, we got through it.
They said they wanted Believer by Smash Mouth, but I feel like it's evil if I keep pushing it. So maybe when this is all done, you can go to some karaoke and they can finally hear you sing.
Not on video. I don't even know that song like at the top.
I know it's from Shrek, and that's about it. So. But seriously, man, thank you so much for Pacific Rim Video. We really appreciate, the frontliners. We wanted to showcase it. We mainly focus on entertainment media at Pacific Rim Video, but we didn't think it would be fair without including some frontliners. You guys have been absolutely incredible during these times. So we just wanted to thank you for coming out and supporting this live stream.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Uncle Peter. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Appreciate
absolutely.
it.
Thank you so much. So, what's the dog's name?
Henny. She wants to say hi too.
Henny's a frontliner.
Yeah, she's a frontliner. Later.
She's got to get some love as well. All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Nico.
All right. Thank you, Chris. You guys have a good one.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us this last. Actually, it was a little longer than an hour. Don't blame me. But I just want to thank you, everybody, for joining us. From Pacific Rim Video, Stanley, Peter, myself and the other hosts and videographers that we have at Pacific Rim Video, we want to thank you so much for coming out for this hour to support. Like we said, we are so appreciative to be able to bring you media coverage, and we have over 100,000 subscribers. We have over like 100 million views. We've been on different networks. We really appreciate it. I want to special shout out, obviously, to Peter Gonzaga, who produced this segment. We really appreciate everything that he's gone through. His health, we were praying for him, but he's been incredible to put this hour together. It's all him. I want to thank everybody that came out today to support Tita Che. We had Anna Marie Perez de Tagle Klein. That's a mouthful. Shout out to my brother Bailey. Absolutely killed it last season. So you think we're appreciative of him. Ruben and Janet Napolis, we absolutely appreciate as well. Garth Garcia, you're an incredible singer. So I just want to thank everybody who came and entertainment. But what I want to give the biggest shout out, obviously, to is our frontliners. Frontliners are our heroes. They absolutely are incredible human beings, even if they're too humble to say so. So I want to, first of all, of course, just thank Nico. He did a great interview. Kit, you kicked off our event. We are so appreciative that we were able to start with a frontliner. She was incredible. Keep up the great work. We also want to thank Crystal Kabila-San. She is an essential worker as well. We want to dedicate this to a special medical frontliner, Angelito Diwa, who lost his life, unfortunately, 1 month ago to COVID-19, and other frontliners who lost their lives, along with various individuals in the community, also including Echi Ordonez, who lost their life with COVID-19. So we definitely want to thank everybody. We want to thank FilAm Creative for believing in Pacific Rim Video to allow us to come out and to support. Please, please, please make sure that you are donating if you can. I know times are tough, but all this money goes to the Filipino Workers Center to give supplies such as like food, obviously like bath supplies and stuff to frontliners and their families for everything that they've done for us. So thank you so much. I actually think we're not done though. I think some of the hosts might be coming back to kind of do a recap. So if you could hang out with us a little bit longer, we have a little bit more fun for you just to kind of recap the day. This has been, I think it's been 12 hours. It's been a long time. So thank you. If somebody stuck through the whole thing, super appreciative. Oh, follow social media. It's Pacific Rim Video on Pacific Rim Video Press. So on all social media, check out Pacific Rim Video. Make sure to follow all of our team. My name's Chris Tronson. Thank you so much for having me. It has been an honor. So keep watching. I think we're having a wrap up, and we are appreciative of everyone that came out today. So thank you to FilAm Creative for having us. Hey.
Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Chris. Thank you so much, first of all. Shut up, Chris. Yeah, that you should probably do that first. Too much Papa J's, man. Too much of this stuff.
Papa J?
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Okay, well, there's that. That's Chris. You'll get your bottle. I swear.
I know. I'm over here sipping Starbucks. It's not as exciting. So. And Starbucks didn't sponsor us, so Blue Starbucks.
While we're waiting.
Okay, Earl and Sharon, you will get, and Chris, you will get yours as well. Sorry. Okay, great.
While we're waiting for some of the hosts, like everybody, thank you again. Don't forget, we're still accepting donations. So this is how it works. If you guys have the link to our Eventbrite, so you click the link and the donations are actually going through the ticket. So if you press the green button that says ticket, you put in the amount that you want to donate, and that's how you donate. So you can find the link in, if you're on Twitch, it's in the comments. On Facebook, it's pinned on the Facebook Live, and then on YouTube, it's also
the description.
Yeah.
Twitch, it's also in the description as well.
Yeah, Twitch on this description.
Yeah, but yeah, the easiest way, like for me, just go to FilAm Creative's Instagram page, and the link is right. It should be there, right? Right, you?
No, it's there.
Okay, cool.
Check. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right.
All right.
Well, chat couldn't. Stream couldn't hear me. Yeah.
I mean, we can hear you.
Yeah, the Zoom can hear me, but chat, the stream can't hear me. So yeah, I'll start that all over again then. My name is Rodney Cahuto. I've been kind of back here on the ones and twos, and I just want to thank you guys all for being a part of this charity stream. We've been working on this for a while. We've had sort of a lot of different setbacks, and we were finally able to do it. We had some people that had to drop out and things like that because of just different reasons. But and yeah, life hit us. Like Ed got COVID, Peterson got COVID, John Swing passed away from COVID. I was in the hospital for a week, and then even just like 2 weeks ago, I had to go to the ER again because of my health problems flared up again. And so it's been a long road, and I'm thankful for each and every one of you, everybody that has tuned in, everybody from FilAm Creative, Ia, Kirby, Ronnie, Ed, Dom, Chris, thank you for joining us and reading your poems and singing. Shay, I'm so happy to work with you again for so many years. Chris, man, it's great to work with you again too. I didn't realize it was a year since we did the Bailey thing. Yeah, it was crazy. So a little backstory on that. Yeah, so backstory on that was we were on the red carpet for all of Bailey's run. I was the camera guy, and Chris was the host, and the whole time, like, you could tell, like, we were really pulling for him, right? But the rest of the room were pulling for other people, other journalists. But we were like, really, and then he finally won, and that's when I just we took pictures with him, and I told him how proud I was of him, So it was really dope, yeah. So Earl, thank you. Arnold, thank you.
Man.
But yeah, we're I think what's the latest on the thing? Am I gonna dye my hair purple? Or what are we doing?
Okay, so last I heard we were at $670.
Woohoo!
So hey man, listen, our goal is 2,000, but we're gonna keep the Eventbrite page going until through Monday at least. I don't know. If we don't make it, we'll probably extend it even longer. But we're just gonna try to make the goal. Because when we hit 2,000, I'm gonna shave my head. But yeah, go ahead. I don't know. Thank you guys for joining and for watching, and thank you all the hosts, those that are here right now.
Yeah, we figured we hang out for a little bit, see if we're getting more donations in.
Sure.
People,
if you guys are down,
if you guys are down, is Ronnie coming back or is?
I'm not sure. Ronnie just got tied in at work.
Okay.
So yeah, but I know you already said your thank yous, but as FilAm Creative, we also in behalf of FilAm Creative want to thank everybody. Yeah, Chris. Everybody.
I don't got a shirt.
I know. Where's my shirt? This event obviously wouldn't be an event without everybody that's involved. Like, big or small roles that you have, any role, like like what they say in acting, like any role is a role. Big or small, it's a role. Like, you played a part, and we're very thankful for everybody. Just special shout out to our team in FilAm Creative, Dom, Raquel, Kami, Nina, Kirby, and our board of directors. We wouldn't be obviously here without our board of directors, Rex, Ed, and Walter. So, and of course, obviously, I'm not going to forget our Royal Flyness, Miss Ronnie. She's been working so hard, I'm sad that she's not here right now because she's tied up at work, but she has worked her butt off, been an absolute queen, a legend. She everybody and whoa, we're gonna do this. And yeah,
Ronnie is awesome. Ronnie is awesome. Yeah. Also, kind of behind the scenes too of that too, because of because my recent ER trip, I had to basically really step back and just not do anything. And Ronnie really took the reins, and she just volunteered and said, "Hey, what can I take off your plate?" And she did. She took off like pretty much everything, and so. I I'm eternally grateful to her for that. But we all pulled together. I think that's one of the things I really love about these types of events is like, we're just, it's true. It's the strength of the community. Yeah, you pull together, you do things, and there's no weak link because everybody's really pulling together and pulling their resources and things like that to just work for a great common cause. And whatever we do, whatever we raise, it's like, hey, look, it was better than nothing, right? It was, and I really do believe a lot of people were really inspired and touched by like all of the talks, just like hearing things about like mental health to just like regular health to how people are coping with like business and how people are just coping, through all this stuff. So and it's just good to be together, to fellowship. To be a community. So, I can't thank everybody enough. And yeah, Ronnie's fucking amazing,
Yeah, Ronnie actually gave me a pep talk yesterday because I got really like, is it cold feet? What's the expression when you're just really nervous about having to talk about something? And I literally
last minute.
Yeah, and I FaceTimed her, and I was just like, I think I need a pep talk. So then she like gave me this awesome talk that really encouraged me to share exactly what was on my mind and in my heart. And she even cried a little bit in our talk, and we really connected. And I think now more than ever, we need to make connections like that. We need to FaceTime each other more often.
Shout out real quick. Hey, Hazel. I didn't see you there. Thanks, Hazel Lozano. She's been helping out a lot with Non-Pink Geekery, and she's been amazing too. She's been doing. Honestly, I'm inspired by her too. If you talk about like pretty amazing people, she all during quarantine has been doing these like table reads over Zoom with plays, and she's woke as fuck. And she's just down for the people and down for the community. But she's an amazing artist and just like pulls people together. And like I'm just watching from afar, and like I'm just like, it's just amazing how she pulls all these people together to do things. So shout out to you, Hazel. So
in addition to, she does self-care Saturdays.
Yeah, she's recommended I go to those, and I haven't, but she's recommended I go to those. But yeah, that's awesome. That's really, really awesome.
Yeah.
But shout out to you, Hazel. Yeah. But yeah, come on, guys. I really want to dye my hair purple. So if we can get
there, trust me, man.
If we can get
to a G, man.
Do we get to a G?
My mom is trying to figure out how to donate right now. So
I know the link was dead for a while.
Yeah, my mom too. My mom texted me too. She's like, "Yeah, just put money, But like,
you just do it for me here.
Yeah, because she's like, she couldn't figure it out either.
Donate.
So,
I'm like, hold on, mom. I'm like,
sweet.
I'm kind of on right now.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's cool. Oh my gosh, I am like going on no sleep. Literally, I did not sleep.
Hey, you've done a 24-hour stream, so this is nothing.
I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep at all. So it just like and I mean, I didn't really doze off at all today except for once, but I won't say when I dozed off because.
Can we just do a quick transition real quick? Actually, there was one thing that we were planning on doing that we were not able to do, which was the in memoriam. So I don't know, Ia, if you want to take over and
So this being a live stream, a charity live stream about COVID, we do want to remember the loved ones that we've lost, friends that we've lost during this pandemic. And, especially we have experienced losing someone, that we love. And like, we just want to say that we want to honor them. So if you guys are ready, we would like to give like a moment of silence for all the loved ones that we have lost. Especially, we want to talk about Bishop Arnold Caboquinto, which is my uncle that passed away because of COVID. Thomas Patugalan, which is Ed, one of our board of directors' uncle, and also for John Eric Swing. So everybody, if we could please give them a moment of silence. Okay, thank you guys so much for joining us on our in memoriam. We really appreciate it. You know, again, this virus does not discriminate. You know, it doesn't care if you're old, young, whatever race you are. You know, and anybody can get it. Yeah, so it's really important to, you know, take in all of the messages that you've heard from the frontliners to the survivors that we've had here today, and really, you know, take it in and listen, and, you know, let's be smarter and love one another, and, you know, let's be more human and help each other, because once we do, you know, we're gonna kick this virus's butt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's you know, when we talked about this, like, you know, we were always thinking like what kind of tone should we set, what kind of tone should we do, you know, strive for. But you know, I think we talked about it. We're like, you know, we're Filipino, and even at funerals, people are laughing and joking, and you know, things like that. So it's like, you know, we take the time to remember those that have, you know, passed, and you know, tragically because of the COVID, but at the same time, you know, just to be human, to be Filipino, and to do all that stuff. So today was like a gamut of all of that, right? You had people talking about their struggles, people talking about fighting on the front lines, but yet also people talking about just fighting the battles of mental health and the just life. And it just really, I mean, I don't even think we planned it this way. It just turned out really well, where there was just like a gamut from every facet of life, from teachers to frontliners to, you know, artists to, you know, and they just, you know, that we're all affected by it. You know, literally all of us are affected by it. And we had this chance to just, you know, be together and, you know, do some good, you know. So, oh my gosh, I can't thank you guys enough. I mean, let's just go to 8. We've got 5 more minutes. But any other last thoughts? I've been talking a lot because I haven't been able to talk all day.
I just wanted to say it's an honor. When Ia approached me about this, I was not hesitant. I was very much, I jumped right on board, and I started watching when Arnold and what was her name? Apple, right?
That's her right there.
Oh, right there. Oh, I just didn't notice. I didn't notice.
It's because she's in her PJs and her hair's all messy. Yeah, good job. And she has a filter on as well, so there's that.
Just starting with you.
I didn't know we were gonna do this, so I have no makeup or.
Damn.
I know.
It's late.
Sorry. Hey, you know what? I don't think any of this was planned. So, go. I'm sorry.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry
Chris.
to cut you off.
No, it's I think I just felt honored to be a part of this family. It's of course for a great cause, but in any way, like our strength and community, if anything that I've learned from this is that the strength I have within myself to be able to do something like this, and for each of you too. Like the strength of your
you did a great job, man. You did a great job. I couldn't tell you were nervous at all, dude. You know, you did a really great job.
Seriously.
And honestly, just standing up and talking about mental health is, you know, is just a win Period.
Yeah, you
Regardless
said
of what
Ronnie
you,
cried when you guys were talking. I teared up when I was listening.
yeah, regardless of what you do, I think when you stand up and just say, "Hey, look, I struggle with mental health," that's a win. Whatever else you say, it's just like that's it. Especially because we're Filipino American and Asian. I did it once, and my family. It was crazy because I posted about my depression, and on my page it was like all of my friends, like my friends here, were supportive, but like none of my family made comments. So it was very telling. So for you to do something like that in a public venue like this, man, like props to you. But yeah, it's the honors are all ours, man. That's what I was saying, man. Like you just do something, man. Be a part of something. Be a part of a bigger thing. Get outside of yourself. As long as you're a part of a bigger thing, it's like there's a power in that. Just being a part of a bigger thing. You're not alone.
Yeah, and Rodney, I was just going to say thank you for having Pacific Rim be a part of it. Obviously, we were honored. It was cool, obviously, seeing Bailey a year later and stuff. But I mean, just for me personally, hearing from both Kit and Nico and just kind of getting that frontliners experience. I mean, I think, we are so appreciative of them, and we forget that they're people too. I mean, they need their self-care. They need a big old vacation, which I think the government should pay for, by the way, once this is all done. It's it's just the honor of what, obviously, and having, one of our co-founders, Peter Gonzaga, getting it. I know for me on the outside as a friend, what's so hard about this virus is, I normally would be at his house, like, being there for him. But that's what's so difficult about this virus is I couldn't be there physically. It was a lot of like texts and, keeping up with his sister and social media. So I think just, obviously it was fun having the entertainment and the musicians and stuff, and then balance that with, Peter's story as well as the frontliners. Like it was just awesome all around. So I'm really appreciative of people just coming on and sharing their experiences and support.
For sure. I do want to let you guys talk a little bit too, but before we stop, I do want to thank all the hosts, everybody that was a part of it. Like we said, some people had to drop out because of scheduling and just life came up, right? So, but we started this pretty much before the beginning of the pandemic. We had started talking about it, and just one thing after another happened. So, but AJ Calamai, Patricia Janelsa, Arnold, Sharon, Nikki, Walter Talens, Arlene De La Pena, Errol Baline, Caitlin Fay, Jennifer Zhang, Joe Bernardo, Ryan Carpio, Elaine Dulles, the TFAL crew, Janelso, Lau Demundo, Ariana Bosco, Peterson Gonzaga, Alvin Katukan from FilAm Arts, Michelle Macron from Subtle Filipino Traits. I mean, these were the people, and then today, all the other people that came about today as well. Just all the guests, everybody from FilAm Creative, from Ed to the board, all those guys on down. I mean, it's just, we have to thank these people because it's like, we're not getting paid. It's just something we all do to do something to make the world better, and just to step out. And it's just like, it's just beautiful. It's beautiful to see, to me, it's just beautiful to see. And so I can't thank everybody enough, to all the guests. And I'll probably do a more formal post, but thank you everybody. And seriously, I hope the money that we raised, helps people, and I'm sure it will, and I know it will. So with that saying, any other thoughts, guys? I don't want to.
I just refreshed Eventbrite, and my mom and a couple of other people discovered how to donate. And now we have $750.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we'll get there. I really do want to dye my hair purple.
I don't want to shave my head, but I will do it if
you never know, man. Somebody who drops like a G overnight, because they're like, yo.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially with
Hey, if we get 2 G's, I'll shave Arnold's head.
There
Yeah.
you go.
There you
That
go.
sounds good. With his feet. What?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
How does that work?
Oh, magic, my friend.
But yeah, Chris too. Thank you, Chris, for coming.
Oh,
out,
man.
Chris, really appreciate you. Yeah, like I said, it tripped me out that I was like, oh, that's right. It was a year ago that we interviewed Bailey. Oh man. So
it was so funny because we were like, you're supposed to be neutral as press, but we were so secretly rooting for him. I think actually obnoxiously rooting for him. And we made sure we were beeline to him. It was always bad because too sometimes they'd have interview him and his dance partner, and we were like, yeah, dance partner. So it
really was like that. It really was that way. It was like, yeah, okay, like let's just talk to Bailey. Yeah.
What's crazy is we've been interviewing Bailey, I mean, way before he got on the show since he's been a little kid. So it's just crazy to see him progress. He still looks like a little kid, but just to see his success. I'm just bummed about season 17, obviously the delay, just because it's always great to see the winner come back and to get him more FaceTime out there and stuff. But obviously it's for a real reason, like, this prioritizes and stuff. And I'm just, sorry to hear about your uncle, by the way. I'm glad we were able to do that in memoriam because, I'm sorry about that, about your loss.
Thank you for that. It's honestly, everything about this virus is just, so surreal, and it acts fast. Like it's not even like, it doesn't take its time. Like, one day you're going to hear someone that has it, and then, they'll obviously fight for their lives. And then, then another day they, unfortunately have lost or they've recovered. So yeah, it's, I guess like, we just need to do our part in it, and hopefully the rest does too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Arnold, do you want to sign us off?
Yeah. I guess. Oh yeah. Shoot. Is it already? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to leave, but okay, that's fine.
Do you want to drink? You want to take a drink of your Papo J's?
You know what? One more sponsor shout out. Thank you, Papo J's. Lambanog. Is this vodka? I can't tell.
It's Lambanog. It's one.
How far down is that bottle finished?
Oh, it's not. It's like right there. But thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for your donations, and thank you once again. Like I'm just repeating what everybody was saying, all the hosts and the guests, and for everybody to everybody that was supporting and will continue to support. Once again, the Eventbrite donation page will still be up through Monday, so you can continue to donate, and please do. If you can't find the link, it's down below somewhere, or go to FilAm Creative social medias and you can find the link to the donation page. Please continue to donate. If you don't know where it's going to Filipino Worker Center. Filipino Worker Center's COVID-19 relief program, giving food and supplies to those in need in the immediate Hi-Fi Los Angeles area. But if we get enough donations, hopefully we can expand outside of that. Okay. I've said that a million times, but I got to say it again. So, but thank you very much. And once again, thank you for joining us here for Strength and Community 2, however many years later. And hopefully we won't have to do this again, but if we do, we're going to be right here to do it because we care and we're human beings and we want to help each other. So that's it. Anything else, guys? All right.
Thanks everyone who watched. Thank you.
Thank you everybody.
Thank you to all the viewers who stuck around. This is going to be available to watch later on, so
Yeah.
do that.
Oh, yeah. And
Thanks.
if you don't know FilAm Creative's social media,
All right.
it's at FilAm Creative. So you can find the link there.
Awesome. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much. And please be safe and just be good humans. All right. Let's be good humans. All right.
Yeah.